Majestic Owl Publishing, LLC presents The Bakery on the Cove, Book 1 from the Chickadee Cove trilogy, written by Wendy Meadows. Chapter 1. So, what's the difference between living in New York and living here in Maine? Jeannie scoffed. Do you even have to ask? A feeling of nostalgia coursed through her body as she strolled down the street. Jeannie had not felt this exhilarated in what seemed like forever. It was a literal breath of fresh air. The more she walked around the town, the more memories came back to her. Jeannie had made a lot of them in this town, some of which she was glad she hadn't forgotten. Well, did you like anything about New York? Anything at all? Kathy asked her. Kathy Leatherberry was Jeannie's only friend who still lived in Chickadee Cove. They were best friends growing up, and even after Jeannie was forced to move out of the town she was born in, she and Kathy kept in touch. Their childhood was one of the few things Jeannie could reminisce about and smile. They got into a lot of trouble as kids, and got punished together too. Like the time they accidentally set Jeannie's kitchen on fire while trying to turn on the new stove. Jeannie recalled how furious her mother was. Their parents had grounded them for 2 weeks and had banned them from seeing each other. Well, I didn't hate New York, Jeannie explained. There's so much going on all at once. It's incredibly busy and everyone's in a hurry. I liked my job there, though. Teaching kindergartners is as great as I thought it would be. But I've longed to open a bakery since I was a kid, Kathy. So, when I saw the opportunity, I took it. I'm glad you did. I didn't realize how lonely I was without you here, Kathy answered. But aren't you going to miss Lily? I mean, you must be so worried that she's far away from you. Jeannie sighed and grabbed Kathy's hand to pull her closer to the sidewalk as a newspaper van sped past. I tried so hard to convince her, Kathy. For weeks we spoke about her moving to Beverly Hills. Lily was so adamant. I'm still not comfortable with it. But what can I do? Like it or not, she's an adult now. Barely an adult, Kathy said. She just turned 18, did she not? Jeannie nodded. She did, in February. It's as if she were waiting for it. You know, we spent days arguing, her refusing to go to college, the partying, late nights. It was all too much. But finally, I sat her down and talked to her about it. She is passionate about the whole modeling thing, and she was hell-bent on chasing her dream. I didn't have the heart to stop her, and she wanted my support. Kathy pulled out a water bottle from her bag. I understand that. As long as she's safe. Her children were the most important things in Jeannie's life. There were 4, 3 girls, or rather women, and 1 handsome man. Her eldest, Emily, was a college professor in Washington. Jeannie missed her the most. After having Emily when she was only 21 and struggling to finish college, she'd been mostly alone, and Emily had inadvertently become her best friend. Jeannie was proud of her daughter's accomplishments, especially at her age, but she wished she saw her more often. Her son was the second child. Mason was a soccer player in Spain. He always acted like the eldest child, even to Emily. Jeannie admired how he took his sister's issues seriously. They could always count on him. I don't know if it's safe to ask you this, but Kathy scratched her nape. How's Luca? I don't know, Jeannie said with a poker face. I don't want to think about Luca. Not when things are looking up in my life. We got divorced, and I stopped worrying about him from the moment I signed on the dotted lines. End of story. Duly noted, Kathy said again, taking a sip from her bottled water. I'm with you on that. Plus, you know I supported the divorce. I'm glad you're over it. Thank you, Jeannie said. She glanced at Kathy with a questioning look on her face. You're drinking a lot of water today. Kathy swallowed. That's what diabetes does to you. I am constantly thirsty, and I'm not exaggerating. I carry my water bottle with me everywhere. By the way, I have to pee too. There had better be a restroom at the shop. Jeannie chuckled. Kathy, We're just going to see the place. I haven't even paid for it yet. You'll love it, believe me. I saw the place. It's spacious, perfect for what you need it for. Trust me on this. Okay, I trust you, Jeannie said without hesitation. So, how are the twins and Travis? I was thinking about visiting, but I haven't made the time yet. The girls are fine. Travis is fine too. He gets into a lot of trouble in school. I get a call from his teacher at least once a week. It's really stressing me out. Jeannie tilted her head in confusion. Why does he keep getting in trouble? Throwing his food at his classmates, pulling their hair, kicking, screaming, constantly saying no. It's a lot of things. His father is considering taking him to see a shrink. Jeannie squinted. Oh, he's going through that phase. He'll grow out of it. Well, Derek doesn't think it's a phase. He's concerned. We saw this movie titled, We Need to Talk About Kevin, and since then, Derek has been having serious concerns about Travis's behavior. Sometimes it's hilarious to watch him freak out when Travis does the slightest weird thing. We need to talk about Kevin? Yes. You haven't seen the movie? Kathy, I barely have the time or will to go through social media, Jeannie said. I can't recall the last time I actually watched a proper movie. You should see the movie, Kathy said. Derek and I watch movies on date night, every Thursday. It's the one movie he could watch without falling asleep 10 minutes in. Jeannie preferred books. Somehow, it was easier for her to sit on her patio and read a book for hours than sit through a 2-hour movie. But other times, she had no problem seeing a movie. She just hated watching them alone. How's Sarah? Kathy asked. I hated that I couldn't make it to her wedding. The pictures made me cry. The ceremony was beautiful, Jeannie. It really was? Jeannie answered. She lives in New York with her husband, and she calls me almost every day. Of all my children, Sarah is the least problematic. When Sarah informed Jeannie she was engaged to David Patterson, the son of a famous pharmaceutical director, Jeannie was shocked. Sarah was only 22, fresh out of college. She had known David from her first year in college, and they had dated since then. They arrived at the shop and were immediately met by the agent outside. It was less than a 10-minute walk from her house, so Jeannie already liked the location, coupled with it being in the middle of the town. The shop was the entire ground floor of a 5-story apartment building, but had a separate entrance and clear windows that gave a magnificent view of its interior from outside. Welcome, Peter, the agent said, ushering them in. Please look around, ask questions. I'm here for that. The first thing Jeannie noted when she walked into the shop was that it needed some work done. The good thing was that it was minimal, and most of it was just things she wanted to change. Jeannie already knew how she wanted the interior to look. She had it all planned out in her head. So, what do you think? Kathy asked, pulling her aside. It's a nice place, isn't it? Jeannie gave the place another quick glance. It is, Kathy. But isn't it too pricey? I think I can get a cheaper option somewhere else. I don't know. Perhaps we can look around the area. This is the only shop available, Mrs. Miller, Peter cut in. I'm sorry, I couldn't help but overhear. It's Miss Miller, Jeannie corrected him. Oh, please forgive me. Peter cleared his throat awkwardly. Like I was trying to explain, this is the only shop available for lease. The others are on secluded streets. You know, less crowded areas. So it's typical they are cheaper. This shop had been a cafe until last year when the proprietor had to leave because of a bump in rent. I have someone else coming to check this very place at 2 o'clock. If you don't take the space, they most definitely will. Take it, Jeannie, Kathy whispered. It's an excellent area, and you will have a lot of customers. You don't want someone else taking it away, do you? Oh, he is just probably saying that because he wants me to take the space. These agents will say anything to make you sign the lease. Trust me, it's a suitable area, Kathy said. I did my research before I called Peter. No one else on this street has a bakery, and there is a construction company up ahead. I'm sure that the workers there will slowly turn into customers. Construction workers are always hungry. Plus, it's not that far from my office, so I can always stop by too. Jeannie stood with arms akimbo. Don't get me wrong, I love the place. I love the layout, the location, and the construction of the space. It's really spacious, but I'm on a tight budget, Kathy. Tight budget? Kathy scoffed. Jeannie, you have 4 children, 3 of which are well-to-do. Just ask them for money. They'll do anything for you. Jeannie shook her head. No, Kathy. This one is on me. I have wanted a bakery for as long as I can remember. I dreamed of accomplishing it myself. That's why I saved for it. I don't want any handouts. This is my dream. Kathy brought both hands to her hips. Jeannie, you worked hard raising your children with barely any help from their father. I think you have some right to ask them for a favor. If it doesn't sit right with you, ask to borrow it. You can give it back when the bakery is in business. Jeannie sighed and shook her head again. She scanned the room one more time and bit her lower lip. What if she didn't find a better option and someone else took this one? Jeannie knew she would regret it, but spending over the amount she'd budgeted for the lease would make other expenses sting a bit. What do you say, ladies? Peter asked. You won't find anywhere better than this, but if you want to take the chance, I could show you somewhere else. However, I guarantee this space will be taken by tomorrow. Fine, I'll take it, Jeannie said. There was no use going anywhere else. It was perfect for what she wanted to do. She had only to accommodate the extra cost to her budget. It would not be easy, but it was doable. She had an online business she ran for her handmade knitted baby clothes. She could make up the money lost from there. Great, Kathy said, beaming. Oh, I'm so excited, Jeannie. I'll be here as much as I can to help. Awesome. I'll get the papers ready then, Peter said. Are you 2 sisters by any chance? Jeannie lifted her eyebrows. Sisters? Why do you ask? You both look alike, Peter explained. I see Mrs. Leatherberry all the time, but I've not seen you around here before. I was wondering if you were sisters, and if you just moved into town. Just curious, that's all. I just moved back, Jeannie explained. And no, we're not sisters, although I understand why you would think so. Jeannie and Kathy exchanged knowing looks. It had been quite a while since they had gotten that comment. They had spent most of their teenage years convincing people they weren't related. But Jeannie couldn't blame them. They had the same shade of honey brown hair, the same height and stature. Back in high school, they would sometimes wear matching outfits to mess with people. The only obvious difference was in their eyes. While Kathy had light brown eyes, Jeannie had ocean blue ones. Now that they were older, there were visible differences between them, but they still looked similar. For instance, Kathy was curvy while Jeannie had kept her slender build. It never gets old, Kathy said. I used to be so excited when people mistook us for each other. Me too, Jeannie said. They would always mix us up. Kathy stood in front of Jeannie and placed both hands on her shoulders. I'm proud of you, Jeannie. You've done everything right. I'm also glad you're back here with me and trying to achieve your dreams. You deserve it. Jeannie went in for a hug. Thank you, Kathy. It's good to see you again, too. So, have you decided on a name for your bakery? No. Jeannie shook her head. I'm terrible at coming up with names. Kathy stopped to think. By any chance, did you use any of your children's names as a password for anything? Maybe. Why? That's the name of your shop, then, Kathy said. Jeannie chuckled, slowly breaking the hug. I am not naming the shop after any of my children. I can't pick one. Well, then name it after yourself. You can call it Jeannie's. What do you think? Jeannie shrugged. I'll think about it. Jeannie stood in the room with both hands on her hips. Had anyone told her she would be renting out her own space 3 months ago, she would have laughed it off. She was turning 48 in 2 months. She'd always planned to leave it all when she turned 50 and go chasing her dreams. But she wasn't 50 yet. And here she was, living her dream, happy and fulfilled. Her children were living their lives, happy too. What more could she ask for? "Oh, Jeannie," Kathy said, excited. "I need to introduce you to someone." Jeannie arched her eyebrows. "Who?" "Aaron Horn, the most eligible bachelor in town. He's handsome, and he's only a bit older." Chapter 2. Jeannie groaned and rolled onto her back. The sound of her phone ringing that early irritated her. She hated alarms. Usually she woke up at 7 in the morning, almost as if she had a timer built into her mind. She only used her alarm clock when she had somewhere to be or something to do that early in the day. But Jeannie stopped using those a long time ago. She always woke up in a fright, and the alarm worsened the situation. It wasn't fun waking up with a palpitating heart every morning. Lazily, Jeannie dragged her phone off the bedside table and answered the call. "Hello," she grunted. "Mom." Jeannie sprung up from the bed. "Mason, what is it?" she asked, surprised by his tone. "Do you know where Lily was last night?" Mason asked. "Lily?" "Lily was out all night partying on a rooftop in Beverly Hills. She posted it all over Snapchat." "What? Snapchat?" Jeannie asked, confused. "Some girl even posted a picture of Lily puking, and another one showed her passed out beside a toilet bowl. That is disgusting, Mom. I have been calling her for ages, and she is not responding to any of my calls, texts, or messages." Jeannie pushed the covers aside and staggered to her feet. She struggled to tie her robe before trudging out of her bedroom. "Hold on. When was the last time you spoke to Lily?" "I don't know. A few hours ago? She told me she was going home, but she didn't. I don't even know where she is right now." "Mom, I knew we shouldn't have let her move to Beverly Hills. Lily is irresponsible, and you need to do something about her. Get her to come to Maine and stay with you or something." Jeannie rubbed her eyes. "You know she won't listen, Mason." "Well, at least call her and ground her or something." "She's 18, my love. Plus, do you think punishing Lily will make any difference? It's Lily." Mason groaned. "Well, she shouldn't be spending her time in Beverly Hills partying and whatnot. She's gonna get into some kind of trouble." "I understand. I'll call her and talk to her, I promise." "Thanks," Mason said. "So, how are you? Did I wake you?" Jeannie chuckled. "You're just asking me that?" "I'm sorry. I'm just worried, that's all. How's the house? How's Chickadee Cove? You've been there close to a week now." "Chickadee is great," Jeannie said, switching on the coffee maker. "The air is cleaner, and I got to see Kathy after all these years. It's great." "I'm glad. Did the tenants leave the house in good shape? Or did you have to do a lot of work when you got there?" "Not at all. Kathy was kind enough to monitor everything for me," Jeannie explained. "The house was in good shape for an old house. I still need to do renovations, but I will take care of that later. I rented a shop yesterday." "Oh, you did?" Mason asked. "Why didn't you call to tell me? That's great news. I'm so happy for you, Mom." "Thank you, love. I was so tired when I got back yesterday. The space is in a pleasant location, and although the price was more than I expected, I paid for it. It needs work, but it's something I can handle." "Do you need money? I can send you some right now." "Oh no, honey, I'm all right. I have enough. How are you? How's work?" Mason's sigh was loud. "Stressful. We have practiced every day of the week. It's so tiring, but it'll be worth it soon. I need to get in shape for the upcoming season." "Don't overwork yourself, Mason, please. If it's too hard, you know it's okay to take a step back." "I know. I'll be careful." Trust me, he said. I need to go, Mom. It's time for practice. I love you. Love you too, son. Call when you're done with practice, all right? I will. Immediately, Mason ended the call, and Jeannie placed a call to Lily. She strolled over to the couch in the middle of the living room and sat, waiting for the coffee maker to finish and for her daughter to pick up. Jeannie understood Mason's worry. He still saw Lily as a child. He practically watched her grow up, so it was normal for him to be concerned when he thought she was going to get hurt. The girl was wild, but she knew how to be safe too. Mom, it's the middle of the night. Lily groaned on the other end. My head hurts so bad. I wonder why, Jeannie said. Partying on a rooftop? Really? Mason called you? Seriously? I'm not a child, Mom. Well, when a picture of you passed out by a toilet is all over the internet, it's only right for him to worry. I thought you were trying to get into a big modeling agency, Lily. Do you really think they would hire you if they saw this picture of you? Mom, it's not a big deal. After Anna posted it, I made her remove it. I didn't even pass out. I was trying to get up, and it was a video. Mason was just exaggerating. I puked because I had bad shrimp, not because I was drunk. I didn't even drink much because there were some movie directors at the party and I wanted to meet them. Mason kept calling me, telling me to go home. That's why I didn't reply to his texts. Jeannie sighed in relief. He only worries about you, Lily, as he should. You always get in trouble. And I always get out of it, Mom. I don't doubt that. But the fact remains that you are still very young. Please be careful, honey. The world is a dangerous place, and you worry me. Besides, what's that you said about meeting movie directors? Oh, I was thinking of venturing into acting, getting minor roles in movies just to test the waters. Stevie thought it was a good idea. That's why we went to the party. Who is Stevie? My boyfriend. What? What happened to Martin? We broke up. Things weren't working out. What? You just started dating Martin last week. Jeannie rolled her eyes. Why am I even acting surprised? So, who is this Stevie person? What does he do? He works on movie sets. Sometimes as an extra or as a location manager. I met him at a club. Be careful, honey. I don't want you falling back to my old ways. I won't. Stop worrying. Lily groaned. You can always come to Beverly Hills and see for yourself. I'm being safe. All right then. I trust you. Are you eating well? Yes. Are you sure? Lily yawned. Mom, I need to get back to sleep now. I have a casting at 12. Oh, sorry, honey. Call me when you can, all right? You don't call me. I call you every day. I will. I love you. Love you. Jeannie sighed and shut her eyes. The fact that her 18-year-old was somewhere in the world without her family made her uncomfortable. But Jeannie had agreed to let her go and live her life, so she was going to do just that. Jeannie took her time getting ready for the day. She was meeting Kathy later that afternoon for a drive around the town. Jeannie wanted to visit their former high school and see the changes in the town. Besides, a drive with Kathy sounded exciting. It had been so long since Jeannie had this much time to herself, and she was planning on making the most of it. After spending the morning perfecting a blueberry muffin recipe, Jeannie stepped out of the house in jeans and a black, lightweight sweater. She left her hair in a low ponytail. It had been days since she washed it, and it was most definitely matted somewhere in the middle. Good morning, Jeannie, Kathy said, beaming as soon as Jeannie sat in the passenger's seat. You look lovely this fine morning. Jeannie smiled. Good morning, Kathy. You look rather beautiful yourself. Thank you. Jeannie leaned back and placed her bag in the back seat. Quick question. Can we stop at the salon after we're done touring the town? My hair is a mess, and I physically do not have the arm strength to detangle, wash, and style it by myself. Absolutely, Kathy said. I was thinking of getting my hair done too. I barely have time for myself these days. Derek took the kids to his mother's today. I have the whole day to myself. We might as well use it to the max. Thank you. Jeannie sighed in relief. So, where to first? The high school? Kathy started the engine. Uh-huh. We're not going in, are we? Definitely not. I just want to see it, reminisce a bit, and then we'll zoom right off. I heard Georgie Chambers is the principal of the high school? He is, Kathy said, driving slowly into traffic. I was shocked myself. Jeannie covered her mouth with her hands. That boy was such a bully, Kathy. Remember he used to give that classmate wedgies so much that one day he glued his pants to his skin, just so he didn't get wedgied. Kathy stifled her laughter. I shouldn't be laughing about this, but it was hilarious. He had to go to the hospital because George yanked his pants so hard it ripped off his skin. If I remember correctly, George got suspended, didn't he? He did. And now he's the principal. Life can be very amusing sometimes. It sure can. Jeannie kept her eyes on the streets as they talked. Everything seemed so colorful, unlike how things were when she was growing up. The grass was greener, there were more children on the streets, more cars. The buildings were taller. Almost everything had changed in over 20 years. I called her this morning, Jeannie said, as their conversation segued to her youngest daughter. Mason was worried about something, but it's all sorted out now. She's at home. Is Lily okay now? Mentally? Physically? I see her pictures on social media, but I can't be totally sure. Jeannie turned to Kathy. She's okay now. You know she suffered from depression for a short while. Then there was the anorexia. It's just been a roller coaster with Lily, but I'm glad that she's past all of that now. It's the reason you can't say no to her, isn't it? Lily worries me, Kathy, but I want to trust that she'll make intelligent decisions. The one thing that terrifies me now is how she has a new boyfriend almost every week. I call her every day to ask how she's faring, and when I ask how her boyfriend is, I'm hearing about a new guy. I don't like it one bit. Kathy chuckled. Oh, she is living the total opposite of how you lived as a young woman. That's why you find it strange. You have only been with one man your entire life. That's not the point, Kathy. I understand the point, but what can you do? You can only encourage her to be safe. She won't listen to you. She's at that age. Jeannie stared out the window again. She wondered if it would make a difference if Emily talked to Lily. Emily was Lily's favorite sibling. On the day Emily packed out of the house to start her new job, Lily had cried. Perhaps if she asked Emily to talk to Lily, she'd cut down on the late nights and partying. Did I already tell you about the eligible bachelor in town? Kathy asked. Yes, you did. What is it with you and this eligible bachelor of yours? Jeannie asked. I've only been in town a week and you're already trying to play Cupid. It's about time, Kathy said. You've been single for quite a while. Aaron Horn will be perfect for you. He's 51 years old, he has silky black hair, green eyes, a firm build. He's a stud, Jeannie. And a gentleman at that. A lot of women our age have their eyes on him, but he hasn't put a ring on any of their fingers. I'm taking that as a sign that God is keeping him for you. Jeannie threw her head back, laughing. What is wrong with you, Kathy? Did God tell you that? Oh, you know what I mean. He's Derek's friend, so I can arrange for you both to meet. Derek also thinks you two would make a terrific match. How about you give it a shot? No, thank you, Kathy. Come on, Jeannie. You're gorgeous. You have a nice body for someone who has pushed out 4 children, and you are the most hardworking person I know. Aaron would be lucky to meet you. Thank you for the compliment, but my answer stays the same, Jeannie said calmly. You know what I went through with Luca. I'm not interested in men right now. I just want to focus on my bakery. Jeannie, that was 2 years ago. The divorce had been messy. 2 years ago, Jeannie had been going through the worst time in her life. She was parting ways with Luca after years of a rocky marriage. When she was 21, Jeannie had thought that she would spend her entire life with Luca, but so much had happened. Luca had hurt her with his cheating and running off repeatedly. Still, Jeannie's dumb heart refused to stop loving him. It was one reason the divorce was hard. It took her a lot of time to get over Luca and convince herself she needed him gone for good. She did not have to stay up half the night anymore, wondering if he was going to show up. "Kathy, I'm not ready." "No," Jeannie said. "I'm not ready for a relationship like that with any man. Perhaps in the far future when my bakery is up and running. Right now, my answer is no. No romance for me." Chapter 3. Jeannie sprayed the glass cleaner on the window and wiped with a cloth. She had never been this excited to clean before. She was finally putting in the work to bring her dreams to reality. There was a lot to be excited about. It was the start of summer, and the heat was getting to her. During the summer, Jeannie preferred to spend her time indoors. She hated to sweat, and working in the blazing, scorching sun agitated her. But things were different this time. Jeannie planned on coming to her shop every day until she could open its doors for business. She still thought about her work as a kindergarten teacher from time to time and wondered each time if they missed her as much as she missed them. It wasn't the easiest of jobs, but it was the thing she loved about New York. Although teaching was never her passion, Jeannie had somehow made it work. Over time, she came to like it. "What are you so deep in thought over?" Jeannie gasped with shock before whirling around. It was only Kathy, but her heart was still racing, so she took a minute to compose herself. "Kathy, don't you go to work?" Jeannie teased. "You scared me to bits." "Is it such a bad thing that I prefer to spend the day with you?" Kathy asked. "I missed you. So after I dropped off the kids at school, I came straight here." Jeannie smiled. "What about work, Kathy? I'll feel guilty if you're fired because of me." Kathy waved her hand in the air. "It'll be fine. Besides, even if they do, I could just come work for you. You'll hire me, right? I might not have a college degree like you, but I can make a mean chocolate chip cookie." "Kathy," Jeannie chuckled. "Go to work. I'm not going anywhere. We will have plenty of time to spend together. Come over when you're done." "I can't. I have to make dinner for the kids and Derek," Kathy said. "Well, I can come over to your place. We could make dinner together. And if you don't mind, I could have dinner with you and the kids." Kathy's face lit up. "Seriously? The kids have been wanting to meet you in person. They only see you through video calls and in pictures." "I would love to meet them. It would mean so much to me." "Great then," Kathy said. "I'll see you tonight." "I'll be there," Jeannie said. "Whew, it's going to take a while to clean out this place." "Oh," Kathy said, peeking into the shop. Her forehead furrowed when she noticed a pair of shoes in the corner. "Is someone inside?" Jeannie nodded. "Yes, Roscoe. The carpenter you recommended from down the street. He's going round to see how much work needs to be done and how much everything will cost me." "All right then. Don't overwork yourself, though. I will be more than happy to help you with the cleaning tomorrow. After I drop off the kids at school, I have 2 hours to spare. I'll be here early tomorrow to help you clean the shop out." Jeannie dropped both hands to the side. "Kathy, you are literally an angel." Kathy shrugged. "I know. Besides, I love cleaning. It's therapeutic for me." "Well, thank you. See you later." "See you." Jeannie waved goodbye to Kathy and got back to cleaning. There were 4 rooms in the shop, and Jeannie planned on sweeping all the floors before calling it a day. Now that she was back in town, she needed to find a new doctor. Her ankle hurt from time to time, and although her doctor in New York put her on pain medications, she still needed a prescription to get some more at the pharmacy. Jeannie glanced to the side in time to glimpse someone peering in at her. He looked away immediately and pretended to be reading his newspaper. Jeannie arched her eyebrows and got a better look at the stranger. He was much older than she was, with gray hair and a full mustache. She did not know him, and even if she did, she didn't remember him. Deciding to ignore it, Jeannie shrugged and continued wiping down the window. She had a lot to do today, hence no room for distraction. "Good morning." Jeannie jumped, startled once again, but now by another voice. "Good morning," she answered, stepping back. The man had hurried closer. He had been several feet away 2 seconds ago. "You don't remember me, do you?" Jeannie squinted her eyes, pretending to think. "I don't. I'm sorry." "You're Keith Miller's daughter, aren't you? They lived just a couple of streets away from here." "I don't remember your name, but I'm sure of it." Jeannie lifted her eyebrows. "Oh, I am. I'm their only daughter, Jeannie Miller." "I knew it." The man laughed. "I was a friend of your father's. I don't think you'll remember me, but we went to the same church. We used to see each other every Sunday." Jeannie could not recognize him no matter how hard she tried. It was embarrassing, since the man was much older and he still knew who she was. "It's nice to see you, sir," Jeannie said. "Please forgive me. I'm terrible with faces. If I could get your name, perhaps it would ring a bell." "I don't blame you. It's been decades. I'm Joshua Bennett. I own the flower shop across the street." It still didn't ring any bells. "It's nice to see you again, sir." "Likewise. I recall you leaving for college, but you never returned. Did something happen?" "Oh no. I got a job right after college and stayed back." It wasn't the actual truth, but it was the explanation she ran with every time someone from Chickadee found her on social media. After she got pregnant, her father wanted to keep the news within the family, so he told no one and didn't let her visit until she was done with college. When Jeannie got out of college, she made the terrible decision of trusting Luca and moving to New York against her parents' wishes. By the time she finally visited Chickadee and her parents, it was too late. "I see you opened a shop," Joshua continued. "Congratulations. What do you plan on selling?" "Thank you, sir. I'll be selling pastries, confectionaries, the like." "Well, I wish you all the best. It's nice to see you again. If you need anything, I'm right across the street, all right?" "Thank you, Mr. Bennett. Have a nice day." One thing Jeannie secretly wished for was to look that healthy when she was as old as Joshua. She hoped she would remember things that well when she was that old, but she was nearly 50 and already forgetting things. "So, I finished checking the place, ma'am," the carpenter said, stepping out of the shop. He handed her a piece of paper and stepped back to put his measuring tape back into his belt. Jeannie stared at the quote with her mouth ajar. "Lumber? You're charging me over $500 for just wood?" "Oh, yes. I'm going to make it work because I didn't add any extra to spare. If you look down, you'll see the price for the furniture, too. And then, your total bill." Jeannie scoffed. "This is too much, Mr. Roscoe. Why is the price of the wood so high?" "Wood is expensive, ma'am. I'm going to get it from the mill myself. That's the cheapest you're going to get." $700 for plywood is cheap?" Jeannie asked. "Your labor isn't even included. It's pricey, Mr. Roscoe. Can you please cut it down? There's absolutely no way I could afford this." "I don't sell the wood, so I'm afraid I can't cut down the price. Like I said, wood is very expensive. That bill is just so we could start. I'm pretty sure we will have to get more along the way. It's a lot of work you want done, ma'am. Hence, we're going to need a lot of wood." Jeannie dropped her hands to the side. The excess expenses were now more than $1,000, money she didn't budget for. She was getting worried. It was still too early to be going over budget when she had barely bought anything. There was no way wood was that expensive. "Mr. Roscoe," Jeannie said calmly, "is there any way we can cut the cost?" "I don't know. We could leave out the things that aren't necessary." Roscoe sighed. We can do that. But soon, you will still have to buy them. You can't possibly open the shop for business if you haven't finished the renovations. These are just basic things we need to buy, ma'am. You can't have furniture without wood. My number is at the bottom. Call me when you're ready. You can take your time, but the price of wood will probably keep going up. Jeannie stared at the bill after Roscoe took his leave. Her head was hurting again. At this rate, she was going to spend all the money on the renovations and have nothing left for equipment or ingredients. Her phone buzzed in her pocket. Jeannie dragged it out and trudged into the shop. She sat on the floor at the corner of the room before answering the phone. Hi, baby, Jeannie said with a sigh. Hi, Mom, Emily said. Sorry I missed your call yesterday. I had lectures nonstop, and I was in and out of meetings, too. I understand. How are you? How's work? Work's good. It's summer, so there's less of it, Emily explained. How are you? I could be better, Jeannie said. I'm currently at the shop. The carpenter came over and brought the bills. So that's what I'm working on now. That's not why I called you yesterday, Emily. I wanted to ask you for a favor. What's the problem? It's not actually a problem. It's Lily. I was hoping you could talk to her, to make sure that she doesn't lose sight of her goal. She's all alone in Beverly Hills, and I fear that she'll get distracted from the reason she went there. What did Lily do this time? Nothing serious. She went to a party, but it's not just about that. It's the late nights, the many partners, the drinking. She listens to you. Please talk to her. I'll call her right after. Don't worry. Thank you, Jeannie said, feeling slightly relieved. Did you know that wood is so expensive? I've been staring at this bill quoted to me by a carpenter for quite some time, and I still cannot believe how much money it's going to cost to make the furniture. Emily chuckled. Do you need some money, Mom? Jeannie shook her head. No, honey, I have enough. But thank you. Take care of yourself, all right? I haven't seen you in a while, and I miss you. You do not know how much I miss you kids. You all have to come around when I open the shop. We wouldn't miss it for the world, Emily said. I miss you too, Mom. By the way, Dad called me. Jeannie's ears twitched. Your father called you? I'm surprised he's got your number. What did he want? Well, nothing. He asked about everyone. You. Mostly you. Then he asked if I needed money, or if I needed his help with anything. Jeannie slowly stood up from the floor. Oh, please tell me you didn't ask him for anything, honey. Your father is... I know, Mom. You don't have to tell me. I know more than anyone. Of course I didn't ask him for anything. We don't need his money. Thank you. If you need anything, ask me. I just don't want you depending on him. He makes you trust him, believe him, then he'll disappoint you. He did it to us countless times. I don't want you suffering from it again. I'm not saying don't talk to him, but... Don't worry, Mom. Emily chuckled lightly. I understand. Thank you. I gotta go, Mom. I have a meeting in a few minutes. Okay, honey. When was the last time you spoke to Mason or Sarah? I haven't spoken to Mason since last week, but I spoke to Sarah yesterday. She's in the Bahamas with her husband. Still, how long is the honeymoon going to last? Emily laughed. How long did yours last for? Jeannie shook her head. I had nothing like that, honey. When your father and I got married, I was pregnant with Sarah. I don't like to think about anything that concerns your father, if I'm being honest. Of course. Bye, Mom. Bye, honey. I love you. I love you too. There was a new feeling in the pit of Jeannie's stomach. What did Luca want? He had disappeared from their lives for 15 years and now was trying to return like nothing had happened. Jeannie hated the idea that Luca had a bond with any of their children. He was still their father, but she practically raised the four of them by herself. He had no right to contact them. Not after all that he did to her. Luca didn't deserve their children's love, but she was worried because Luca had a way with words. It was that gift of gab that allowed him to charm his way back into her life numerous times. Jeannie's phone dinged, diverting her attention from her thoughts. She smiled and shook her head at the notification. Emily was never one to listen. She had sent $500 even after Jeannie had told her she didn't need it. Perhaps she'd sensed the distress in her voice. Jeannie was grateful, but she didn't plan on using the money unless it was necessary. With the way expenses were springing up from nowhere, she had to go back to her budget for reassessment. I need to find a way around this. Jeannie had been scammed too many times to just take anyone's word for it. If she wanted to clear all the doubt in her mind and be sure that she was being cautious about how she spent her money, she needed to be on top of everything. Chapter 4. Oh, please let them still be open. It took Jeannie quite some time to finish up at the doctor's office, more time than she expected. Her new doctor, Dr. Ramirez, had prescribed even more medicine for her after spending all day carrying out different examinations, another cost that wasn't in her budget. It was almost 7 in the evening, and Jeannie feared that the sawmill would have closed for the day. If she postponed this trip to the sawmill until tomorrow, it would interfere with her to-do list and set her back. Jeannie groaned as she walked hurriedly toward the gate. Hopefully, there was someone there to attend to her. How can I help you, ma'am? The security guard asked. Jeannie assessed the big man holding a soda bottle in one hand and a donut in the other. His stare was calm, but his features showed a bit of impatience. He probably wasn't used to people visiting. Good evening, Jeannie greeted. I'm sorry to disturb you, but I was hoping to buy some wood. The man glanced at the building and turned back to her. It's rather late. Can you come tomorrow? Oh, is there anyone in there I could talk to? Please, I'll be quick, I promise. I came all the way here on foot, and it would disappoint me to go back having accomplished nothing. I just need to confirm the prices, possibly pay and have someone come pick it up tomorrow. The man sighed and bit into his donut. Mr. Horn and one of the other carpenters, Frank, are the only ones left inside. The rest have gone home. They will probably tell you the same thing, but go ahead. Horn? The name rang a bell. Thank you. I really appreciate this. There was a wide field between the gate and the primary structure in the lumberyard. Huge stacks of logs and planks were arranged in different parts of the field. The main building was a high, square-shaped bungalow, much like the factory stalls found in manufacturing companies. Jeannie passed through the entrance door. The hall was spacious and well-lit. Trucks, caterpillars, and other vehicles of similar use were parked in different corners of the building. There was a wide space straight down the middle of the hall, leading to a white, translucent door with formica exterior. Jeannie pushed the door open and walked into a large room. There was no furniture or waiting area, just finely cut wood stationed at the corners. To the left was a long passage that seemed to lead to different rooms, possibly offices. A tall man stood at the corner of the room, stacking chopped wood. Good evening, Jeannie greeted, approaching him. You must be Frank. My name is Jeannie Miller. The man rose to his feet and brushed his hair back with his hands. He was a middle-aged man and quite tall, with a big build. He had on ragged, dirty jeans, a slack, sleeveless top, and a pencil was perched on both sides of his head above his ears. There were strands of gray hair in his beard that gave Jeannie an idea of his age. His build had him several years younger than her, but he was probably older. He probably kept fit by visiting the gym or running regularly. He had to be doing something that kept him in such great shape. Or perhaps, the more obvious explanation was that he had been working in the lumberyard for a while. Welcome to the sawmill. How can we help you today? Oh, thank you. I thought you would send me away because it's way past 6 o'clock. I would like to buy some wood. The space I rented in the middle of town is undergoing renovations. Oh, he said, nodding. And you're here buying the wood. Yourself? Jeannie nodded in response. She reached into her purse and pulled out the quote that Roscoe gave her. The carpenter I hired gave me this quote. You're a carpenter too, right? Jeannie asked, judging from his appearance. Of course. I've worked at this sawmill longer than anyone else. Can I see the quote? Yes, please, Jeannie said, handing it to him. The prices seem a bit exaggerated. That's why I came myself. I was afraid the carpenter was trying to rip me off. Frank took his time studying it. I'm afraid to tell you this, but your carpenter isn't trying to rip you off. In fact, the price he wrote down for plywood has shot up by $10, if I'm not mistaken. Jeannie scoffed. You have got to be kidding me. Wood is pretty expensive, Mrs. Miller. Miss, Jeannie corrected him. And please, call me Jeannie. Frank smirked. Wood is pretty expensive, Jeannie. Jeannie massaged her forehead and sighed. Listen, Frank, is there any way I could get a discount? Even if it's just a little. I am buying a lot of wood and I didn't expect it would cost this much. I will beg if I must. I'm sorry, Jeannie, but I only work here. Mr. Horn has given strict orders on the prices because, sadly, the price of wood is going to increase again. I would love to give you a discount, but my boss might fire me. He's a very strict man. Jeannie brought both hands to her hips. How about I talk to Mr. Horn myself so I don't get you into trouble? I'll do whatever he says, but I really need to know that I tried everything. He'll tell you the same thing, Jeannie. Don't bother. And he'll probably fire me too, for not doing my job right. Jeannie threw her head back and stared at the ceiling. She was ready to throw in the towel at that point. Perhaps she could pick it up again when she got more money. But her rent was for a year, and if she didn't start making sales, she would not raise enough money to renew. All right then, Jeannie said, turning to leave. Thank you. Have a nice day. Wait, Frank said, blocking her path. You're just going to leave? Jeannie took a step back. Well, what do you want me to do? I don't have enough money for the wood right now, and I can't sacrifice any more to cover for it. Even if I'm able to, I could just ask the carpenter to do it himself since you said he isn't trying to rip me off. Why do you seem so desperate? Yes, and worried, Frank said, crossing his arms. Why? It's just wood. It's not about the wood, Jeannie said, exhaling calmly. This was my big break. I know it sounds awkward coming from a middle-aged woman. No, it doesn't. Frank shook his head, holding her gaze. Go on. Jeannie swallowed and scanned the room. I'd like to accomplish something by myself, you know. I haven't done that yet and I really want to. I spent all my waking hours since I was 21 taking care of my children. I have 4 of them now, and although they really want to help with the expenses, I want to do it myself. Take this sawmill, for instance. I am pretty sure the owner is proud of his accomplishment. He can die knowing that he did this. He left this. Apart from my children, there is nothing else in this world that I am proud of, and I hate that. All I get are things to worry about. Unexplainable backaches, headaches, my youngest daughter. I really need a break. Jeannie bit her lower lip to stop herself from speaking. She sensed she might have overshared with a total stranger. He seemed to study her face, but Jeannie couldn't tell what he was thinking. You're probably thinking I need a therapist, aren't you? Jeannie guessed. I've seen one. Now you're probably thinking I should get my money back, aren't you? Frank chuckled and shook his head. No. Well, probably. But thank you for sharing that with me. What's this thing you're trying to accomplish? Oh, I want to open a bakery, Jeannie said. I always wanted to ever since I was a teenager. That's great. Not everyone holds on to their dreams. I always wanted to be a lawyer when I was a teenager, but look at me now. Life can throw you in any direction. It sure can. But I believe that if you're happy and you're not hurting anyone, You can do what you want. Frank smiled at her. So, the problem now is that you cannot afford to buy the wood? I can't afford it right now, Jeannie said, but I don't want to delay the renovations. I will have some money by the end of the month, and that should cover it. But that means if I buy the wood now, my other expenses will suffer for it. Frank clicked his tongue. All right then. Tell you what. You can pay the amount you wish to pay now for all the wood you need, and I can collect the rest in 2 weeks. How does that sound? Jeannie lifted her eyebrows. You can do that? Frank nodded. We accept payment in installments if we can vouch for the person and be sure that they will pay. I can vouch for you. Right, Jeannie? Absolutely, Jeannie said. I will give you the address to my shop, to my house, everything. After 2 weeks, I will pay the rest. I sell baby clothes that I knit myself online. That's how I make money on the side. Frank clapped. Great. Then, I'll go through this quote and load up all the wood you need. Thank you so much, Frank. You are a lifesaver. I will send someone with a truck to pick it up first thing in the morning. Oh, there's no need for that. I should have closed a while ago, but I worked late. I'll just drop them at your shop. You said it's in the middle of the town? That's Creed Street, right? It is. Perfect. It's on my way. I'll just take the truck. Jeannie had hit the jackpot with Frank. The heavens had most definitely sent him. Thankfully, she had not been discouraged enough to turn back at the gate when the guard told her there was no one to help her. Frank had a nice aura about him. He struck her as the kind of gentleman who liked to listen. After she made her first payment, Jeannie waited for Frank to load the wood into the truck, and once he was done, they left the sawmill together. The first few seconds of the ride were quiet, and neither of them said a thing. Jeannie took it as her responsibility to strike up a conversation since Frank had been nice enough to save her shop from not opening. So, Frank, what's your last name? Jeannie asked. Mendez, he answered. I'm Frank Mendez. It's nice to meet you, Frank Mendez. Are you married? Single? Divorced? If you don't mind me asking. I don't mind, Frank answered, keeping his eye on the road. I was married some years ago. She passed away. Cancer. Her name was Rose. Jeannie mellowed. I am so sorry about that, Frank. It must have been so hard for you. It was. It happened a long time ago. How about you? Oh, divorced. 2 years ago. Yikes. Sorry. Your fault? His fault? Or the both of you just decided that was best? Definitely his fault, Jeannie answered. And I'm not trying to sound like the good guy and not take any of the blame. But in all honesty, I was the good guy. I did nothing wrong. That's good. You're blameless in it. I don't think it's a good thing. It only makes me regret wasting all that time on one man, you know? Perhaps, if I did something wrong, or had something to do with what went wrong in our relationship, then maybe I wouldn't feel like I'm drifting. Frank nodded. I'm guessing you kept the children then. You said you had 4 of them? Oh, they are not children, Jeannie explained. My eldest is 26. The youngest is 18. None of them living with me or in the same state. That must be tough, not seeing them, Frank said. Jeannie turned and smiled at him without saying a word. A confused Frank glanced at her repeatedly, confused. What? He asked. What did I say? Jeannie chuckled lightly. Nothing, it's just, when I tell people that I barely see my children, they think it's a good thing. That way, I have more freedom. More time to myself. You're the only one that said it's tough. Well, isn't it? It is, Jeannie said. I raised them. Love them to the moon and back. It's only natural that I feel their absence. My kids and I are close. But sometimes it's like... Jeannie stopped herself again. She had resumed the oversharing. She didn't know what it was about Frank, but she was too comfortable around him for someone she just met. You think you're oversharing? Frank smiled. I totally understand that. I would tell you things about myself too, if my life wasn't boring. What about your children? Jeannie asked. I don't have any, he answered. Jeannie's jaw dropped. You don't? Frank shook his head. Unfortunately. Well, it's not too late, Jeannie said. I hope. Frank laughed at her statement, causing Jeannie to laugh too. That was the most relieved she had felt in a while, and she was grateful that she had gotten that problem out of the way. The next step was getting the carpenter to work immediately. They arrived at the shop soon after. Frank offloaded the wood into the shop by himself, and when he was done, he stood by the door to say goodbye to Jeannie. I might drop by from time to time, he told her. I hope you don't mind. Why would I? You should, Jeannie said. Drop by all you want. I am so grateful for all your help, Frank. You didn't have to, but you did. Thank you. You're welcome. See you later, Jeannie. It was nice to meet you. A pleasure to meet you too, Frank. Jeannie waved goodbye and watched him drive away. She had a smile on her face that was going to remain there for a while. What a relief, she said, staring at the stack of wood in the corner of her shop. Things were back on track, thanks to the dashing, kind-hearted man she was lucky enough to meet. Chapter 5. 2 days later. I'm so sorry, Jeannie. Jeannie smiled and remained in her casual sitting pose in the room's corner. The carpenter had been hammering nails all morning, making it difficult to have a single coordinated thought in her head. Jeannie had taken 2 aspirin immediately after he started, and she was tempted to take another dose. They had been working all morning. While Roscoe built the chairs and tables, Jeannie was busy at the back sorting out some of the equipment she had purchased earlier. Don't be sorry, Kathy. Did you really think I would be angry just because you've been busy? Come on now. I'm on my way to Travis's school now for a parent-teacher meeting. According to Darla, someone told Travis that his name should have been Demon, and he threw a rock at the boy, breaking his nose. Ouch! I'm thinking that his father is right. That boy has some serious anger issues and it's bothering me. If I get to the school and he doesn't feel sorry for what he did, I'm checking him into a mental hospital, Kathy joked. No, you're not, Jeannie said. I'm sure once he saw the blood, the regret set in. Do you need me to come with you? I could spare a few hours. You don't have to, Jeannie. You already have a lot you're doing. I'm just angry that I might have to work overtime to cover for my absence. That means more time away from you. Jeannie chuckled. Kathy, how did you live without seeing me all these years? I was barely surviving. Jeannie's laughter increased. What? I'm serious. I was extremely lonely. I felt like I was the only one out of our circle of childhood friends who didn't go to college and didn't leave Chickadee. Well, I'm not going anywhere. Go to the meeting and don't be hard on Travis, all right? One trick I learned taming Mason's temper was that silence sometimes works in punishing them. Don't get angry at him, but let him know you're disappointed. You can take away his toys and video games, but don't let him see that you're angry. He is likely to act accordingly if he senses the change in your demeanor. Thank you, Jeannie. I don't even have to try hard to do that because I am so tired of yelling. Can we have dinner at your place on Thursday night instead? I would love that, Jeannie said. I'll make casserole. You like casserole? I'll bring wine, Kathy said. By the way, I didn't tell you this yet, but I met someone at the sawmill. His name is Frank. He was incredibly nice to me, and handsome. I'll tell you all about it when we meet. Shut the front door, Kathy gasped. Tell me all about it now. No, Jeannie giggled. Go to the school. We'll talk later. Fine. Bye, Jeannie. Love you. Love you. Jeannie hung up the phone and remained seated in the corner with her eyes shut. She could feel the hammering in her head, but she wasn't going to allow a little headache to set her back. The sooner he finished, the better. She made a mental note to check her website for any new online orders for knitted baby clothes that could make her some more money before the deadline in 2 weeks. "Hi, Jeannie." She shook, startled by the deep, husky voice of a man. She lifted her head and gasped at the sight of Frank standing in front of her. The first thing that came to her mind was the fact that she just called Frank nice and handsome seconds ago. Jeannie said a silent prayer, hoping that he hadn't heard it. "Did I startle you?" Frank asked, stretching his hand to her. "I'm sorry." Compared to how he looked the night before, Frank cleaned up nicely. He had on a plain white crew-neck tee and blue jeans. He still had a pencil tucked above his ear, but he smelled nice and looked even nicer. His build somehow reminded her of Spartans. He looked like them, and Jeannie could almost see him walking out of a romantic thriller novel. "No, I get frightened easily," Jeannie explained. "I don't know if it's a habit or anything, but that's just how I am. You don't have to apologize." Frank's forehead furrowed. "That can't just be normal, can it? Something must have happened somehow to cause it. Or have you always been like that? For as long as you remember?" Jeannie stopped to think. "Well, I wasn't like this as a teenager. In fact, I had very few fears as a teenager. There was this one time." Jeannie had never had this problem. Usually she was quiet. How did she always turn into a blabbermouth around Frank? "Come on, Jeannie," Frank said, crossing his arms. "What happened this one time?" Jeannie sighed, accepting defeat. "It was junior year in high school. My friends and I got chased by a dog. I was the only one who stood to face it. I wanted to be the hero. If it attacked me, then my friends could run to safety. I stood there waiting for it to run to me. I was scared it would bite me, but I didn't run. I thought I would just kick it if it tried to attack me." "Did it attack you?" Frank asked. "Oh no. It ran past me and kept chasing my friends. It bit one of them instead." Frank snorted and covered his mouth quickly. "I am so sorry for laughing. It's so sad." "It's okay to laugh," Jeannie giggled. "It happened a long time ago. I don't know where all that courage went. It's as if it was sucked out of me. Drained. These days I jump when the microwave dings. It's embarrassing." "It's not. I don't think it's embarrassing. But you need to find the courage again. It's there. You've just buried it under all the things you're terrified of." "Perhaps," Jeannie said. "So, what brings you to the shop today, Mr. Frank?" "You," he said. "I have nothing to do today, so I figured I'd just come and help with the renovations." "Oh, I can't accept your help," Jeannie said, chuckling nervously. "Why not?" "For one, I won't be able to meet your price because I can only afford one carpenter. And two, you have done so much for me already. The last thing I want to do is stress you." Frank listened to her, nodding. "Well, for one, my services are free because I am terribly bored. And two, it's not stress. In fact, if you turn me away, I'd just go home and be bored out of my skin. Let me help." "Frank." "Let me help, Jeannie." "I don't want you to," Jeannie said. "It's not fair." "It's not fair to me that you're turning my offer down." "Are we really going to argue about this?" "I believe we're already arguing about this, Jeannie." Jeannie looked away quickly, stifling her smile. "Fine. Would you be kind enough to help me sort out the equipment in the back? The oven refuses to come on, and there is a piece of the hand mixer that doesn't seem to fit anywhere. The instructions are even more complicated to read." Frank smiled. "I do well with instructions and fixing things." "That is exactly what I need." Jeannie led the way, and they walked to the room in the back that she intended to use for the kitchen. There was a marble countertop in the middle of the room, which was perfect for rolling dough and other things. Jeannie had set the oven at the far end of the kitchen, but she left a space in the middle since she planned on getting another one. "Tell me, Jeannie, did you just move here to Chickadee?" Jeannie sat on the chair by the counter while Frank went straight for the oven. You seem curious about me, Mr. Frank. I wonder why. Frank squatted, then turned to look at her. Should I not be curious about you? That's not what I'm saying. I just find it strange that I talk so much in front of a stranger, Jeannie explained. Why is that strange? Jeannie scratched the top of her head. Isn't it strange to you? I've only known you one day, and you know how many kids I have and what my lifelong dream is. Frank picked up a screwdriver and faced the oven. No, he said. I don't think it's weird at all. Huh. Perhaps she was the one overthinking it. Jeannie wasn't used to selflessness from other people toward her. She always thought that if someone was that kind, they wanted something in return. She wasn't wrong to think like that. Life had taught her those lessons. Let me guess. You are the type of person who thinks people always want something in return for doing good things for you? Frank asked. Jeannie couldn't shut her mouth. She squinted her eyes, wondering if this man could read minds. Jeannie? Frank called, staring at her. Where'd you go? Jeannie shook her head and quickly snapped out of her thoughts. I'm sorry. I was thinking about something. How do you know? How do you know I am one of those people? Frank shrugged. I don't know. It was a lucky guess. But from your reaction, my guess was right, wasn't it? Jeannie leaned on the counter. Well, I don't think like that all the time. Like you, for instance. What could you possibly want in return? You'd be surprised. Jeannie's breath caught in her throat. She stared at Frank with wide eyes, and they held each other's gaze for a few uncomfortable seconds before Frank slowly smiled. I'm kidding, he whispered. Goodness gracious, you should have seen your face. I did you a favor, yes, but I also did the sawmill a favor by not losing a customer. It was a win-win. Jeannie cleared her throat. So, how would you categorize what you're doing now? Another favor? Frank shook his head. I'm bored, and I enjoyed talking to you. So, here I am. Jeannie nodded. That makes sense. You're one of the few people who are like that. People who don't expect something in return or feel entitled to it when they do you a favor. What's your story? Frank asked. He turned the knob of the oven and it turned on after 2 seconds. Jeannie gasped audibly and rose to her feet. It works. It does, Frank said, mimicking her tone. Now tell me, what's your story? Frank leaned on the counter and watched her, waiting for her to speak. What? You don't want to say? It's totally fine if you don't want to say. But I know that most people who think like that have a story to tell. Jeannie swallowed hard. She had a story, one she was too embarrassed about to tell anyone else. All right, let's not talk about it, Frank said. Let's talk about the shop then. No, I'll tell you. Jeannie finally spoke. It happened 24 years ago, and it's not really a big deal. At least, not anymore. Frank wrapped his fingers on the counter. I'm listening. Jeannie took in a deep breath. She leaned on the counter too, facing Frank. So, 24 years ago, I was pregnant with my second child, Mason. He's a soccer player now, in Spain. Back then, I had just moved to New York to settle down with my ex-husband against the wishes of my father. That's a long story. One I'm not ready to tell, but on that day, we were late on the rent. I hadn't seen my ex in weeks, and I didn't have enough money. I paid a visit to the landlord and asked for an extra week. All I had to do was wait. I believed my ex-husband was going to come through with the rent. When I went to see the landlord, he agreed to give me a week, but only if I... Frank nodded and lowered his head. I see where this is going. Of course, I said no, and he asked us to move out the next morning. I agreed. The man disgusted me. As I made to leave, he grabbed me and tried to overpower me. Emily, my first daughter, started crying and it irritated him so much, he threw us out. I couldn't sleep there that night. so I slept in a motel with my kid. That's just one thing I had to endure before I was comfortable enough to live without asking for favors. I'm sorry, Jeannie, Frank whispered. Jeannie waved her hand in the air. Oh, it's long forgotten. My father ended up paying for a new place, and I never saw that man again. Frank took his time to speak. You didn't mention your ex-husband's name, almost as if you were avoiding it. I was. I don't like to talk about him. All right. Then we won't talk about him, Frank said. What are you going to name your shop? Jeannie groaned. I have no idea. I have been thinking about it for days now. You mentioned you had an online business. What's the name? Emily's Knitted Wares and Accessories, Jeannie answered. I started the business after she was born, so I just named it after her. Ah, the favorite child, Frank said. No, stop. I don't have a favorite. I love all my children equally. You know that's a lie, right? Parents always say that, but there's a favorite one. The least problematic child. Jeannie chuckled. Oh, that would be Sarah in this case. You see? That's two different children. I don't have a favorite. In fact, my last child, Lily, is the most problematic, but I love her to the moon and back. Frank nodded continuously. All right, I believe you. No favorite child. So, name it after yourself. It's simple. Jeannie's Bakery. Jeannie's Pastries. It's your dream. When you're old and you pass away, the name will stand, and your dream will live on. Jeannie drew a circle on the table with her finger, her mind ruminating over Frank's words. It made more sense the way he explained it, but Jeannie wasn't comfortable having her name in front of the shop. She had wanted a name with more meaning, something she could explain to people. Naming it after her was, well, simple. Jeannie's Bakery. Frank shrugged and picked up the screwdriver. I like it. Chapter 6. Jeannie's Bakery. That's the name. Jeannie sipped her red wine and placed the cup back on the table. Earlier in the day, she had made casserole for lunch, and, like she'd promised, Kathy brought the wine. They watched a movie while they ate. Kathy refused to believe that Jeannie was trying to make a habit out of not watching TV. They had watched an old movie titled When Harry Met Sally. Jeannie liked it, and she was glad Kathy convinced her to watch it. Hey, I came up with that name, Kathy argued. Remember? The day we went to see the shop for the first time. I suggested you name it after yourself. No, Frank came up with that name. He says that my dream will remain alive even after I'm long gone. That's if your children keep running the bakery. For all you know, once you're dead, they'll sell it without a second thought. They wouldn't dare. But even if they sell it, they must insist that the name stays. Soon, when the bakery is up and running, I'll start saving to buy my own shop. Then it will be my property, and they can insist that the name remains. You have big dreams inside this small body of yours, Kathy said. But don't worry, you're going to achieve all of them, I'm sure. People are going to know of Jeannie's Bakery for 100 years. Amen to that, Jeannie said. Now, on to a more important subject. Who in the world is Frank? Jeannie adjusted in her seat. Frank Mendez. He works at the sawmill. An amiable man. Oh, really? He's nice? Kathy teased. Stop, it's not like that at all, Jeannie said. Frank really came through for me when I needed it, and I really like him for that. Oh, you like him? Kathy asked, amused. Kathy, Jeannie said sternly, it's not like that at all. If you met Frank, you would know why I like him too. He's nice, very calm, he listens, and he gives good advice. If I had my way, I'd like him around as a friend for a long time. Frank had visited the shop 3 days in a row. The second day, he met her mopping the floors and joined in even after she adamantly asked him not to. After he was done, he joined the carpenter and they worked together in making the chairs. Frank didn't leave until Roscoe was done for the day. Jeannie was so grateful she offered Frank dinner, but he refused. The third day, Frank arrived at the shop before she got there. When she arrived, she found him with Roscoe again, continuing from where they left off. It was then Jeannie wondered if it was going to be a regular thing. She liked the idea, but she also hated her other idea that she was taking advantage of his kindness. "What about Aaron Horn?" Kathy asked. "Jeannie, I really want you to meet Aaron too. I'm sure this Frank person is lovely like you claim, but Aaron is a terrific guy too. He's funny, intelligent, and successful. You'll like him." Then it clicked. "Aaron Horn. Does he own the sawmill in town?" Jeannie asked. "He does. How'd you know?" "Like I said, that's where I met Frank. He works there. When I went there to buy the wood, the security said Aaron Horn was in the office working. I wanted to speak to him, but Frank was so much help, I didn't need to." The name does sound familiar, but anyway, my point is, I want you to meet Aaron. Don't say no. "No," Jeannie said. "Why not? You had no problem meeting Frank." "I'm not looking for anything romantic with Frank. We have a casual, friendly relationship where I overly share, and he, strangely, listens without finding it weird. You, on the other hand, want to play Cupid and matchmake me with someone you think I would be good with. I don't want the latter. I need to get settled first." Kathy sighed dramatically. "Fine, I'll drop it, but I am going to bring it up again eventually." "Suit yourself," Jeannie answered. "How's Travis?" "Right. The silent treatment worked," Kathy said. "After we were done with the parent-teacher meeting, I took Travis home and I said little to him. I only spoke a lot with his sisters. He seemed to notice the change, and although he was stubborn at first, last night, he came into my room crying and promised to never do it again. It was so easy. But I just hope he keeps to his word this time. The principal said the word expulsion a few times." "Expulsion? Isn't that harsh?" "I don't even blame them. I also need to work harder in getting him to do better. Hopefully, he listens to me. Seeing how he came to me himself, I'm thinking that he's changing." "I hope so too," Jeannie told her. "We're going to be fine. I remember how worried I was raising my kids. Look how they turned out. You're doing everything right." Kathy sighed. "I try to. Diabetes does not make things easy for me at all. Then there's this ache in my lower back that I think I need to go see the doctor about. Jeannie, I am exhausted. I just need a week-long nap to replenish my energy. You know what's worse? Summer break is coming, which means the kids are going to be home all day long. I am not looking forward to it." Jeannie chuckled. "Oh, Kathy, you have Derek to help you. Don't worry about anything." "Derek is going on a business trip tomorrow," Kathy explained. "He has been planning it for weeks now." Jeannie shook her head. "I cannot say I envy you right now, but the good news is, the children won't stay indoors all the time. They will go to the pool, play with friends. You might barely even know that they are at home." "Well, the girls are going to have a wonderful summer, but I can't say the same for Travis because he is going to be grounded for half of it. Derek grounded him the night of that incident." "Well, unground him," Jeannie said, "for your own sanity." Kathy groaned and slumped on the chair. "But if I unground him and he goes out and causes trouble again, what do I do then?" Jeannie did not know what to say that could comfort her friend. It wasn't a bad thing for her to wish for a break, and she had every reason to complain. Being a mother was a full-time job already, and coupling it with working full-time was a recipe for exhaustion. Jeannie had gone through that phase in her life, alone. Just thinking back at how little sleep she got during that period made her shake her head. "You'll get through it, Kathy," Jeannie told her. "Soon, there'll be teenagers who think they don't need your help for anything. That phase isn't as tiring, but it is worrisome. Kathy turned to her and smiled weakly. I'm sorry. For what? Always calling you during that period and whining about how I couldn't get a job, I couldn't get a place to stay, all of that. You were taking care of 4 children then, but you still made time for me. The 5th child. It must have been tiring, especially without Luca. Jeannie sighed and slowly sank into the chair. You know, I was talking to Frank a few days ago, and I realized something. Or rather, he made me realize something. What? I don't enjoy mentioning Luca's name in a conversation. Kathy scoffed. For good reason. If we mention the things that man did to you, or the things you had to go through at his hand, you'll write an entire novel. It'll be a tragedy. The kind that makes people cry. I want to talk to you about it, but I know you're not ready. So I don't want to push it. You know he called Emily? Kathy sat up. He what? He called Emily? Jeannie nodded. I was shocked myself. 15 years was the longest period he disappeared from my life, without a trace. Then he would come back one day, waltzing into my apartment with a smug look on his face carrying bags of gifts. The other times when he reappeared, I would be so furious. I'd throw things at him, yell, cry, and in the end, I'd take him back. But that last time, I wasn't even angry. I was just done. Hot tears welled up in Jeannie's eyes. And you know what hurts me the most? She said with a quivering voice. My heart betrayed me, Kathy. My heart won't let go of these feelings for him. Kathy leaned in on the couch and touched Jeannie's hand. Jeannie, no. Please, no. Please don't tell me you still have feelings for that man, after all he did. Don't worry, she sniffed. The feelings aren't strong enough for me to want him back in my life, but I think of him, and I hate that I do. Perhaps it's all the years of worrying that has caused this. I would wonder where he was, if he was safe, if he had eaten, if he still loved me. I just want to forget, you know? And most of it is my fault. I kept letting him return, like a fool, hoping that he had changed, like a moth to a flame. Kathy pulled Jeannie in for a hug. They remained like that for the longest time before Kathy had to leave. Jeannie thanked her for coming, feeling better than before. After Kathy left, Jeannie picked up her laptop and sat at the kitchen counter. She went through her inbox, casually hoping that she'd received new orders. Goodness, Jeannie gasped. She stared at the message on the screen. 50 baby shawls, it said. They had made the down payment for it after they placed the order. Jeannie sighed out loud. It only took a couple of days for the money to enter her account, and all Jeannie had to do was start on the job as soon as possible to receive the balance. The down payment was enough to pay off the balance she owed the sawmill. Jeannie quickly glanced at her watch, hoping the supermarket was still open. Oh, it's late, she said out loud. I'll get the supplies tomorrow then. Thank you, Lord. Just then, her phone rang on the kitchen counter. Jeannie checked the caller ID and immediately swiped right on seeing Frank's name. You couldn't have called me at a better time, Jeannie said into the phone, casually strolling to the couch. Oh, really? I was scared you were going to yell at me. It's pretty late, but I remember you saying you were having dinner with a friend, so I wanted to ask how that went. It went well. We saw a movie and then talked for a bit before she had to leave. Kathy was really frustrated because it's almost summer break, and the children will be home all day long. Kathy? Kathy Leatherberry? Yes. Do you know her? Sort of. It's not that big a town. So, why did you say I couldn't have called at a better time? Oh, I got an order today. Let's just say that I will pay off my debt soon. I'm going to be dedicating all my time to this job because I need the money, which means I won't be able to come to the shop as much as I want to, but it will be worth it in the end. Oh, that's good for you. Terrible for me. You don't have to work so hard to pay back. We could give you an extra week. Oh no, the 2 weeks is enough. I'll pay back. So, I won't be seeing you that often then? I'm afraid so, Jeannie said. But I promise, once I pay back my debt to you and I open my shop officially, you're going to be the first person I serve. Oh, maybe the second. Kathy is the first. Frank chuckled. Why, thank you. I look forward to it then. But I don't think I can wait that long. Can we meet tomorrow? Frank, we met today. How about the day after tomorrow? Oh, I can't. Why not? I have to go to the hospital for a checkup, Frank explained. I have hypertension, so I take medication for that. The medication doesn't seem to work as well as it used to. Since when? Jeannie asked softly. A few years after my wife died, Frank said. Jeannie fiddled with her finger. That's the first personal thing you've told me about yourself, you know. You don't seem like one to talk, so I don't like asking, but I'd like to know. I'd like to tell you. Jeannie smiled. I'd like that. So, tomorrow? No, not tomorrow, Frank, Jeannie groaned. Perhaps sometime next week. I'll be busy throughout the weekend so we can catch up during the week. What do you say? Frank was silent for a while. How about Sunday? No. Next week it is then. Next week it is, Jeannie said. Will you call me after your checkup at the hospital? I would like to know how it went. That is, if you don't mind, of course. No, I don't mind. I'll call you. Thank you, Frank. And thank you for all your help. I'll try to repay you somehow for your kindness. I'm not asking for any form of payment, Jeannie. It's a win-win situation in the end. Just don't get bored of me quickly. That's all I ask. I'd like to think of us as friends. Oh, we are friends. I was just telling Kathy that I really liked your company and Jeannie bit her lower lip. I probably shouldn't be telling you this. What? That you were talking about me with your friend? Please, do tell. Jeannie slapped her palm to her head. Bye, Frank. Jeannie hung up and placed the phone on her chest. It was a new feeling. The only person she talked to about everything this same way was Emily. It felt different talking to an outsider and still feeling comfortable around him. Thinking of her children, Jeannie picked up the phone and dialed Lily's number for their routine daily call. She had barely spoken to her the day before, and Jeannie wanted to know how her auditions were going. The phone rang and rang until it went to voicemail. She sighed and tried again. Still no answer. Jeannie yawned and called it a night. Lily was probably too busy to talk. Chapter 7. Days later. Jeannie, this is it. I'm dying. Stop whining. You're not dying. At least not soon. But you will die someday. Is that your attempt at comforting me? Because it's terrible. I miss my husband. Well, I don't. So I can't say I relate to your experience, Jeannie joked. How's Travis? How are the girls? The girls are angels, Kathy said. Just hungry angels. They eat all the time. Travis? He's better compared to how he was before. At least all he has done in the space of 5 days is kick someone in the throat. But it was by accident, so it doesn't really count. The bottom line is, I have to keep monitoring him to make sure he doesn't maim someone. How does he accidentally kick someone in the throat? They were in the pool and Travis was coming down the slide. Thank God the boy's mother was there and she saw the whole thing, so she couldn't blame him. Travis is getting quite the reputation around here. I hate it. I know, honey, Jeannie said. Oh, I have to go, Jeannie. I'll call you later. Darla and Travis are fighting again. The last thing Jeannie heard before Kathy hung up was Kathy yelling at the top of her lungs for her kids to quit it. Jeannie shook her head. Hopefully, Kathy survived long enough until her husband returned home. The past 5 days had gone by so quickly, Jeannie couldn't believe it. Her hands were almost numb from knitting nonstop. trying to complete the order in time. So far, she had finished about 13 shawls, knitting at least 2 per day. Jeannie took a break the next day and visited the shop. She had been indoors for days and it wasn't healthy. Frank had called every day for the past 5 days. Sometimes he made video calls with claims of needing to see her face as they spoke. Jeannie was flattered by it, but strangely shy. Mason was the only one who loved to video call her. Jeannie didn't know what to think of her relationship with Frank. She was adamant about not having a romantic relationship with any man until her bakery was up and running. But what she had with Frank felt romantic, and at the same time, it didn't. She didn't feel the usual butterflies people talked about in the romance novels she read, and there was no hot burning. Or perhaps she was searching for the wrong signs? Jeannie shook at the sound of her doorbell. She set her knitting needles on the table and sat up. Her eyebrows furrowed. It was past 7 in the evening. She wasn't expecting anyone. "Who is it?" she asked, approaching the door. "Frank," the voice said. Jeannie froze for a few seconds, surprised. It was Frank's voice, but she couldn't believe that he was there behind her door. "Frank?" she whispered, unlocking the door. She slowly turned the doorknob and opened the door halfway to peek outside. There Frank was, standing on her doorstep with a heartwarming smile on his face and a box of pizza in his hand. "Oh, I see pizza," Jeannie said, pushing the door open. "Come on in." Frank chuckled and shook his head. "You let me in for the pizza?" "Yes," Jeannie said, locking the door behind her. "But I am surprised you're here. How did you know where I live?" "You told me," Frank said. "Or you wrote it down, rather. When we met at the sawmill, I stole the address and came here to see you." "Why?" Frank shrugged. Because... What? "Because I wanted to see you. I haven't seen you in 5 days. It felt weird." Frank made his way to the kitchen, brushing past Jeannie. He set the pizza and wine on the table and searched for glass cups in the cabinets. "It's the last one on the right," Jeannie said. "Thank you." He quickly found the cups and uncorked the wine. Jeannie approached him, a bit puzzled by the turn of events. The things he found weird and the things she found weird were very different. For instance, he liked that Jeannie overshared, but she thought it was weird that she talked to him so freely. Frank thought it was weird that they hadn't seen each other in only 5 days. Jeannie thought it was weird that he was in her kitchen, serving pizza on a plate and pouring her wine. "You're weird," Frank said, taking his seat on the counter. Jeannie scoffed. "I'm weird? Me? How?" "You're staring at me like you've seen a ghost," he explained. "Or what? Am I that good-looking?" "You are good-looking. You probably don't need anyone to tell you that. But that's not why I'm looking at you." "Then why are you looking at me?" "Have you been here before?" "Here? Like this house?" Jeannie nodded. "No." "Why do you ask?" "You walked in like you knew the place. That's what I found weird. You're much too comfortable here." Frank chuckled. "Sorry, I shouldn't have barged in. I'm just starving and the pizza's getting cold. So, let's eat, shall we?" Jeannie squinted her eyes at him before taking her seat across the counter. "We shall. But should you be eating this, Frank? I mean, I can eat it, but I don't think you're allowed to given your health condition." Frank snorted. "What are you? My mom? We're trying to have a nice dinner here, Jeannie. Let my doctor worry about my health, all right?" Jeannie rolled her eyes. "This is why the medication isn't working. You're the stubborn type. You don't listen." "I listen," Frank argued, taking a bite of his pizza. "Oh, really? Remind me, how many times have you come to the shop, Frank?" Frank paused to think. 3 times. "And how many times have you asked to help me with something?" 3 times. How many times have I said no? Frank shut his eyes. I see where this is going. That's totally different. I like to help you because I like you. I'm not being stubborn, I just didn't want to leave. Jeannie's heart skipped a beat. She reached for her glass of wine and downed the contents, trying not think about Frank's statement. He liked her. It wasn't a big deal. People liked each other. You're not going to push me away because I said I like you, are you? Frank asked, staring at her. It's not. I won't. No, I get it. I like you too. But, as a friend, Jeannie said, that's what you meant, right? You like me, because I'm your friend. Frank squinted his eyes. No, that is not what I meant by that. I like you. Not as anything. I like you, and I would like to see where this goes. I mean, this doesn't happen every day. Jeannie's jaw dropped. I'm so confused. You have to like me as something. You can't just like someone with no reason. Why not? Because it doesn't work that way. Who says? Me. You're wrong. Frank shrugged and bit into his pizza. Right now, I don't need a reason to like you, because I can't explain it myself. Jeannie adjusted in her seat. Let me make you see it from my perspective, all right? Frank chuckled lightly, setting the pizza down. I'm listening. Now, you, Frank, you are kind, you're nice, understanding, and observant. Those are some things that I like about you. It makes me like you as a person. So, if someone asks me, hey, why do you like Frank? That's what I'd say. What would you say? Frank stared at her blankly for a while before clearing his throat. I don't know. It's not one thing for me, or a group of things. It's different. And that's okay. No, that's not okay. There has to be a reason. Why should there be a reason to like someone? Because. Jeannie's breathing was labored. She really wanted to hear it. She wanted to hear Frank say nice things about her. All her life, she had only heard those sorts of things from Luca, and Luca was a liar. Other times, she heard it from men who just wanted a quick run with her, and those weren't valid because they didn't know her. Not like Frank did. She wanted to hear him say it. Just then, Jeannie's phone rang. She lifted it from the kitchen counter and a smile slowly formed on her face. It was as if he knew she had been thinking about him. Mason was video calling. It's my son. He's requesting a video call, Jeannie told Frank. Shush. Frank furrowed his eyebrows. Why should I shush? Because I don't want him knowing you're here. Are you ashamed of me? No, I've just never had a man in my house before. You were married once, Jeannie. I meant another man, now shush. Jeannie cleared her throat and answered the call. Hi, my love. Hey, Mom, how are you? Mason asked. I'm wonderful. Where are you? In my room. You seem like you're in a good mood. Did something happen? Oh no, not at all. I was just having pizza and wine before bed. Perhaps that's why I seem like I'm in a good mood. Oh, nice. With who? Jeannie tilted her head to the side. What do you mean with who? I'm alone. Drinking pizza, eating pizza and drinking wine, she stuttered. Oh, what size of pizza? Jeannie glanced at the box. Extra large. Mason lifted his eyebrows. Ah, I see. You're eating extra large pizza and wine, alone? Jeannie glanced at Frank, who was fighting hard to stifle his laughter. Yes, she said. Frank snorted, loud enough for Jeannie to hear. He gasped and placed his head on the table, trying to salvage the situation by being quiet. Just flip the camera, Mom, Mason said. Flip what? Jeannie asked, also trying to salvage the situation. I heard that. Loud and clear. That was a man, and I want to see. So, flip the camera. Right now. Mason, it's just a friend. His name is Frank, and I just met him, Jeannie explained. Then why were you hiding him in the first place? Mason asked. Flip it, or I won't call or text you for a week. Jeannie rolled her eyes. Fine. Don't bother him, all right? He's a friend. Frank sat up quickly. He fixed his shirt and his hair and wore a smile. Jeannie waited till he was ready before handing the phone to Frank. She walked over to his side, hoping that Mason would not embarrass her or say something out of place. Hello, Mason, Frank said. I wish we didn't have to meet like this, but we can sort it out later. I'm Frank. It's nice to meet you. Your mother says you're a soccer player in Spain. Jeannie shut her eyes. She was eager to hear what Mason had to say, but he remained quiet. She lifted her head and made eye contact with Frank. What? She mouthed. What's happening? What's Mason doing? He's just smiling, Frank said. Wait, I think he's calling someone else. What? Why'd you call me Mason? Jeannie gasped and rushed to Frank's side at the sound of a familiar voice. She stared at Emily's face at the corner of the screen and shot Mason a mean glare. He could keep nothing to himself. To make things even more complicated, Sarah's face popped up on the other corner of the screen. She had a coconut in her hand, and she looked like she had been swimming. Jeannie instinctively smiled. It had been a while since she last saw Sarah's face. Look at the screen, Mason said. Look at Mom. Emily and Sarah gasped simultaneously. They moved the phones closer to their faces to stare at Frank properly. Is that a man? Emily asked. Mom, that is a man by your side. No way, Sarah said. Hi, Mommy. Hi, baby. Jeannie waved at Sarah, ignoring the chaos that was going on. Mason groaned. Lily isn't answering her phone. Anyway, his name is Frank. Mom was having pizza and wine with him before I called. Mom, you shouldn't be eating pizza, Sarah said. Frank gave Jeannie a knowing look and looked back at the screen. Your children are beautiful, Jeannie. Thank you, Jeannie said proudly. You should see Lily. She looks exactly like me. What do you do for work, Frank? Emily asked. Have you been married before? Any children? You are a handsome man, Mr. Frank, Sarah noted. Are you an actor? Right, Jeannie said. He looks like he came out of a medieval book, doesn't he? I was just thinking the same thing, Sarah gasped. Does he have any children? I need to see their pictures. I don't, Frank answered with a smile. And thank you for the compliment, Sarah. How do you know I'm Sarah? Sarah asked, puzzled. Well, the other beautiful lady is dressed like a college professor, so I assume she's Emily, the first child. There's Mason, the talented soccer player. Then you, Sarah. Jeannie said you just got married and I see a ring, so, by the way, congratulations on your wedding. Thank you so much, Frank. Sarah beamed. All right, you've had your turn, Sarah. It's my turn now to ask questions, Emily said. Do you know that you're the first man we have ever seen our mom with? This is literally a big deal for us because we have been begging her to put herself out there. So, we would appreciate it if you don't hurt her, Mason added. Mom has been through a lot, and I would fly all the way to Maine if you made her cry, Frank. Guys, he is a friend, Jeannie said. Please, don't scare him away. He doesn't need to hear these things. It's true. I already like you, Frank. But please take care of our mom. She's sensitive. All right, that's it. You can talk to Frank some other time. Goodbye now, Jeannie said, ending the call. Why'd you do that? Frank asked. I wanted to talk to Mason about his team and what position he would be playing. I didn't get to ask Emily about teaching college students, and I was just about to recommend an excellent restaurant for Sarah to visit in the Bahamas. Jeannie stared at Frank, completely flabbergasted. I thought you came here to see me? I did. But that changed when I saw your children. Come on, call them back. Let me at least say goodbye. Jeannie walked over to the other side and sat, smiling from ear to ear. Another time. Now, I have a very important question. Do you know how to knit, Mr. Frank? Chapter 8. 2 days later. A feeling of relief washed over Jeannie's body upon hearing Lily's voice. She had been worried. Jeannie had kept calling and calling her as she strolled around the shop. Finally, Lily answered. Lily, do you know how long I have been trying to reach you? We haven't spoken in 3 days. Mom, I can't talk right now. I'm late for an audition. I'll call you once I'm done, all right? No, you won't. You never call me Lily. Just tell me how you are and if everything is all right. Did you eat something before leaving the house? How's Stevie? Have you landed any jobs? I'm fine. Everything's fine. I ate. Stevie and I broke up. And no, not yet. Gotta go. Love you. Bye. Wait. Lily. Lily hung up before Jeannie could complete her sentence. It sounded as if she was on the road, in a hurry. Lily had to eat before leaving the house, take her medications, and meditate for at least 30 minutes. The first part were the doctor's orders. Her therapist suggested the meditation part. She needs to take her medication, Jeannie mumbled. She texted Lily instead, asking her to eat something and take her medications religiously. Jeannie recalled how much they had spent on Lily's treatment for anorexia, the consultation fees for the physiatrist to treat her depression, and the time they spent in the emergency room when Lily slumped and hit her head on the ground from not eating. It was still fresh in her mind, and Jeannie did not want it repeating itself. But Lily never listened. She made it a point of duty to be defiant, to be rebellious, even when there was no need to be. Lily got everything she wanted from her siblings and from Jeannie, yet she was always searching for something, always wanting more. Deep down, Jeannie knew if it was any of her other children, she wouldn't be that worried. As bad as it sounded, she trusted Emily, Mason, and Sarah more than she trusted Lily, and for good reason. Lily was impulsive. She didn't think things through before she acted, and she always got into trouble. Always. That was one reason she preferred to keep Lily close to her. But now that Lily wasn't within her grasp, she could only pray to God to keep her daughter safe. Frank walked into the shop holding his phone to his face. They locked eyes, and he smiled. His smile made her smile too. She watched him walk over to her without taking her eyes off him. What's wrong? Frank asked. It's Lily, Jeannie answered without hesitating. She doesn't have time for me anymore. We used to talk every day, but nowadays, she doesn't even answer her phone willingly. I told you, Mom. I told you it was a bad idea to allow Lily to go to Beverly Hills by herself. Now look. Jeannie stood up from the chair and grabbed Frank's phone from his hand. Her jaw dropped when she saw Mason on a video call with Frank. She paused, squinted her eyes, and peered at the screen. That's my son, Jeannie said. It is, Frank answered. How are you talking to him? How did you get his number? I gave it to him after he reached out to me on Facebook 2 days ago, Mason said. Frank was just about to give me a tour of the shop. But since we're talking about Lily, let me point out that I warned you against it, but you insisted that. Talk to you later, honey, Jeannie said, ending the call while Mason was still speaking. She crossed her arms and glared at Frank. I sensed that I might have crossed a line, Frank said. You think? Jeannie retorted. Why didn't you ask me? Don't you think it's weird? You went behind my back, got on Facebook, and got in touch with my son. All of this without my knowledge. I meant no harm, Frank said. I just really love soccer, and the season is about to begin. I wanted to talk to someone about it. All I did was reach out with a question. I introduced myself, and Mason replied. He didn't think it was weird. We have a lot in common. She inhaled deeply. I'm sorry. I am not in a good mood this morning, and I am taking out my frustration on you. I'm sorry. I just. I was expecting you. If Mason is comfortable with it, then I don't have an issue with you talking to him. I just think that you could have told me. I didn't think he'd even want to talk to me, Frank said, and sighed. I have a brother. He's a banker on the West Coast. His name is George. He's my only living relative, and I barely speak to him. When you introduced me to your kids, I got carried away. I guess I wanted a bond like a brother, and I tried to create it by bonding over soccer with Mason. I should have asked you first. I'm sorry. Jeannie clenched her jaw, forcing back the tears. She gave Frank a quick hug. Now I feel very pathetic, Frank said. You feel sorry for me, don't you? I feel like a horrible person, Jeannie said. I'm not used to this, Frank. Back in New York, I barely had friends. And like my children said yesterday, I have never been this close to a man that wasn't my ex-husband. It's all new to me, so forgive me if I act like a total idiot. I didn't mean to hurt your feelings. I'm just not used to it. It's all right, Frank said. I actually thought it was weird before I did it. Jeannie wiped at the corners of her eyes with her fingers. I'm just surprised Mason spoke to you. He's usually very protective of us. He's the father figure in our family. That's expected, given that your ex-husband isn't in the picture anymore, Frank said. He should be protective of his family. It shows that he's a real man. Jeannie smiled. Thank you, Frank. There's nothing to thank me for, Frank said. Mason and I have a lot in common. I'm guessing that's why it was easy for me to get through to him. I used to play soccer too, when I was a teenager. I loved it. Jeannie sat back down and rested her head on her palm. I'm curious about something unrelated to me. I want to know more about you. All right, Frank said, taking his seat too. I'm listening. You said your wife died 15 years ago, Frank, Jeannie said. You had no children, and you were all alone. Why didn't you get remarried? Frank started fidgeting, then lifted his head when he was ready to answer. My late wife, Rose, was my first everything. When she died, I didn't know where to start from, to be honest. Then along the way, I got comfortable with being by myself. So, you're saying you have never had any other relationship with anyone? After your wife died? Oh, I have, Frank answered. It's never anything serious. Women always come and go in my life. I have never seen the need to be with any of them. Why? You still have feelings for Rose? Jeannie asked. Frank smiled. I wouldn't call them feelings. Rose is a fond memory now. Feelings are what I have for people I can see and touch. If I had what you call feelings for Rose, it would be torture. So I let it go. Like they say, it's no use crying over spilled milk. Torture? Jeannie stared at the floor. Was she the woman that was just passing by in Frank's life? Or was she a friend that he would consider keeping by his side? You're not just passing by, Jeannie, Frank said, as if he read her mind. Now, I have a similar question for you. Jeannie drew in a shuddery breath. All right, let's hear it. You said that your ex-husband was gone for 15 years at a point in your life. Jeannie nodded. He was. Frank lifted his eyebrows. He was? Like gone? No contact? Nothing? No contact? Nothing. Frank scoffed. What did you do during that period? Jeannie clicked her tongue. Raised my kids, reflected on my stupid mistakes, beat myself up for constantly letting him back into my life before his last disappearance. There was a lot of regretting going on, but I mainly focused on raising my children. Did you have any help? I did. Kathy, my friend, helped as much as she could. My father and my mother helped too before they passed on. But it wasn't easy. I worked many jobs, and I was miserable. But every time I came back home to their smiling faces, my distress dissipated. It was like I hit reset every day. You didn't date anyone during that period? No, I was still married, Jeannie said. To a ghost, Frank said, confused. You remained faithful to a ghost? Jeannie laughed awkwardly. Oh boy, I really don't like to talk about it. I suppose you're not ready to talk about how it all happened, are you? Frank asked. I'd like to know. Jeannie met his eyes and slowly shook her head. I'm not ready to talk about it, Frank. Please understand. I get angry just thinking about some of the details. That's all right, Frank said. How did your parents die, if you don't mind me asking? Car accident, Frank answered. Yikes. I'm sorry. It's fine. That happened a long time ago. You know, there was a time in my life after the incident that I was scared to drive because of it. Were you in the car when it happened? No, I wasn't. But I saw the wreckage, and it scared me, Frank said. Every time I tried to drive, I would imagine my car exactly like that and I'd freeze. It went on for over a year. It was almost impossible to get over it. But I was able to. Jeannie knew what Frank was driving at by telling her those details about himself. He had a way with words, and a way of saying them. Frank had been particularly interested in the reason she always jumped or flinched at the slightest thing. No, Luca did not hit me, Jeannie said, guessing his thoughts. Then why do you always flinch? Frank asked. You jump at the slightest thing. That's not normal, and you know it. Luca didn't hit me, Frank, Jeannie said. He was never even around to. You are right. It's something. The first time you said it, I went back and thought hard about it. It was then that I realized when it started and what caused it. But I'll tell you some other time. Right now, we have work to do. Frank's eyebrow twitched. What work? We're going to teach you how to knit so you can help me finish all these orders that are about to choke me. When Roscoe arrives, we will go to the back and start. Frank groaned. Oh, please. Anything but that. Let me help Roscoe make the last of the tables, huh? Why? Knitting is fun. For you, Frank said. It's torture for me. It requires a lot of patience to do so little. I didn't like it back at your house, and I won't like it now. Jeannie shook her head, amused by Frank's whining. It was rare to see him like that. Usually, he had a serious look on his face, especially when he was listening to her speak. It was pleasing to see him loosen up around her. I'm going to the sawmill tomorrow, Jeannie told him. The down payment I was expecting is ready for me to withdraw, so once I get it from the bank, I'll get the money and head straight for the sawmill. Frank's smile waned. Can it wait? You still have a few days left? No, I don't. The 2 weeks are up, Jeannie said. I have the money, so I should pay. All right, if that's what you want. But wait for me then, Frank told her. We'll go together. I'm not working tomorrow. Oh, I can just go by myself, Jeannie said. I'll go with Kathy. Or you can meet us on the way there and return to the shop together after I make the payment. That works too, he said. Perfect. Jeannie looked around the shop. She was proud of how far they had come in a brief span of time. About half of the chairs were ready. The floorboards had been fixed too. They still needed to paint and do some minimal repairs to the ceiling, but it was looking good. I need to be on my way now, Jeannie, Frank said, staring at his phone screen. I have to meet someone in 10 minutes. I completely forgot about it. Jeannie tilted her head sideways. Are you just saying that so you don't have to knit with me, Frank? Of course not, Frank said. Well, I would have found an excuse too, but it wouldn't be one this obvious and lame. I'm serious. I might be back later in the day. Jeannie rose to her feet as Frank made to leave. Frank, she called out to him, stopping him in his tracks. When I pay the balance for the wood, will you still be visiting me often? I mean, Technically, you won't have an excuse to, but will you? Frank turned back around and threw both hands in the air. Jeannie, I wasn't coming here because you owed us money. Is that really what you think? No. Jeannie sighed. I just want to be sure we won't stop being friends. I mean, I don't have a lot of them, and I really appreciate your company. But I said some hurtful things to you today, and you might think of cutting me off because of it. I'm not going to stop coming here, Jeannie. Jeannie smiled faintly and nodded. Thank you. Chapter 9. Hornmill, please, Jeannie said to the driver. Having the money to pay off her balance was a good and bad thing. Jeannie loved to be debt-free. She wasn't comfortable owing people money. Hence, paying back the debt was going to bring her relief. It was going to be done and over with. But Jeannie didn't trust that Frank would keep his promise. From the onset, she always suspected in the back of her mind that he came around just to make sure that she didn't run away without paying. Jeannie did not know what the process was, but she guessed Frank was going to be held accountable if she didn't pay up. That was a valid reason for him to visit her every day, and Jeannie had no problem with it. She enjoyed Frank's company, and she could tell that he was being sincere about liking her too. However, there was a strong possibility that Frank was going to stop visiting once their business was done. Still, she would pay off her debt first and focus on her friendship with Frank later. You're thinking of Frank, aren't you? Kathy asked. Jeannie stared out the window. Yes? Is that such a bad thing? No, of course not. Thank you for paying for the babysitter, Jeannie. You are a lifesaver, Kathy said. Jeannie turned to her. I'm sorry for dragging you to the bank, but I promise. After we're done at the sawmill, we're going to a pleasant restaurant for a nice meal. You deserve it. Kathy took off her sunglasses. Jeannie, let me tell you one thing. I do not care where we are, what we're doing, or where we're going. As long as I am out of that house, I will go anywhere with you. I love my children, and I would die for them, but I don't like them. Jeannie let out a loud guffaw, and Kathy had a cheeky smile on her face. But after the brief laughter, Jeannie gave her friend's words a think through. Somehow, Kathy's statement made perfect sense to her. Jeannie gazed out the window again, wondering how her own children were doing. Is your window rolled down? Jeannie asked Kathy, tapping her forehead with her palm. Can you roll it all the way down? Is something wrong, Jeannie? Your face is red, Kathy noted. Jeannie groaned and shut her eyes. It'll go away. What will? The hot flashes. I've been getting them occasionally, Jeannie said, shaking her hand back and forth to create air. Kathy moved close enough to whisper, Menopause? Jeannie shook her head. That's the thing. My periods are still regular. I'm not going through menopause yet, so why am I getting hot flashes occasionally? Do you need to see the doctor? Kathy asked, just to be sure that nothing's wrong? That's a waste of money, Kathy. Everything's fine. I just need to calm down. A few seconds after her last statement, Jeannie felt the air seeping into her skin. She took in deep breaths and calmed herself as her complexion returned to normal. Do you think Frank will stop coming to the shop after I sort out my debt? Jeannie asked Kathy. Kathy scoffed. 10 seconds ago, you looked like you were on fire. Now you're asking about Frank? Just answer the question, Kathy. Jeannie, I never met this man once. I might know him like he claims to know me, but I need to meet him first to have an impression. But if he's as amazing as you paint him to be, then yes, I am sure he won't stop being friends with you. That's not how friendships work. It's not, right? Jeannie asked. Kathy shook her head and clicked her tongue. You have a lot to learn for someone approaching menopause, my dear friend. Jeannie poked her on the side. Don't talk about it. I don't want to think about that right now. I'm not even 50 yet. It's depressing. What's depressing about it? Kathy asked. It's the cycle of life. I'm 47 years old too, and I'm not worried about it. It seems like it's all happening too fast. I can't explain it. Are you planning on having more children, Jeannie? What? No, of course not. Then it shouldn't be a problem, Kathy said. Although I've heard that menopause comes with its own wave of depression, so that could explain why you feel like this. I'm not. Jeannie clenched her jaw. I'll tell the babysitter to go home, and I'll drop you off at your place, Kathy. I'll behave. Sorry, Kathy whispered. Thank you. Now, can you help me think of a gift I could give Frank to thank him for his help? I feel bad for not getting him anything. Perhaps a gift basket or something. Is he going to take it from you? Kathy asked. That's the question. From what you told me, he doesn't seem like the type to accept gifts. You're right, Jeannie whispered. What do I do then? I should do something, shouldn't I? Why do I feel you're desperately trying to make him stay? Kathy asked. He isn't going anywhere. Would you calm down? Or is it the hot flashes again? No, Jeannie mumbled, ignoring her friend's not-so-subtle jab. I like him. More than I'd like to admit. It feels strange, and I'm still trying to figure the whole thing out, but I really like him. I have liked no one like this before, and if it was all for nothing, I'd be hurt. Mason likes him, Sarah likes him, Emily is indifferent, and although Lily doesn't even know that he exists, I think she'll like him too. And Frank likes them. I saw it in his eyes, Kathy. It's like he's intrigued by the idea of having a family. He isn't even hiding the fact that he's trying to win Mason's affection. Then why on God's green earth are you worried, Jeannie? Kathy asked softly. Why are you so convinced that he will leave? Kathy paused when the realization hit her. Oh, the trauma. Of course. Jeannie turned to her. What? You think he'll leave just like Luca left, Kathy said. That's why you're obsessing about it. Frank isn't Luca, Jeannie. I never said he was. But you're treating him like he is, Kathy said. Stop. Let Frank show you who he really is. If he told you he would not leave simply because your business with each other is over, shouldn't you trust him? Jeannie shut her eyes. Kathy was right. She was thinking about Luca. She was using her past experience with her ex-husband to judge her current relationship with Frank. It wasn't fair to him. They arrived at the sawmill past noon and were ushered in by security. Jeannie and Kathy walked into the vast room with carpenters where Jeannie had met Frank. Once in there, they were met by a petite lady who took them into a room with records written on the door. There was no one inside that office, and Jeannie took her seat behind the table with Kathy by her side. Will I be able to meet Frank today? Kathy asked. Jeannie shook her head. He isn't working today. Just then, the door opened and a short, pot-bellied man walked into the room. He greeted them casually and took his seat. After a few moments of going through papers on his desk, he finally lifted his eyes to meet theirs. I'm Hans Washington. How can I help you today, ladies? Jeannie adjusted in her seat. I'm here to pay up the balance I owe. I bought some wood 2 weeks ago, and I only made a partial payment. Oh, all right then, Hans said. Your name? Jeannie Miller. Jeannie Miller, he repeated. Hans took his time going through the logbook, checking all the names of their debtors. He checked and checked again, but from the look on his face, something was wrong. I'm sorry, can I get your receipt? Jeannie shifted in her seat again. I'm sorry, what receipt? The receipt of the amount you paid, and the one you owe. We would have given it to you as proof. Jeannie searched through her bag, confused. I handed him this quote and he just got the wood, loaded it in the truck, and I paid for it. Hans collected the quote from her and read it. He glanced at her and scoffed. This is all you bought? And they gave you the option to pay in installments? Jeannie nodded. Yes. Are you sure my name isn't there at all? Who sold the wood to you, ma'am? Hans asked. Why do you ask? Jeannie stuttered. Well, to sort this out, we need to start at the top. The person who allowed you to pay in installments? Do you remember his name? Jeannie swallowed hard. Frank Mendez. Hans arched his eyebrows. Mendez. He scoffed and picked up his landline. Dorcas, please send Mendez into my office right this minute. Jeannie glanced at Kathy, feeling the heat rise in her throat. She would never forgive herself if she got Frank into trouble. Perhaps she should have listened to him and let him accompany her. Shortly after, the door creaked open and a lanky man with a shifty smile waltzed into the room. He stood by the table and stared at Hans. You sent for me? He said. I did. What's this? I'm hearing about you offering payments in installments to people other than retailers. What? Jeannie and the man said simultaneously. No, there must be some mistake. Jeannie laughed awkwardly. Is there another Frank that works here? This isn't the Frank I'm talking about. I'm afraid this is the only Frank that works here, Hans said, sitting up. What did the man look like? He's tall, black hair, sturdy, Jeannie said, unable to think straight. Hans shrugged. You just described about half of the men chopping wood outside. Did this man tell you that his name was Frank Mendez? Jeannie rose to her feet, confused. Yes, she whispered. Oh no, I've never met this woman in my life before, Frank said, shaking his head. Well, I didn't say I met you either. I met a man who told me his name is Frank. He must work here somehow. He had access to the store, the wood, everything. It makes little sense that you have no record of him. Call him, Jeannie, Kathy suggested. Call Frank and see if he can clear this up himself. Right. Jeannie quickly pulled her phone out of her pocket and placed a call to Frank. She was visibly shaking, unable to figure out what exactly was going on. If Frank was not actually Frank, then who was he? Why did he lie to her? Did she steal from the sawmill unknowingly? He's not answering, Jeannie said with a quivering voice. I think we'll just come back some other time to figure the whole thing out. Whoa, Hans said, rising to his feet. No, ma'am. We need to sort this out now. Well, my name's not in your records, and the person I thought was Frank obviously isn't Frank. What do you want me to do? I am so confused. I can give you the address to my shop to check the wood or something, and I can pay the balance, but I don't know who sold the wood to me. Jeannie massaged her temple. Her head was hurting. It didn't help matters that the man seated behind the desk was staring at her like she was a crazy person. Was she crazy? Jeannie knew she forgot things a lot, but she didn't make this up. Frank was real. He was a real person. Perhaps you mixed up the names, the actual Frank said. She couldn't have, Kathy chimed in. She saw the man every day after that. He came to her shop to help and everything. Is it possible that someone who doesn't work here would have access to your supplies? Enough access to load the wood into a truck and drive out of the place with no one stopping him? Of course not, Hans said. Then explain this, Kathy said. Well, was it a ghost then? Hans joked. I mean, how else do you expect me to explain this? Kathy rolled her eyes. She placed her hands on Jeannie's shoulders and inched closer to her. Jeannie, we will sort this out. There has got to be a reasonable explanation for this. There better be, Hans said. I would like to speak to Mr. Horn, please, Kathy said. Let him know that Mrs. Leatherberry is here to see him, since you want to joke about this. Hans cleared his throat awkwardly. Before he could respond, Kathy pulled Jeannie by the hand and led her out of the office. She made her way down the hall, ignoring Hans calling after her. Jeannie was too confused to understand all that was happening all at once. Who was Frank? Just as Kathy knocked on the door at the end of the hallway, Jeannie's phone rang. She gasped, reading Frank's name on the screen. She immediately answered the call and placed the phone to her ear just as the door to Mr. Horn's office pulled open. Oh, good, Aaron. You're in, Kathy said. We have a major issue right now. Frank stood at the door with his phone to his ear, too. He stared at her, and she stared at him. Even with the signs, Jeannie's brain wasn't processing the stimuli it was receiving. That was Frank standing by a door with the words, Aaron Horn, CEO, written on it. Jeannie, meet Aaron Horn. He owns the place, Kathy said. Maybe he could help us find this Frank imposter? Chapter 10. He was the imposter. Jeannie had never been this confused in her life. Perhaps he was a twin. That was the only logical explanation. This man standing in front of her, dressed exquisitely in an expensive suit and tie, was the imposter's twin brother. That's why they looked so much alike. It was also why the fake Frank had access to the supplies. Thinking back to that day, Jeannie realized she never asked for his name. She just called him Frank because the security had said only a man named Frank and the boss were left in the building. The boss. Hi, Jeannie, Aaron greeted her, dropping the phone to the side. I'm sorry, I was just about to return your call. No, it wasn't real. She had imagined things. Was that Frank? Frank, Jeannie said. Frank? Kathy repeated. Who? Him? This is Aaron Horn? Jeannie asked Kathy. Yes. He's the one I told you about, Kathy said, then turned to Aaron. We have an issue, Aaron. This is my friend. Her name is Jeannie, and she just moved here from... I know what the issue is, Kathy, Aaron said, staring at Jeannie. I know Jeannie well. Actually, I sense she is furious with me. Kathy scoffed and turned to Jeannie. Why would she be? Jeannie was furious. She glared at Aaron, unable to understand why he would not only tell such a lie, but carry on with it for 2 weeks. After she had trusted him, introduced him to her children, told him everything. Jeannie, Aaron said calmly, I can explain. It really isn't that serious. Jeannie stormed out of the building, humiliated. Frank, Aaron, or whatever his name was, had been the weird one from the start. It wasn't her. She trusted people too easily. Some would even say that she was gullible. That was how Luca could take advantage of her all the time. She was easy to lie to, easy to deceive. Jeannie, wait! Aaron ran after her. How could she not have known? Was everything he told her a lie? A well-thought-out lie? Perhaps it was all part of his act. It was fun for him. A joke. There she was, thinking that she had found another true friend. She had told this man her life stories for 2 weeks, and something as basic as his name was a lie. Jeannie, please wait. Come on, hear me out. No wonder he said he didn't know why he liked her. Perhaps he didn't like her at all. What was there to like? She was only a mother of 4 who liked to knit in her free time and had far-fetched dreams. He must have had a good laugh watching her when she knew nothing about him, not even his name. Don't draw conclusions without listening to me. Aaron pulled Jeannie by the arm, stopping her in her tracks. Jeannie glared at him and tried to free herself from his grasp. Let go, she demanded. If I let go, you'll leave. That's the point. Now let go. You're hurting me. Aaron let go of her arm, but he stood in front of her instead. He held her in place by placing both hands on her shoulders. I didn't lie to you to deceive you, he started. I wasn't making fun of you. The only thing I lied about was my name. Jeannie pushed him away and crossed her arms. Oh, your job? Aaron shut his eyes. That too. Well, technically, I didn't lie about that. I was a carpenter at a point in my life, and I still do it to pass time. Like you used me to pass time? Aaron took a step closer. Jeannie. I trusted you from the first day we met, Frank, Jeannie said with a quivering voice. I don't even know why. I can't explain it. I told you things I didn't even admit to myself. You were in my house. We ate together. talked. I thought we were friends. You had ample time to tell me anything. We are friends, Jeannie, Aaron said. I planned on telling you my name the next day, but then I started trauma dumping and you felt sorry for me? Aaron threw both hands in the air. Why are you angry with me, Jeannie? Because I lied about my name? Everything else I told you was true. About my parents, my marriage, everything. It was only my name. I got too deep inside that rabbit hole and I didn't know how to get out. I am sorry, but nothing has to change. Jeannie shook her head. Nothing has to change? I told my children your name was Frank Mendez. Do you really think I want to call them back up to explain to them that you lied about your name for 2 weeks? Aaron dropped his head. I already told Mason, Aaron said. I told him, but I asked him to keep it from you till I summoned the courage to tell you. I also asked him to tell the girls too. So, they know. Jeannie stared at him in disbelief. You told my kids, but you couldn't tell me? Well, I knew you might react like this, and I was avoiding it. For as long as possible. Jeannie curled her fingers into a fist and punched Aaron in the chest. The impact affected her hand more than it seemed to affect Aaron. Jeannie winced and held her wrist as the pain radiated up to her forearm and down to her fingers. It was like she'd punched a wall. Did that hurt your hand? Aaron asked. No, Jeannie lied. Would you like to slap me across the face instead? No. Are you sure? Jeannie stifled a smile. You should have told me. I was losing my mind in there, wondering if I'd imagined you. Do you know how terrifying that was? I'm sorry. I planned on meeting you outside before you walked in to explain the whole thing to you, but I was in a virtual meeting. By the time I saw your call, you were already at my door. So, you're Aaron Horn, not Frank Mendez? Right. Is there anything else I should know? Jeannie asked. Anything else you lied about? Well, I own one of the biggest sawmills in Maine. Then why were you dressed like that the day we met? Jeannie asked. You had ragged jeans on, a slacked shirt, and pencils everywhere. Well, that day I had just gotten back from Seattle. I was bored, so I cut some wood. I didn't want to ruin my outfit, so I took it off and put on those clothes. You were the one who saw me and called me Frank, so I just went with it. Why? Jeannie asked. You could have just said, Hello, I'm not Frank. I'm Aaron Horn. Aaron dropped his head. I wasn't thinking straight. I think it was your pretty blue eyes, Jeannie. I got lost in them. Jeannie crossed her arms defensively. Oh, please. Only a few days ago you said you had no idea what you liked about me. I said I didn't want to pick one thing or a group of things, Aaron corrected her. I liked you from the first second I laid eyes on you. It was later that I noticed other features about you. Your eyes, your smile. How you cross your arms when you're nervous, and how you roll your eyes when you're shy. I admire how much you love your children. How when you worry for them, the corners of your lips tilt downward. Or when you have a headache, and you can't stop clenching your jaw. You noticed all of this in 2 weeks? Aaron nodded. Let me make it up to you. Let me take you on a date, Jeannie. Tomorrow night. I wanted to ask you a while ago, but I didn't want to be too forward. Plus, you really wanted us to be friends, and I didn't want to push it. Go on a date with me, please. Jeannie really wanted to say yes. In fact, if she couldn't restrain herself, she would blurt the answer without thinking. But a relationship wasn't what she was looking for. It wasn't what brought her back to Chickadee. Aaron moved closer to her and placed his hands on her shoulders. I know you would prefer not to date anyone until you are done building your bakery, but please make time for me. I told you. I really want to see where this leads us. Plus, I know that there's something here. You know it too. Jeannie smiled. She would prefer what she had with Aaron over butterflies and sparks any day and any time. Perhaps those features were only available to young love and whatnot. But Erin didn't give her butterflies like the books convinced her love was going to bring. Instead, all she got was a pleasant tingling sensation around her heart and in her head. It happened whenever Erin smiled at her. "I might call you Frank from time to time," Jeannie told him as they strolled to the exit. "You can't blame me." "I don't plan to. It's totally understandable." "Good then." Jeannie beamed. "Do you like movies? There's one we could see." Kathy said it's called We Need to Talk About Kevin. We could see it together. "I'm not a big fan of movies, but I have seen that movie before. We could still see it together whenever you want. I'm more of a book person. The image in my head is what I prefer to create." "I did not peg you to be a book person, Erin," Jeannie said. "Oh, wait. Before I forget, I still need to pay the remaining balance for the wood. I don't want to leave with the money." "Jeannie, you can do that later," Erin explained. "I never intended on collecting it from you." Jeannie stopped walking and brought her hands to her hips. "Was that the reason you were stalling? Trying to give me an extra week?" "Maybe." "You know, if you had come clean from the start, you wouldn't have needed to go through all that hassle. Anyway, I still want to pay the full amount." "Jeannie, stop being stubborn and get into the car, please, so I can take you home." "I'm not being stubborn. It's about what I told you the first time we met," Jeannie explained. "That still hasn't changed." "What? You not wanting handouts?" Erin asked. "Yes. You're trying to do me a favor because you claim you like me, but I don't want you to, Erin. I know the relief I will feel when I pay that money all by myself, knowing I worked for it. I want to do this for myself, remember?" "Jeannie, you can settle the bill later." "I'll go on a date with you if you let me pay up my balance and get it over with," Jeannie offered. Erin sighed. "Let's go for a drive right now, instead." Jeannie sighed and got into Erin's car. Erin drove her around Chickadee, taking her through the famous streets and regaling her with humorous tales about iconic events that had happened over the years. By the time they hit a local pizza place, he'd ferried her around for over 2 hours. They spent even more time together before Erin took her home, and then he walked her to her door. "Thank you, Erin, for today," Jeannie said to him. "I'm not thanking you for trying to wreck my brain with your shenanigans, but I'm thanking you for the ride, the food, and the company. Thank you." "The pleasure is all mine," Erin said. "So, I'll be here to pick you up tomorrow. How does 5 o'clock sound?" "It works for me," Jeannie answered. "See you tomorrow, Erin." "See you tomorrow, Jeannie." Jeannie stood on her patio and watched Erin drive down the road. She unlocked the door of her apartment and walked inside, humming her favorite tune. She had been furious with Erin earlier, but now, all of that had dissipated, and she felt nothing but affection toward him. "Forgetting something?" Jeannie screamed and jumped at the sound of a voice in her living room. She placed a hand on her chest and stared at Kathy with wide eyes. "Kathy, you scared the crap out of me. I almost peed my pants." Kathy dramatically walked up to Jeannie and crossed her arms. "I cannot believe that you actually forgot about me." Jeannie's eyes widened to bulbs. Kathy was right. Jeannie had been so occupied with Erin that she really had forgotten her friend at the sawmill. To make things worse, she had not thought about her once she was with Erin. Erin didn't bring it up either. "Kathy, I am so sorry," Jeannie said. "I lost track of time." A smirk slowly formed on Kathy's face. "So, tell me if I have all the facts right. Erin is actually Frank. He lied about who he was to you, for whatever reason, and now you like him. But he has liked you from the start. That's why he stayed glued to your side?" Jeannie bit her lower lip. "Please tell me you didn't put him up to this. I know how much you were clamoring for me to meet Erin Horn, and how I adamantly refused." Kathy scoffed. "Does it look like I put him up to this?" I was shocked myself. In fact, Derek and I were talking on the phone just yesterday, and I asked him to tell Aaron about you. I had no clue that the two of you had already met. And not just met. You have been gushing about this man for 2 weeks now. Jeannie scurried over to the chair and crashed on it. My back is killing me. But I feel wonderful. Kathy, you won't understand it. I haven't felt this way in a long, long time. I didn't even know that I could feel this way for someone else. Aaron feels so safe. This is why you should always listen to me, Kathy said. If you had just agreed to meet Aaron from the start, it would have been much easier. I saw your face in that office, Jeannie. You were furious. It's a miracle that he calmed you down. Jeannie sat up. We're going on a date tomorrow. Shut the fridge! Kathy shrieked excitedly. Is it really happening? Jeannie, are you really going for it? Jeannie nodded excitedly. I am. I like him, Kathy. And the kids like him too. What more can I ask for? I am scared to bits by it, but I can just push that aside and go for it. Kathy stared at Jeannie with a look of pride in her eyes. She stayed till nightfall, and they talked about Aaron together. Jeannie couldn't contain her excitement. She gushed about Aaron to Kathy, telling her how their first meeting went and how shocked she was when she found out who he really was. When Kathy left, Jeannie returned to the couch and picked up her phone. She dialed Lily's number like she did every night before going to bed. But like the last couple of nights, Lily wasn't answering her phone. She had developed a habit of texting in the morning to tell Jeannie that she was all right. Jeannie didn't know what was wrong, but there was something. Lily had still not called her. Chapter 11. Kathy, I cannot believe we're doing this. What am I? 16? That was the 5th time Jeannie had made that statement. It was also the 5th dress she had tried on that evening, and every single time she waltzed out of the room to show a dress off to Kathy, they both shrieked like little girls. Jeannie thought it was embarrassing every single time she did it, but she didn't stop. And even now, after so many dresses, she wasn't sure which to choose. For someone who cared little about how she looked to other people, none of the outfits seemed good enough for an evening with Aaron. Kathy waved her hand in the air. Oh, we're fine. You're fine. Now this dress is fine. Jeannie groaned in frustration and turned toward the mirror. You've said that for every single dress, Kathy. Be honest. I am being honest. Well, they can't all be fine. Well, they are, Kathy answered. But this one is much better than the orange dress you tried on before. Now the first dress is my favorite. I hated that one, Jeannie said. It revealed too much. Well, you're going on a date, Jeannie. You may reveal some skin, don't you think? Plus, the neck wasn't even that low. It was, and it made me uncomfortable, Jeannie said. Well, this one on you is the next best thing. You should be comfortable. Jeannie turned to her side and looked at the dress in the mirror. She only liked the long sleeves with the cold shoulder cutouts. The midnight black dress had a round, plain neck, and it barely reached her knee, but it fit in the right places. The waist was smocked, and the gown was flared. Jeannie did a little twirl to get a better look at it. The more she assessed it, the prettier it got. Jeannie, this is the one, Kathy said. I actually like it. It seems casual, but it's fancy. The material's nice too, and it looks expensive. All we have to do is put your hair up in a high ponytail and match that dress with white heels and a white bag. I am not putting my hair in a ponytail, Jeannie said, waving her finger. Yes you are, Kathy argued. You'll like it. Now sit. We need to finish up your makeup. Kathy, wait. There's no time, Kathy said. It's almost 7. Do you even know where Aaron is taking you? Jeannie turned to her and shook her head. He didn't say. All he said was that he'd be here to pick me up at 7. Well, we better hurry, Kathy said, rising to her feet. Sit. Jeannie trudged over to the dresser and sat in front of the small mirror. Her heart was in her mouth. It had been years since she had gone on a date. She did not know what she was expected to do, what to say, or how to act. Dating was something she had little experience with. To make matters even tenser, she was going out with Aaron, a man who had turned out to be different from who she thought he was. Was he being honest with her? Or was he still hiding something? "It's okay to be nervous," Kathy told her, like she could read her mind. "You and I know that this isn't an everyday occurrence for you. Don't try too hard. Be yourself. Aaron already knows who you are, and he likes you." "Don't you think he might still be hiding something, Kathy?" Jeannie asked, staring curiously at her through the mirror. "How do you mean?" "I mean, he lied to me about who he was," Jeannie explained. "He could be lying about so much more." "Oh, Jeannie, from what you told me about that night, you were the one who assumed he was a carpenter." "Well, he didn't deny it." "Maybe because that's what he is," Kathy said. "Or what he was. It doesn't matter. It's not like he told a big lie to scam you or ruin your life." "How do you know that?" "Because I know Aaron," Kathy explained. "Trust me on this. He is not a bad person. He's quiet, and sometimes you can't tell what he's thinking, but he isn't a bad guy." "I still don't know, Kathy," Jeannie said with a sigh. "I mean, should I even be thinking of a date right now? There is so much to worry about. The bakery lily. This feels like a distraction." Kathy shook her head. "Oh, Jeannie." Once she was done tying Jeannie's hair up in a neat high ponytail, she walked to the side and sat on the dresser. Kathy then picked up an eyeshadow palette and a brush. "Close your eyes," she said softly and swirled the brush on the palette. "You're just overthinking. There is absolutely no reason for you to feel guilty about going on a date. It's not a distraction. Trust me. You can do it all at once." "I can't help how I feel, though," Jeannie said. She liked the gentle touch of the brush against her eyelid. The soft strokes were nice, calming. Kathy clicked her tongue. She stared at the palette, trying to figure out what color to go in with next. "You actually can," she replied. "You're the only one choosing to dwell on things you shouldn't be worried about." "I am not. I can't help it," Jeannie said, keeping her eyes closed. "Answer this then. Do you like Aaron?" "I do. You know I do," Jeannie said. "He feels safe. I can't explain it, but that's how he makes me feel. Safe." "Do you want to go on this date with him?" "Yes, I do." "Then what on God's green earth is the problem?" Kathy questioned. "Like I said, you're just nervous. People date, open businesses, take care of their children, and work a side job at the same time. You're just not used to it, that's all." "You think?" "I know," Kathy said. "Now, I'm not the best at this, but look in the mirror and let me know what you think." "Oh, you're done?" "I am." Kathy nodded. Jeannie looked at her reflection and a smile slowly formed on her face. She could barely recall the last time she wore so much as gloss on her lips. Jeannie had truly forgotten what she looked like with makeup on. Kathy had gone for rosy eyes and subtle pink lip gloss. Jeannie loved it. In fact, the makeover was her favorite thing about her look. "It's pretty, Kathy," Jeannie said. "Thank you. I look really pretty." "Yes, you do. I'm sorry I couldn't do anything about the wrinkles in the corners of your eyes," Kathy teased. Jeannie threw her head back, chuckling. "I do not have wrinkles. Stop." Kathy threw her hands in the air in response. "You're all set, and you look completely gorgeous, my friend. Go out on this date and sweep Aaron off his feet." "I'll try," Jeannie said. "I wonder where he's taking me." "Well, Aaron is rich, so I'm thinking a fancy restaurant by the ocean, where the night breeze hits your face and makes you giggly." Jeannie nodded her head, buying into the idea. "I hope so. That sounds amazing. Are there any restaurants that are close to the ocean? There should be quite a number, Kathy answered. I bet he's going to take you to the fanciest one. It doesn't need to be fancy. I just really want to eat by the ocean. But even if he doesn't take me to somewhere like that, I don't mind. I'll just suggest it for the second date. Kathy gave her a knowing look. You're already thinking of a second date. Get through the first, woman. Usually, first dates are the make or break in a relationship. You could go out with him and find out that you both have nothing in common. That would be disastrous. Kathy. Oh no, Kathy stuttered. That's not going to happen. I was just ruminating. Everything is going to go great. You look nice. You smell nice. You have nothing to worry about. Just look at it like it's a casual outing with a friend. You and Aaron are already friends, right? Jeannie sighed and massaged the side of her head. They spent the next 5 minutes picking out a suitable pair of white heels and a white bag. Jeannie stood in front of the mirror for a while, checking to make sure everything was as perfect as it could be. She was about to go into the kitchen to grab something to drink when the sound of the doorbell startled her. He's here, Kathy shrieked. Are you ready, Jeannie? Oh, why am I so nervous? My palms are sweating. You told me not to be nervous, Jeannie whispered. Well, that's you, not me. I can be nervous, Kathy argued, shrugging her shoulders. Now listen, Jeannie. This is important. What? You're going to tell me now when my date is literally at the door? Jeannie asked. I'll be quick. Kathy cleared her throat. I am happy for you, Jeannie. I know it might seem weird that I am excited when it's your date and not mine, but I am. Jeannie, you deserve it. You're not too old to find love, or too busy to give your heart to someone. We both know that you have been through a lot to get here. Enjoy your date. You deserve it. Jeannie mellowed. Oh, Kathy, you have always been so cheesy. Thank you. I will try. Good. Now go. Hurry. Jeannie scurried to the door. Will you be here when I get back? No, I have to get back home and send the babysitter on her way. I'm sure the kids are waiting for me. Send my regards to the little angels and Travis, Jeannie said wittily. Love you, Kathy. Love you too. Jeannie took a deep breath and opened the door. I'm sorry for keeping you waiting. Her breath caught in her throat when she raised her eyes and they fell on Aaron's face. It was Aaron, yet. Jeannie was unsure. She had never seen him dressed this way. Aaron was in an expensive suit that fit him like a glove. His shoes shone, literally. Jeannie was positive that she could see her reflection in them. He had his black hair slicked back nicely and, under the lights, it had a silvery luster. His beard was trimmed, masterfully so. He must have done something to it because she couldn't see the gray strands anymore. Frank, what in the world? Jeannie mumbled, with her eyes still struggling to take all of him in. Aaron, Jeannie. He smiled. Jeannie shook her head vigorously. Right. Aaron. Sorry. You look nice in that suit. Really nice. I could barely recognize you. Aaron scratched his nape and chuckled. Thank you, Jeannie. You look gorgeous yourself. I couldn't find words to say when you opened the door and I saw you. Thankfully, I didn't drool. Jeannie laughed at his statement and shut the door behind her. Shall we? Aaron asked. We shall, Jeannie answered. They walked side by side to his car, and he was kind enough to open the door to the passenger seat for her. Jeannie thanked him as she got in. She was hit first with the scent of lavender as she sat. It was her favorite scent, and it immediately put her in a more comfortable mood. Aaron walked over to the driver's side and got in. He fastened his seatbelt and sat there, staring at her. Strangely, Jeannie didn't feel awkward or uneasy. Kathy had told her she looked gorgeous, and Kathy never lied. You're staring, Aaron, she said after a couple of seconds in silence. You're staring, obviously. I'm taking it all in, he answered, taking what all in. Your beauty, he stated. You look great. I love that dress on you. Oh, please, Jeannie said, fiddling with the hem of her dress. It's so casual. I feel bad now, seeing how fancy and expensive you look. That suit. Just how much money do you have? She asked curiously. I don't mean to be rude or anything, but the Frank you know could not have afforded it? Aaron asked. You can't blame me. You wore polo shirts all day. You were fine with doing manual labor at my bakery. And you walked around with pencils behind your ears. Aaron chuckled and dropped his gaze. Yeah, that's on me. But I really look like that on a normal day. You can ask anyone. I wasn't pretending, I promise you. I take it today is not a normal day? Aaron shook his head. No. It's a special evening. With a special lady. I had to look my best. Well, you did an outstanding job cleaning up, Jeannie said. You sort of look like this movie actor. I can't quite recall his name, but what I'm trying to say is that you look nice. If you keep complimenting me, Jeannie, it'll go to my head, he said. Jeannie looked out the window. Her eyes caught the awkward slant of her living room window's curtains. A close look revealed Kathy, who was squatting by the window and peeking at them from the lower corner. Jeannie stifled a giggle and shook her head. Kathy had been right about one thing. She had no reason to be nervous. Aaron had always made her comfortable, from the very first day they met. His gaze had changed in the last couple of days, and since he claimed to like her, she could guess why. He was good with her children, he was helpful, and, more importantly, he felt safe. She could have all the fun she wanted that night and push all her worries to the back of her head. As they drove into the street, Jeannie placed her head on the headrest and stole glances at Aaron. She didn't know what it was, but something had changed in the way she felt for him. It seemed more intense, more serious. She couldn't tell why Aaron liked her, or what he truly saw in her, but Jeannie decided not to think about it. Her mission was to have fun that night, not overthink and ruin things. She would not think of how her past relationship almost ruined her life, or how her ex-husband didn't love her enough to stay. Deep down, Jeannie wasn't sure if she wanted to date yet or give her heart to anyone. Still, the night had to go well. She needed a break from reality. By the way, Jeannie cleared her throat. Aaron? Yes? Where are we going? Jeannie asked. You didn't tell me the name of the restaurant. With a subtle smirk on his face, Aaron replied, You'll see. Chapter 12. It was not a restaurant. Jeannie was pleasantly shocked. They drove toward the dock and stopped where Jeannie could see a white yacht with the name Angel written on the side. Even though it was obvious, Jeannie was still skeptical. A yacht? She had thought that the best she was going to get was a fancy restaurant with a view of the ocean. She didn't expect that she was going to be on the ocean. Aaron, where are we going? She asked as they got out of the parked car and approached the dock. We're not going on a yacht, right? Why? Are you scared of the ocean? Aaron asked, taking her hand. Jeannie gasped, startled by the unexpected touch. Scared? Of course not, I love the ocean, she stammered. We're not going to a restaurant? Would you have preferred a restaurant? No, just answer the question, Jeannie said, chuckling. Yes, Jeannie, we are going on a yacht. Jeannie gasped, excited. Aaron, you rented a yacht for the date? That is so nice of you. Well, technically, I didn't rent it. The yacht belongs to me. Jeannie giggled and covered her mouth. Right. Aaron stared at her in amusement, as if he was curious as to what she found hilarious. Jeannie stifled her laugh and squinted her eyes. He looked serious, but she couldn't believe that the Frank she knew owned a yacht. Oh, you're serious? Jeannie asked. You own it? This big thing? It's not that big. Oh, you know it's big, Jeannie said. Aaron smiled. I own it, Jeannie, I bought it a couple of years ago, but I never really use it. Jeannie shook her head. Just how rich are you, Frank? Now I think you're doing it on purpose. Aaron chuckled. Jeannie, it's Aaron. They reached the dock and were greeted by a man standing by the ramp untying the yacht. Aaron exchanged a few words with him before they proceeded onto it. Jeannie felt tingles in her stomach as she stepped into the yacht. Her jaw dropped when she saw the arrangements made for her. There were rose petals lining a path to a table set for two, a table completely covered with plates of food. In the center of the table was an eye-catching bouquet with flowers of more colors than Jeannie could count. Soft jazz was playing from somewhere on the deck. It looked like a romantic scene from a book, one she never imagined she'd experience. Do you like it? Aaron asked, scratching the back of his head. I asked one of my workers for advice, and he said ladies liked things like this. I love it. Jeannie smiled. I really do. I wish I'd worn something warmer, though. Oh, I have blankets, Aaron said. Cozy ones, too. I expect the date to be, well, long, because I want to spend time with you. Jeannie turned away and stared at the table. She hadn't expected any of it. Her heart was beating wildly, and she felt hot even though the air was cold. It had been years since anyone had done something so thoughtful for her. She did not want to feel this vulnerable with anyone, but Aaron was causing her feelings to waver. Please sit, Jeannie, Aaron said. They are going to be raising the anchor soon, so we can be on our way. Jeannie placed her bag down and took her seat. Aaron sat across from her and took off his jacket. They sat in silence for a minute, listening to the men talk below. A few minutes later, the captain got on and they sailed. Jeannie took a sip of her wine and shut her eyes, feeling the cool breeze on her skin. Why don't you use your yacht often? Jeannie asked. If I had a yacht like this, I'd live on it. Oh, really? I think you'd get seasick a lot then, he answered. Oh, I don't think so. Jeannie shook her head. I can do it. I bet I can live on a yacht, in the middle of the ocean, away from everyone. All by yourself? Jeannie nodded. Well, I would be in contact with everyone, of course. My children. Kathy. Have you seen the ocean in the middle of the night, Jeannie? Aaron asked, leaning in. Well, yes, Jeannie answered. I've seen Titanic. It's not like Titanic. Aaron chuckled. It is pitch black, Jeannie, a kind of darkness you have never seen. The moonlight helps a lot, no doubt, and the stars. But there are nights when the moon is not in the sky. Those kinds of nights are scary. Light barely penetrates the ocean, so all you see is black. Flashlights aren't much help either. Then, you'd also hear noises you can't explain. How do you know these things? I watched a documentary once, Aaron answered. I love documentaries, Jeannie said. I do too. Aaron smiled. Now, do you still want to live in the middle of the ocean? Oh no, it's embarrassing to say, but I am terrified of total darkness, Jeannie said. Aaron scoffed. You're terrified of the dark, Jeannie? Really? Hey, don't make fun of me. I didn't say I was terrified of the dark. I said total darkness. That's two different things. What? So, you sleep with a nightlight? No, Jeannie said, and reached across the table to slap his hand. I sleep with the window open. The moonlight is enough. You know what I mean. I know what you mean. But it's weird. Is there anything else you're terrified of? Aaron asked. Alarms, she said. I hate alarms. They sound like doomsday warnings. Aaron threw his head back laughing. They began eating when they were a long distance away from the dock. The lights along the shore were beautiful, and Jeannie liked to stare at them. She stole glances at Aaron too, admiring him. She was happy, but somehow Jeannie found it weird just how excited she was. Oh, I was meaning to ask. Jeannie said, taking a sip of her wine. Why is the name of your yacht Angel? Was that the name of your late wife? Oh, it was the name of my late grandmother, Aaron answered. She was my favorite person in the world. That woman spoiled me to bits. That's sweet. My grandmother wasn't all that nice. She complained a lot, and instead of giving me money like normal grandmothers do for their grandkids, she asked me for money. Oh, Aaron said, and snapped his fingers. Right. Before I forget, I need to make a call, please. Is it a business call? Jeannie asked. No, I need to call Mason, Aaron answered. Mason? My Mason? Aaron nodded. Just as he pulled his phone out of his pocket, a call came in. Oh, he's calling me now. Jeannie stared at him, confused. He spoke of Mason like they were friends and she was the stranger. Jeannie didn't know if she was amused or if she was happy that Aaron was bonding with her son. She hadn't decided yet. Hey, Mason, Aaron said. He set the phone on the table and made sure that Mason could see Jeannie, too. Can you see us? Yeah, Mason said. Hang on a second. Jeannie stared at the phone, watching her daughters pop up on the screen one at a time. All her children were there. All except Lily. What in the world is happening? Jeannie asked. Why are you all on video chat with Aaron? Oh, I asked Mason for a favor, Aaron explained. I wanted to talk to them during our date. Jeannie raised her eyebrows. So, you invited my children and me on a date? Ah, well, Aaron stuttered. Technically, they aren't here. But, are you angry again? Not at all, Jeannie said, just confused. I wanted to apologize to them for lying, Aaron said, and turned to the screen. Hey guys. Hi, Aaron, Sarah said, waving at him. You look fantastic. Thank you, Sarah, Aaron answered. That was why I asked to speak to you three, Aaron said. I wanted to apologize for lying about my name. I didn't expect to talk to you guys that day. Your mother thought I was Frank, and I couldn't reveal the truth then. I apologize for the confusion. There's no harm done, Emily said. Are you guys on a yacht? Sarah asked. A yacht, Jeannie answered proudly. Seriously? Mason asked. Aaron rented a yacht for the date? You went all out, my man. It's his, Jeannie revealed with a smile on her face. He owns the yacht. Oh, I like you a lot better now, Aaron, Sarah said, smirking. Me too, Emily said. Mom's never been on a fancy yacht. She's never been anywhere, to be honest, Mason added. So, do you all forgive me? Aaron asked shyly. I promise. I only have good intentions with your mother. Oh, like Emily said, no harm done, Sarah said. Plus, Mom seems to like you, and that is rare. We've never seen her with a man before, so this is all new and exciting for us too. Don't embarrass me, guys, Jeannie asked. It's just a normal date with a good friend. Right, Mason said. Well, we'll let you both enjoy the rest of your date. Have fun, Mom. I'll call you in the morning. Yeah, have fun, Mom, Emily added. We love you, Sarah yelled. Love you too. Aaron ended the call and stuffed his phone back into his pocket. They stared at each other awkwardly and slowly smiled. You still think it's weird, don't you? Aaron asked. What is? Me, talking to Mason. I don't think it's weird, I just don't know what to think of it, Jeannie explained. All of this is relatively new for me. So, don't mind me. It just takes a while for me to adapt to things. No one has been this interested in my life. Or my kids. I understand that, Aaron said. If you think it's too soon for that, I'll stop. Trust me. But I'll stop only for a short while. Because I don't think it's too soon. I think we have a good relationship now, and I like talking to your son. So please don't make me stop. He's a soccer player. You know how hard it is to reach celebrities? Jeannie giggled. Ah, so you admit you're a fan? A big one, Aaron said. I really want to see him play one day. I never got to be a dad that cheered for his kid from the crowd and yelled, "That's my son!" or "That's my daughter." You know? That's why this is exciting for me. Jeannie slumped her shoulders. Aaron, I know, I know. You're not ready to be in a serious relationship, Aaron said. You don't have to feel bad about it. I just really want to spend time with you because I like you, and I like your children too. And we like you too, Jeannie said with a smile. Thank you, Aaron. I have no regrets meeting you. From the very first day, you've been a tremendous help, and I don't know why you're so kind to me, but you've made my move here so easy. Thank you. You're welcome, Aaron said. You've been helpful to me too. To be honest, I find it hard to bond with people, but it was easy with you, and I like it. You feel safe. Jeannie smiled widely. You feel safe too. They filled the rest of the evening with light talk about themselves. Jeannie ate a lot and drank just as much white wine. At one point, she could barely fit anything into her mouth again, she was so full. They moved to the edge of the deck and admired the view together. Aaron got her a blanket and put it over her shoulders. You were right, they are cozy, Jeannie said, causing Aaron to chuckle. We're heading back to the dock now, he said. Did you have fun, Jeannie? Or is there something else you want to do tonight? Oh no, I had a great time. Seriously, Jeannie said. It's my first time on a yacht, and it's pretty memorable. The night couldn't have gone any better. Plus, I ate so much. My stomach can't fit anything else in. It was thoughtful of you to bring me here. I'm glad you liked it. What about you? Did you have fun? I can be pretty boring. I had fun, Jeannie. Like you said, the night couldn't have gone any better. I was scared it was going to rain. Jeannie smiled. That would have been awesome. Aaron raised his eyebrows. Awesome? I don't think so. I like the rain, Jeannie said. I do too. When I'm home, in bed, with a cup of hot cocoa in my hand. Not on a yacht in a soaked suit and freezing. Don't you think? You're weird, Jeannie said. Getting drenched in the rain is romantic. I'm the one who's weird? Jeannie lifted her head in a snotty manner, then smiled and walked away. They spent the rest of the time talking about the things they liked until they reached the dock. From there, they listened to country music as Aaron drove Jeannie to her house. Thank you for tonight, I had fun, Jeannie said, unbuckling her seatbelt when they'd stopped in front of her house. Me too. I'll see you tomorrow at the shop? He asked. You will. But I'll only be there for about an hour or two. The carpenter isn't coming, so there's really no need to be there. But I need to make some notes on the things I still need. All right, I'll be there. Are you sure? Jeannie asked. I wouldn't want to steal you away from work. I can spare an hour or two. Great then. Jeannie smiled. I'll see you tomorrow, Aaron. See you tomorrow, Jeannie. Jeannie was torn between reaching in for a hug and just exiting the car. She froze for a few seconds, trying to decide. It felt too soon to hug him, so instead Jeannie opened the door and he finished opening the car door for her. They smiled at each other and she walked herself to her front door, turned and waved at him as he drove off into the night. I should have hugged him, she said to herself, standing with arms akimbo. Chapter 13. So, you're telling me he took you on a whole yacht? Jeannie had been on the phone with Kathy for over an hour. She had narrated the events of the night before about 5 times, and Kathy kept asking for more details. Jeannie had nothing else to say, but it convinced Kathy that there was more to it. Kathy, I already said yes 5 times, Jeannie groaned. Aaron owns a yacht, and he took me on it. It was fun, we had a swell time, and I ate so much food. We called the kids, had a friendly chat with them, and they like him. Did anything else happen? Did he take you home? Jeannie laid on the floor in the middle of her shop and sighed. Of course, he took me home. Would I have walked home? What is it you really want to ask? How did you end the night? Did you guys hug? Did you kiss? What? No, we didn't kiss or hug. Well, I thought you said you liked him. So? And he likes you too. What's the problem? You mean, even with the romantic setting, the roses, the wine, the yacht, Aaron's new look, his nice suit? You didn't share a kiss in the moment? No, we didn't. I told you. Aaron and I might like each other, but we're taking things slow, getting to know each other more. I don't think I'm ready for a serious relationship yet. Well, you said that before you met Aaron. I didn't think you were going to stick to that decision when you started to like him. Well, I'm sticking to it. My heart's not ready yet. Thankfully, Aaron understands that, and he's fine with it. Well, I'm not. Jeannie, you have been single for too long. It's time to change that. Come on, at least do it for me. Why is this bothering you more than it's bothering me? Jeannie asked, staring at the ceiling. It's my life, and I kind of like how things are with Aaron and me. Our relationship is special. Why do you care so much? Because Aaron is the most eligible bachelor in town. All of the women I know that are single want to be with him. I don't even understand how he has avoided them all. But the point is, out of all of them, he likes you. Yeah, I find that odd though, Jeannie mumbled. I don't think I'm all that fun. No kidding, Kathy teased. But that changes nothing. Don't lose Aaron, come on, just date him. We went on one date so far, Kathy. It's too early to say what the future might bring, she said. People go on one date and are automatically dating. Some people start dating even before they go on their first date. It doesn't matter. You've known Aaron for a while. Kathy, stop it. Aaron and I agreed to take it slow. Well, while you're taking it slow, Jeannie groaned. Kathy, don't you have work to do? I do, and it's killing me. I have this deadline tomorrow and I should have started it, but I can't because while I'm panicking on the inside, my body refuses to work. Well, when should you have started? The day before yesterday. There is absolutely no way I'm meeting that deadline tomorrow. It's not even remotely possible. What? Well, get on it then. Do you want to lose your job? Do you want me to be honest? That doesn't sound like a completely bad idea. I'm tired. I wake up tired, go through the day tired, and sleep tired. That's not living, is it? It doesn't matter right now. You made a promise to do the work, so do it, Jeannie told her. Stop procrastinating and just do it. The hardest part is starting, trust me. Once you start, the rest is easy. All right, fine, Kathy sighed. But if I get fired, will I have a job at the bakery? You know, once it's up and running? Jeannie rolled her eyes. Of course, but don't get fired. Your job pays much more than I will. Bummer. Can I come around after work and have a glass of wine with you before I go home? I really need it. No, Kathy, you have work to do. Don't even think of drinking until you finish it. Plus, the children are at home for summer break. They need you more than I do. But I need you more than they do. Jeannie chuckled. What does that even mean? Seriously, if I stay home with Travis for one more night, I might lose my mind. Yesterday, he broke a mug. And you know what he did? He swept it under the kitchen rug. One of my girls went into the kitchen, stepped on it, and it cut her foot. To make things worse, she was so angry at Travis that they went at it. They fought? Jeannie asked. It was hard to pry them off each other, Kathy explained. Then they yelled at each other for almost 30 minutes. And in the end, Travis still wasn't sorry. Jeannie sighed and shook her head. He really didn't apologize? Nope. He said it's her fault for stepping on it when he hid it so well. He even blamed her for getting in trouble. Jeannie heard a knock on the glass door and turned to find Aaron staring at her with a box of pizza and a bottle of wine in his hand. "Kathy, I need to go," Jeannie whispered into the phone. "Aaron's here." Kathy gasped. "Oh, are you both going out for dinner?" "No, but I'll call you later." "All right. Don't blow this, Jeannie. Seriously, it's a good—" Jeannie hung up the phone before Kathy could make her point. She sat up from the floor and smiled at Aaron as he walked in. Aaron sat on the floor with her and placed the box of pizza and wine down. "We really shouldn't be eating a lot of pizza, though," Jeannie said, opening the box. "Why? I like pizza." "I do too, but it's unhealthy." Aaron shrugged. "So, we won't eat it every day." "That's what we all say," Jeannie mumbled. "Hello, Aaron. It's nice to see you." Aaron smiled at her endearingly. "Hello, Jeannie. It's nice to see you too. Sorry I'm late. I got caught up at work." "It's all right. I got here not too long ago." Jeannie had gotten to the bakery 4 hours ago. She had said she'd spend an hour, but then the first hour passed and Aaron didn't show up. Then the second hour passed, and he still didn't come. After the third hour, she texted him, saying that she had just arrived at the bakery, and she asked if he wanted to come. She had spent 4 hours doing nothing but waiting. "We don't have cups, do we?" Aaron asked, uncorking the wine. "No, we do not." "We can just drink from the bottle then," Aaron said. "This wine has quite a lot of alcohol, so I'm giving you a heads up before we proceed." "I can handle it." "That's good to know. I can't drink much. I cannot hold my liquor." Jeannie chuckled. "Amateur." Aaron took a sip and passed the bottle to Jeannie before picking up a slice of the pepperoni pizza. They moved over to the counter and leaned their backs against it while they ate on the floor. Jeannie took a sip of the wine and immediately didn't like it. The taste was too strong. "What? You don't like it?" Aaron asked, watching her face. "It's just strong, so it took me by surprise." "It's nice," Jeannie answered. "I'm glad. So, Jeannie?" "So, Aaron? Tell me more about yourself," he asked, taking the wine bottle back. "Oh no." Jeannie shook her head. "Not this time." "Why not?" "Because I'm the one always doing the talking while you do the listening." "I enjoy listening." "No kidding," Jeannie said. "Don't get me wrong. I like that you listen, because I have stories to tell. Like a lot. Like they could make my entire life into a movie. Or probably a series. But tonight, I want to hear about you, Aaron. To be honest, I have a feeling you don't enjoy talking about yourself. You seem mysterious. And it doesn't help matters that you lied about your name and your occupation. So, tonight is all you?" "I don't actually have a lot to say," Aaron answered. "Well, say something. Anything. Tell me about your late wife. Tell me how you started your business. Tell me the challenges of a business owner so I can take notes. I want to listen to you." Aaron took a big gulp of the wine and cleared his throat. "All right. I won't bore you with business talk, but I can tell you about myself. I was an orphan growing up. My parents died and left me with debt. My grandmother was my everything. Her name was Angel Horn. She cared for me and my younger brother, took us in and raised us for a while. Then she died in my teenage years. I only had a small house in a small town in Texas to my name and a younger brother to take care of. I wouldn't say I was living at that point. I was merely floating through time. To pay off a lot of debt, I only had one option: carpentry. There was this old man who had a shop close to my house. He was nice, and when I asked him to teach me, he did. I worked at his woodwork shop for years, learning. It was what kept my brother and me from starving to death. Then the man passed away from heart failure. He had no family, no one. So, instead of closing the shop down, I ran it in his stead. Everyone already knew that I worked for him at that point, so they didn't question my abilities, and soon I started making money of my own. One lucky day, this big investor was passing through the town, and he liked one table I made. He gave me his card, referred me to his firm, and was my big break. I got more clients, more firms, and I started hiring people to help. Whoa, that had to take a lot of work, Jeannie said. Oh, it did. When Mr. Lawrence, the carpenter that owned the woodwork shop, died, I threw myself into work. That period was tough for me. I kept wondering why people around me had to die. Mr. Lawrence was like an uncle to me. He was the nicest person I knew. So, when he died so suddenly, I worked day and night. I was always at the shop. My brother used to sleep in the small office because I couldn't leave him all alone at home. I got into the milling business as a partner at first. It didn't just happen. I could buy out the rest of my partners after a couple of years, and I became the owner, then expanded here to Maine. Your brother, you once told me he was a banker. Yes, he is. Aaron nodded. I'm just glad he is safe and happy. Is he married? Engaged, Aaron answered. Finally, it took him long enough. Look who's talking, Jeannie said. You've been single for 15 years. Aaron chuckled and took another gulp of the wine. You want me to tell you the truth about that? Jeannie turned to him. I would love to hear it. All right then, Aaron said, sitting up. My marriage to Rose wasn't a bed of roses. In fact, I hated her before she died. Jeannie parted her lips in surprise. What? Why? I thought she was your first love and you couldn't get over her and all of that. Oh, she was. That's true. Rose was my first everything. We met in high school, dated, and broke up because she accidentally kissed another guy when she was drunk. Then we met years later, rekindled old flames, and got married. I loved her to the moon and back. But we fought a lot because her way of thinking, her approach to some things was so unusual. Unusual? Jeannie asked. First red flag. Aaron cleared his throat and drank from the bottle. She kissed a woman at a New Year's party. Her excuse? I wasn't there for her to kiss when the fireworks went off. Her other excuse was that it was a woman, so it meant nothing. If it was a guy, then I had every reason to be angry. She played it so well that I thought I was the one exaggerating. I loved her, and she loved me too, so I forgave her. Whoa, Jeannie said, trying to wrap her head around it. Then, second red flag. She went to a bachelorette party, got drunk, and made love to the male stripper that they hired for the bride. Jeannie audibly gasped. Oh, no way. I go to pick her up from the hotel the next morning, and I see her in bed with him. She apologized, pleaded, cried, emotionally blackmailed me, used my love for her against me, and so at the end, I forgave her. Jeannie bit her lower lip, fighting back the urge to tell Aaron that he was foolish. People who lived in glass houses never threw stones, and her house was made entirely of glass. Her marriage was a joke, and she had no right to judge. Then the third time was with one of my partners when I was still a partner at the milling factory. It was a Thanksgiving party. I took her with me, and she made love to him in the bathroom. I walked in with two of my partners, and they all saw her with her legs spread eagle. I was so embarrassed, I literally begged the ground to open up and swallow me. Jeannie covered her face with her hand. Aaron, please don't tell me you took her back after that. At that point, the bottle of wine was empty. Aaron dropped it to the floor and sighed. He could barely keep his eyes open, and his head was swaying from side to side. I didn't want to, he answered. When we got home that day, I asked for a divorce. I remember I wasn't even angry. I was just humiliated and disappointed in myself for letting Rose make a fool of me for so long. She begged me, tried all her tactics, but I didn't listen. Then we got the news. She had pancreatic cancer. I couldn't leave her then because she needed me, and I felt really sorry for her. She died less than 2 years after that. It hurt a lot because even though I hated all the things that she did to me, it felt wrong hating someone who's dead. Someone I had loved that much. It was the biggest mistake of my life, marrying Rose. I spent years loving one person, the wrong person. Jeannie placed her hand on his shoulder and sighed. I'm so sorry, Aaron. If it's any consolation, I know exactly how that feels. Loving the wrong person. Aaron dropped his head on her shoulder and stayed silent. His sudden action stifled Jeannie. She did not know what to do. Was he crying? Had she summoned terrible memories for him? Aaron, are you all right? She shook him, but he wasn't moving. Jeannie adjusted herself and tried to pry him off her shoulder, but he wasn't budging. As she panicked, she suddenly heard soft snoring coming from him. What in the world? She said, confused. Did you really fall asleep? Aaron? The snoring got louder, and Jeannie couldn't help but laugh. He wasn't lying when he said he couldn't hold his liquor. Jeannie pushed his weight off her and set him on the floor. He groaned and opened his eyes for a moment before shutting them again. Aaron, wake up. Jeannie shook him. Wake up. We need to take you home. Aaron groaned again and turned to his side. Jeannie stood up from the floor and stood over him. It was a terrible idea to let him drink while he told a sad story. Now what do I do? Chapter 14. Jeannie turned on the bed and was hit directly in the face by the harsh rays of the mid-morning sun. She lifted her hand to block the rays before she slowly sat up. The bed. Jeannie's eyebrows furrowed. She shut her eyes tightly, trying to recall the events of the night before. After Aaron passed out, she had tried so hard to wake him up. He finally responded, but he was tipsy, so he couldn't stand or make a coherent sentence. So she had to help him to his car. Right, Jeannie mumbled to herself, opening her eyes. Then I drove him here to my house because I had no idea what his address was, and he wasn't responding. They had made it to her house a little past 9 p.m. Jeannie had struggled to get him through the door and into her bedroom. She took off his shoes, his belt, and his socks. Then, when she had placed him underneath the blanket, she took out another and slept on the couch. Yes, she said out loud. I slept on the couch. I definitely fell asleep on the couch. But she was on the bed. Jeannie recalled dozing off with the remote in her hand. When she took her right hand out from underneath the blanket, she was still holding on to the remote. What in the world? Jeannie said, confused. Slowly, she got out of the bed, pushing the covers aside. She staggered a bit, feeling lightheaded. I knew that wine was strong, she muttered, trudging out of the room. A smile instinctively formed on her face when she saw Aaron in her kitchen with 2 cups of coffee in his hands. He lifted his head and laughed at her. You really love that remote, he chuckled. You refuse to let it go. Jeannie glanced at it and scratched her head. What happened? I remember falling asleep on the couch. You slept on the couch, Aaron said, handing her a cup of coffee. I carried you to your bed when I woke up. Jeannie raised her eyebrows. You carried me? Seriously? I didn't sleepwalk into the room and push you out of my bed? Nope. I wake up early on most days, and I had my alarm set for 5 in the morning. So, when I woke up in a strange bedroom, I didn't hit snooze. It took me a while before I gathered I was at your place. When I walked out and saw you sleeping on the couch, I felt bad and carried you to your bed. I tried to take the remote from you, but you didn't want to let go, and I didn't want to wake you. How thoughtful of you, Jeannie said, taking a sip of her coffee. You know what would have been really thoughtful? If you hadn't downed the contents of the entire bottle of wine and given me shoulder pain for at least a week. You are a heavy man, Aaron. Aaron bit his lower lip and slapped his palm to his forehead. Jeannie, I am so sorry. It was dark, and I couldn't exactly see how much wine I had drank from the bottle. You could have left me there, or left me in the car. Why would I do that? If I was drunk, I would have hated it if someone left me in my car. Well, next time, call someone. I could have crushed you if I fell on you, Aaron teased. Crushed is an exaggeration, Jeannie said, smiling. But I couldn't make any calls. My phone was dead, and yours was locked. You could have asked me for the passcode. You couldn't tell me your address? You really think you could have told me the passcode to your phone in your state? Right, sorry. My address is 24 Park Lane. My phone's password is Angel, with a capital A, Aaron said. For next time. There's going to be a next time that you get drunk and pass out? Jeannie asked. I hope so. This was fun. Jeannie laughed and sipped her coffee. It was the first time a man had slept over at her house. I have to go, Jeannie, Aaron said, rinsing his cup in the sink. Thank you for your help last night. I'm really sorry that I ruined our date and passed out, making you carry me all the way here. Jeannie wasn't aware that it had been a date. It's all right. I needed the exercise. Thank you for the pizza and the bitter wine. I knew you didn't like the wine. Only a little bit. Jeannie giggled. Do you have all of your stuff? Aaron tapped his pockets. Keys, wallet, phone. Yeah, I do. Let me buy you lunch tomorrow. Sure, I'd like that, Jeannie said. I got a fresh order for 10 shawls, so I'm going to be working on that too. Oh, don't tell me you're going to be busy doing it all weekend? I have plans for us this weekend. I won't, Jeannie said. The last time I was rushing the order because I needed the money. This time I'll take it slow and steady. Plus, I have you to help me, so I'll finish in no time. Me? Aaron placed his hand on his chest. Oh, come on. All that training couldn't be for nothing. You can knit now, so you need to practice to perfect it. Do I need to practice, or do you need an apprentice? A little bit of both. Jeannie winked. Don't say no. I promise I'll make dinner for us. What's your favorite thing to eat? Pizza, Aaron answered. Something other than pizza, Jeannie said. Mashed potatoes. Great. I'll make some mashed potatoes and we can make the shawls together. Aaron crossed his arms. If you are going to bribe me with food, then maybe you should offer me pizza. I'm not feeding you pizza, Aaron. We had pizza last time. And didn't your doctor ask you to stay away from fast food? Aaron waved his hand in the air. Oh, they just say that to make their jobs easier. They say it to stop you from slowly killing yourself. Now, we'll have mashed potatoes when you next come over. It'll be my treat. All right then. See you tomorrow, Aaron said. Bye, Jeannie. Wait, before you go. Jeannie rose from the chair. I'd like to invite you for service this Sunday. That's if you aren't busy. Service? Church, Jeannie clarified. Church service this Sunday. It starts at 8. You don't have to come if you don't want to. There's no pressure, but I would like it if we went together. I haven't been to church in about 20 years, Aaron said, bringing both hands to his hips. Why? I don't know. I just stopped, Aaron said. I'd love to go with you, Jeannie. I look forward to it. Really? That's great then. Thanks. See you tomorrow, Aaron. Aaron waved at her and made his way out the door. Jeannie sat back down, humming a song as she finished her morning coffee. She was in a much better mood than when she woke up. It was almost 10 in the morning, and she didn't have any plans for the day. At least, not yet. The carpenter was scheduled to come the next day and finish up the furniture. Everything was looking good. The only thing she hadn't taken care of was the paint. Jeannie had done it herself. She had gained experience painting her home back in New York, so she was positive that she could do a good job. Her ringtone startled her back to reality. Jeannie dragged herself up from the chair and hurried over to the living room. She picked it up and crashed on the couch. "Well, if it isn't the prettiest boy in the world," she said, smiling from ear to ear. "First off, I'm not pretty. I'm a handsome stud," Mason answered. "Second, you sound like you are in a superb mood. May I ask why? It should be 10 in the morning over there, and you are usually grumpy in the morning." "It's nothing. I was just having morning coffee." Mason paused. Aaron was there, wasn't he? He slept over. Jeannie covered her mouth to stifle her gasp. "No, he wasn't." "I can call him and ask. He won't lie to me because he likes me a lot. So spill it." "What are you, a wizard? How'd you know?" "Why else would you be in a good mood?" Mason asked. "I cannot believe you actually let him sleep over so soon." "There was nothing I could do about it. We had wine last night at the bakery and he literally passed out. Completely drunk. I had to carry him all the way to his car. He couldn't talk, so I couldn't get his address. That's why I brought him home." "Did you try checking his GPS for his address?" "His GPS?" Mason clicked his tongue. "Never mind. Sometimes I forget just how old you are." "Hey." "Sorry." Mason chuckled. "But I called to tell you something. I didn't call to hassle you." "I'm listening." "So, I officially have a girlfriend now." Jeannie shrieked. "Oh my goodness, I didn't think you had it in you. Usually you can't even look girls in the eye. Tell me all about her. Is she cute?" "She's beautiful, Mom. The most beautiful woman I have ever seen, actually. Her name is Paige. She's a Spanish newscaster. We met during an interview and last night, she agreed to be my girlfriend." "Oh, I'm happy for you, Mason. You must really like this girl," Jeannie said. "I do. We're taking it slow, but I don't know. I know little about these things. Perhaps I'll call Aaron and ask him." "You should," Jeannie said. "I know I can't tell you anything that'll help." "Yeah, no kidding. Isn't Aaron like your first boyfriend in years?" Jeannie rolled her eyes. "So? I meant he's a man, so you can speak to him. Man to man. Plus, he's not my boyfriend." "Are you really waiting for him to officially ask you out?" "Mom, he took you on a date on his yacht. He's been in your house twice." "That's not it. No doubt Aaron is an attractive gentleman, but I'm not ready to date yet." "You don't like him that much?" "That's not it either." Jeannie could admit to herself that she had fallen for the man, but she couldn't bring herself to say it. It scared her to give herself to someone again and risk having them trample over her feelings. Aaron didn't seem like that kind of person, but neither did Luca at the start. "Mom," Mason said, "I need to tell you something about Lily. She has been posting really disturbing stuff on her Twitter. Have you seen her tweets recently?" "No," Jeannie said, sitting up. "What things?" "I can't explain it. It's not suicidal or anything like that. She calls herself a baddie, posts pictures in really awkward poses, and posts quotes about women's bodies and its power or something." "Well, I opened a Twitter account because of her and she blocked me, so I can't see her posts. But I'll call her." "All right. I think you should. I've been trying to reach her now for a couple of days, but she isn't picking up her phone. She's ignoring me. Or something might be wrong. Try calling her. Lily has always been the dramatic one." "All right, I will. Love you." "Love you too. And please don't mess things up with Aaron. I really like him, and I think you both look great together." Jeannie threw her hands in the air. "Why is everyone telling me not to mess things up? When have I ever messed things up?" "That's not what I'm saying. I just want you to be happy, Mom. That's all. We all know you deserve it after living for us all your life. Live for yourself too. It won't hurt to take this leap with Aaron, you know. We're just looking out for you." Jeannie mellowed. "I know. Thank you, honey. Talk to you later. Bye." Bye. Jeannie immediately dialed Lily's number after the call dropped. She brought the phone to her ear and tapped her foot on the floor as she listened to it ring. After a couple of seconds, it directed her to voicemail. Lily here. Leave a message, but no one ever checks their voicemails. Lily, where are you? What have you been up to these past few days, and why haven't you called me back? This is not like you. Call me as soon as you get this. I'm serious. Call me. Jeannie ended the call and sighed. Lily was right. She wouldn't check her voicemail. So instead, Jeannie sent her a text message. She typed it out into about 3 paragraphs, ending it with a statement ordering Lily to call her. Then she hit send. Jeannie leaned on the couch and sighed. What do I do with this girl, for heaven's sake? Chapter 15. Lily, I am swiftly losing my patience with you. I know you see my texts. I know you see my voicemails. You cannot be so busy that you can't spare a minute of your day to return my calls. Call me. Now. Jeannie threw the phone on the couch and placed her hand on her forehead. She was worried sick. Lily was always on her phone. She ate with it, slept with it, and if she had the chance, she would have baths with it too. It was not like her to ignore Jeannie. Sometimes Lily got so mad at her that she refused to talk to Jeannie. But even those times, she would at least send a text message saying she was all right. But she didn't want to come out of her room. But we didn't have an argument, she mumbled. Jeannie paced the room. She and Lily were on good terms, to the best of her knowledge, hence there was absolutely no reason for her child to be ignoring her. Let's think, Jeannie. The last conversation that they had, Lily was late for a shoot. She had sounded like she was in a rush, and she promised to call back. Did something happen? Was Lily being held hostage? Had she been kidnapped? Was she lying on her bathroom floor unconscious with no one close enough to reach her? No, no, no. Mason had said Lily was on Twitter recently. That meant she was active on her phone. Was she also actively ignoring her mother for whatever reason? Did Jeannie do something to Lily that she didn't know about? That's not it either, Jeannie mumbled. What is it? Perhaps someone was pretending to be Lily. Mason had said that Lily had been tweeting strange things in the last few days. Lily was a strange child, but they were familiar with her strangeness. If Mason thought it was strange, then that meant it wasn't Lily. It was someone else. So, someone was holding Lily hostage and tweeting on her behalf to make it seem like Lily was the one doing it all by herself. Jeannie gasped and dialed Emily's number. She put it to her ear and increased the pace of her steps as she walked from one end of the room to the other. Hello, Emily? Hey, Mom, Emily said. What's wrong? You sound agitated. I am agitated. I think something is wrong with Lily, Jeannie said. Something must have happened to her. I'm so worried, it's killing me. What makes you say that? I haven't heard from her in over a week. No calls, texts, nothing. She's not responding to me. Well, maybe she's busy. You know how Lily is. Party till dawn, sleep till the evening. No, I don't think that's what it is this time. Usually Lily calls me. Even if she might not want to speak to me, she will at least ask me for money once every 2 weeks. She hasn't asked me for money in 3 weeks. Well, maybe she got a job that pays well. She always gets a job, but she spends all the money in the club and then asks me for more. It's a cycle we have lived for as long as I can remember, and right now, that cycle is broken, and it worries me. Mom, relax. It's Lily. Plus, I think I saw a video on her story 2 days ago of her partying in a club. She's fine. What if it isn't her? Jeannie asked. What if it's someone else who is pretending to be her? The person must be her exact twin then, Emily said. What if it's an old video, and an imposter is posting that to throw us off? It wasn't. There was a timestamp. Mom, Emily insisted. Relax, it's Lily. You know how she is. I can't help that I feel so tense, Emily, Jeannie said. Lily might act all tough, but she's only 18. I have this awful feeling in the pit of my stomach. All right, how about this? I will get in touch with Lily and make her call you, Emily suggested. Can you trust me to do that? Yes. Lily listens to you. Please call her and ask her to call me. Or you could just record her voice and send it to me. I just want to know that she's safe. I'll do just that, Mom. Relax, all right? I'm sure there's nothing to be worried about. I'll talk to you later. All right, love you. Love you too. Jeannie leaned on the couch and emitted a soft sigh. Talking to Emily had calmed her down. Jeannie tried not to imagine the worst. Lily had a knack for going AWOL. Jeannie hoped it was one of her tantrums and that it was nothing to worry about. With that out of the way, she made her way to the bakery with 2 paint cans in hand. Jeannie was too stressed to do it herself now, so she hired a painter instead. That way, she could focus on the new order of shawls and on finding out what Lily was up to. As she walked down the street, she thought about Aaron and their knitting date, as she called it. That night, Jeannie had frustrated Aaron, and he swore never to pick up knitting needles again. But 10 minutes in, he did, and he helped her tremendously with a shawl. They had eaten the mashed potatoes and chicken she prepared for him, and after, they watched an old movie together before Aaron had to leave. Jeannie couldn't help but think that she and Aaron looked like a couple. He was in and out of her house, they went on dates, they were always at the bakery together, and they obviously had feelings for each other. It felt like Jeannie was deceiving herself. If she wasn't dating Aaron, then what exactly was she doing? Why are you carrying cans of paint? Jeannie jumped, startled by Aaron's voice. Christ, you scared me. Everything scares you. Now tell me, what's with the cans? Where did you come from? She asked, scanning the street. Your bakery, he answered. You told me you'd be there, but when I arrived, it was locked. Jeannie scoffed. Do you even work, Aaron Horn? Ouch. Of course I work. I just prefer to do it late at night so I can spend the day with you. I own the mill. You know, I don't clock in and clock out. Well, it feels like I keep stealing you away from work. I feel bad. Don't you like my company? Of course I like your company. That's why I feel bad. You're sure it's not affecting your business? It's not, I promise. I enjoy working at night. It's quiet. Well, all right then. Jeannie smiled. By the way, Aaron said, you haven't been to my house at all, and I've been to yours like 4 or 5 times. Don't you think it's time you visited me? I want to cook for you. What's your favorite thing to eat? Jeannie laughed sharply. You can cook? Aaron scoffed. What do you take me for? Of course I can cook. I've been alone almost all my life. Who do you think takes care of me? Me. All right then. I'll take your word for it. Don't take my word for it. Let me cook for you. Come to my house and we'll have a date there. We can sit by the fireplace and watch a movie, or you could bring your knitting stuff and we'll make the shawls. Jeannie slowly smiled. I knew it. I knew you liked it. It wasn't terrible. It's just frustrating. You make one mistake, and you have to loosen 2 good lines. That's not fair. Don't worry. Soon you'll be perfect at it, and you won't be worried about making mistakes again. I really don't think it's a skill I need, to be honest. Isn't there, like, a machine for it? There are, but it's different when it's handmade. Jeannie explained. There's more detail, and it's hand-knitted with a lot of love. Oh, all right. But I don't think you'll have time for it when you open the bakery. Or do you still plan on running the website and the bakery too? Oh no, I don't plan to. Once the bakery is up and running, I will shut down the website. I can't do both of them at once. Making baby clothes was just a side job I started when I needed to make some more money. I'm surprised that I still get orders to this day. Yeah. You can still do it for fun though. I'm all for the idea that whatever you do that makes you happy, it shouldn't be the source of your income, too. Jeannie squinted her eyes and stopped walking. You lost me. Work should be something you love doing, right? Yes. But you don't get my point. What I mean is, if you turn something that brings you joy into a business or a job, then you'll get bored or frustrated by it quickly. If it becomes a chore, you won't enjoy doing it too much, and then you get depressed. Jeannie crossed her arms. I don't think that's true. You can make money from something you love doing without it being a chore. I love knitting shawls. I don't think it's a chore. What did you do before you came here to Chickadee? I was a kindergarten teacher. Why did you become a kindergarten teacher? Jeannie shrugged. Because I love children. I raised 4, and although it was difficult, I loved every moment with them. Did you love your job as a kindergarten teacher? I did. Would you do it all over again? Oh, definitely not, Jeannie said. I only did the job because it was available and I had experience with kids. I wouldn't do it again. Do you see my point? Erin asked. I bet if it wasn't your primary source of income, you would have loved being a kindergarten teacher. That's my thought, though. At the beginning, when I started carpentry, I didn't like it so much. But it grew on me, and sometimes I did it for fun. But then, I did it to survive. And boy, I was almost depressed. Then, when I got the milling business, I started doing it for fun again. Jeannie nodded. I guess that just proves that people don't like to be forced to do stuff. Right, Erin said, nodding. Back to my first question. Why do you have cans of paint, Jeannie? I want to paint the bakery, she answered. At first, I thought I could do it myself, but I can't. So, I'm going to hire someone. You want to paint the entire store with 2 cans of paint? Erin asked, lifting his eyebrow. That's not nearly enough. I know that. But it's a start, I guess. When I get the painter, he'll tell me how much more I need, and we'll proceed from there. I can paint the shop for you, Erin offered, taking 1 can from her hand. It'll be easy. No, Jeannie said sternly. Absolutely not. Why? I used to paint, you know. I made money from it for almost 3 years. I bet I can do a better job than the local painter. Erin, you're not painting the bakery, Jeannie insisted. And why not? Because I said so, Jeannie said. I think I should turn some of your offers down once in a while. Why are you so willing to help? Why is that so wrong? It makes me feel wrong, that's why, Jeannie said as they reached the front of the bakery. I can count on my fingers the things I've done for you. Literally. I'll use just 1 hand. But you, on the other hand, have done too much. Sometimes, help can become a burden, you know? I feel like I owe you. You're the one who always thinks every good deed comes with a price, not me, Erin said. I just want to help. I've got nothing else to do during the day, and I am bored out of my skin when I'm not with you. So, let's paint it together. I'll bring pizza. Enough with the pizza, Jeannie said, stifling a smile. I don't want your help this time. Please? Who begs someone to accept their help? Me. Come on, I prefer doing this over making shawls. Erin placed his hands on her shoulders. Save me, Jeannie. Jeannie giggled. Erin, come on. You just need to say yes, and I'll be back tomorrow with my tools. Tomorrow's Sunday. We have church, remember? Plus, I'm meeting with the printer down the road. I need his help making ads to paste around the town. I need to hire people. Right, he whispered. Monday. We'll do it together on Monday. Come on, say yes. It'll be a great bonding experience. If you decline, I'll just come here in the middle of the night, break in, and paint the bakery. Then you'll feel terrible. Jeannie averted his gaze. All right. Fine. Thank you, Erin. But I insist I pay you for the stress. Aaron tilted his head to the side. You insult me. I insist. You couldn't afford me even if I let you pay. Fine, I'll just opt for a painter that I can afford. Aaron groaned. All right, fine. But I would like to be paid with wine. Expensive wine. Jeannie rolled her eyes and stretched her hand forward. Fine. Deal? Deal. Jeannie unlocked the door and walked into the shop. Aaron didn't. He stood at the door and stared at his phone. Aren't you coming inside? She asked. Aaron looked back up and smiled. I sort of have to go, but only for about 2 hours. I'll be back before the carpenter is done with the chairs. All right. See you later. See you later. Jeannie watched him get into his car with a smile on her face. Jeannie liked the attention from Aaron. Chapter 16. He said he'd be here, so I reserved this seat for him. I haven't seen Aaron in church before, Kathy replied. Well, he said he was coming. If you say so. Jeannie brushed her hand over her dress and took in a deep breath. She had put on a brown V-neck dress with pearls on only the upper part and a small slit down the middle. It was one she liked because it sat on her body nicely. She had on a black beret and her hair was tied in a low ponytail. Jeannie had even gone a step further by putting on some pink lipstick and light powder. It took her minutes of staring into the mirror for her to decide that she looked fine. Church was not a date. It's not a date, is it? Kathy asked with a frown on her face. Because that would be absurd. We're in church. It's not a date. Why would you think that? Jeannie rasped. I just wore lipstick because my lips were chapped. That's all. Right. I thought it was because Aaron was coming. He's coming? Jeannie gasped and turned toward the door. She dropped her shoulders when she saw no one at the entrance, but her eyes found someone else. A weird but pretty lady with loud red lipstick and dress. She was glaring at Jeannie, and not subtly. Jeannie cleared her throat awkwardly and looked away. Perhaps she was overthinking things again. You need to relax, Jeannie. Service will begin soon, and I'm sure Aaron will come if he said he will. No need to be all tense. I'm not tense. It's Aaron. Why would I be tense? Because it's Aaron, the man you really like. Jeannie shut her eyes and took in another deep breath. Aaron wasn't the only thing on her mind causing her frantic demeanor. There was the issue with Lily, too. Jeannie didn't think she was supposed to be sitting there when she couldn't reach her daughter. Emily said she was going to call when she got in touch with Lily, but it had been a day, and she still hadn't gotten back to her. Jeannie wanted to believe everything was all right. She had prayed about it so many times, but she was on the verge of calling the police. I'm sorry I'm late. Jeannie raised her head and smiled at Aaron. Oh. The man could dress when he put his mind to it. His brown suit was better than fine. The expensive fabric, the chiseled biceps rippling from beneath, his lofty pecs, the hint of a smile on his lips. Everything stood so nicely on him. Jeannie's words caught in her throat. Oh my goodness. It is a date, Kathy said. That's weird. You guys even matched your outfits? Aaron took his seat and unbuttoned the jacket. We actually didn't plan this. It just happened. He smiled at Jeannie, waiting for her to say something. Hello, Jeannie. You look like you've seen a ghost. Your suit is so nice, she said, running her hand over the fabric. Thank you. You look beautiful as well, Aaron said, beaming. I'm sorry I'm late. I couldn't decide on what to wear. Jeannie snorted. You're kidding. No, I'm not. Really, I couldn't decide. It has been that long since I came to church, and I somehow forgot how to dress or what was appropriate. Well, you chose well. You look good in suits. Wear them more often. Yes, ma'am. Jeannie leaned back and smiled to herself. She could feel the stares at the back of her head before she even turned around to see some ladies staring at them and whispering. Jeannie guessed they were curious because of the matching outfits. It was probably easy for them to draw conclusions. The service started a few minutes after Aaron arrived. Aaron didn't speak a word to her the entire time, and he was fully attentive to the sermon. Jeannie stole glances at him so much that she got distracted trying to confirm that he was listening. The service went smoothly, but just when they were making announcements for all the women to wait behind after service, the pastor took the mic and set his gaze on Aaron. "I would like to recognize Aaron Horn, the owner of the biggest sawmill in Maine." "Oh boy," Aaron mumbled. "The biggest," Jeannie whispered to him. "One of the biggest," Aaron whispered back. "Mr. Horn, it's a profound pleasure and surprise seeing you here today. Might I add that Mr. Horn's donations to the orphanage are always the largest and have been of immense help." "Well, there goes my anonymous status," Aaron said, massaging his temple. "It's nice having you here today. If it's not too much to ask, please wait after the service. The ministers and I would like to specially thank you. God has been using you to bless the children. Mr. Aaron Horn, everybody." The congregation diverted their eyes to Aaron and clapped loudly. Aaron looked uncomfortable, but he tried to feign a smile. "Now I see why he doesn't come to the church," Kathy said. "Yeah, no kidding. Everyone is staring at him," Jeannie said through clenched teeth. After a couple of seconds, the people turned their gazes away and faced the podium again. Aaron sighed in relief and fiddled with his fingers. "Jeannie," he whispered, "are you leaving right after the service?" Jeannie leaned in. "Well, I would like to, but I can't." "Why not?" "We have a meeting after the service. All the women are expected to wait behind for a quick meeting with the pastor's wife." "Oh, then you don't mind if I slip out during grace, right?" Aaron asked. "I'd love to drop you at home, but I really don't want to wait after the service." "Why not? All the pastor wants to do is thank you. If you leave, they would be very confused." "Yeah, I hate that kind of attention. It's awkward and unnecessary. And if I leave, they will come to you, because you are dressed like my wife, if we're being honest with each other." Jeannie giggled. "That's true. So, when the pastor comes to you, please tell him that something very urgent came up, and I had no choice but to leave, but I will come by during the week and see him personally." "Will you really come during the week?" "I will," Aaron said. "It'll be just him, and I can handle just him. I can't handle a group of people thanking me. It makes me feel very uneasy." "Just stay, Aaron," Jeannie said. "I'm sure it will take 5 minutes to speak to them. After that, you can run away before all the ladies flock around you." Aaron stared at her. "You really think I'll attract any ladies in this suit?" "You'd be surprised," Jeannie said, giggling. "Although I thoroughly enjoyed the sermon, you are still the reason I came. So help me. I don't want the pastor to think I ran away." "You are running away." "Jeannie." "Fine, I'll cover for you." "Thank you. I'll slip out during grace." As if on cue, the pastor asked them all to bow their heads while the church shared grace. Jeannie exchanged glances with Aaron and shut her eyes. Jeannie felt a peck on her cheek, and, soft as it was, it shook her down to her bones, but she kept her eyes closed. When she heard the congregation's chorus, "Amen," she opened her eyes to an empty seat. Aaron was gone. "Where's Aaron?" Kathy asked. Jeannie stared at her for a few seconds before she could gather herself. "Oh, he got a call. He had to leave." "Bummer. We can't leave yet, though. We have a meeting." "Gather round, ladies," Jeannie heard the pastor's wife say. Mrs. Wilson was older than them, but she was also petite. She had on a large, frilly hat that covered her face to a good extent. "Hello, ladies. Before we start, I'd like to say something," the lady with red lipstick said when all the women were seated on the same pew. "All right, make it quick, Isabel," Mrs. Wilson said. I baked fresh cookies this morning and I brought some for you fine ladies, she said. My birthday is tomorrow. I'll be turning the big 50. There will be a dinner at my house, and I hope that all of you that receive my invite will come. Isabel went round sharing cookies nicely wrapped with a ribbon on top to all the ladies. She went row by row, handing them out. The women seemed to like her a lot, and Jeannie had to admit that Isabel was beautiful. She looked like she modeled, or she used to. When she reached Jeannie's row, Jeannie smiled and stretched out her hand to receive Isabel's gift, but to her surprise, Isabel skipped her and grunted. Jeannie found it hard to shut her mouth. Kathy saw it too, and rejected Isabel's cookie. She grunted at Isabel too, and rolled her eyes. "How dare she?" Kathy said, shaking her head. "Some women are just so petty." "I don't even know her," Jeannie said, flabbergasted. "She glared at me like I was evil, Kathy." "Oh, don't mind her," Kathy whispered. "That's Isabel Archer. Her father is a politician and she's a divorcee. Her ex-husband was a plastic surgeon." "What does that have to do with me? She doesn't know me. I've never met her." "Yeah, but she used to date Aaron. In fact, she was his last girlfriend about 2 years ago, if I remember correctly." "Girlfriend?" Jeannie asked. She felt the heat rise in her throat. "You didn't expect Aaron to have ex-girlfriends?" Jeannie crossed her arms. "That's not what I was thinking about. I still don't see how it concerns me." "Well, everyone here knows you're dating Aaron Horn, and your matching outfits only further confirms it. Isabel here still likes Aaron, like a lot. Like, during meetings or house fellowships, she always talks about him. She is so obvious. I mean, I don't see why she's jealous." "Jeannie, maybe you haven't noticed it yet, but most people in this town aren't blind. They see, and they see very well. I heard somewhere in my office that Aaron is at the bakery all the time. That's how small this town is. Would you just accept it?" "Aaron and I aren't in a relationship," Jeannie rasped. "Stop it." "Fine, if you say so." Jeannie sighed. "I guess I won't be invited to Isabel's birthday dinner." Kathy laughed quietly, and Jeannie laughed too. The smile completely left Jeannie's face when she saw the pastor approaching her. Aaron was right. He was coming to her. "Hello, ma'am," the man said, lowering his head. "Good afternoon, Pastor Wilson." Jeannie cleared her throat. "How can I help you?" "What's your name, if I may ask?" he said. "Oh, Jeannie. Jeannie Horn. Miller. Jeannie Miller," she stuttered. "It's Jeannie Miller, I'm sorry. Mr. Horn had to leave because he received a call, sir. And I'm sorry." Pastor Wilson smiled. "Are you lying, Mrs. Miller?" "It's Miss Miller. And yes, I am indeed telling a lie." She nodded and leaned forward. "You see, Aaron said he was going to come to you personally later in the week. He didn't really like the attention, and he'd hoped his donations would remain anonymous." "Ah," Pastor Wilson nodded. "I did not know that I made him uncomfortable. It's just, I've been looking for means to thank him for all his help with the orphanage, but he never gives me an audience. I probably should have waited till after the service to greet him." "Probably. It would have been better if you hadn't caught him by surprise," Jeannie said. "You technically gave him a heads up to run away, but he'll come see you. He promised." Pastor Wilson smiled. "Thank you, Miss Miller. I hope you enjoyed the service?" "I really did. Thank you. Happy Sunday, Pastor Wilson." "I'll let you get back to your meeting. Happy Sunday, Miss Miller." Jeannie smiled as he walked away. She turned to Mrs. Wilson, trying to catch up on the discussion, but a nudge on her side distracted her again. "Even the pastor thinks that you and Aaron are an item," Kathy whispered. "That's only because we dress to match," Jeannie answered. "Now hush, I'm trying to listen. What's the meeting about?" A love feast for the house fellowships, Kathy explained. Mrs. Wilson wants the women to plan it. For that, they need ideas. Oh. Jeannie wasn't mentally available to help. She had too much to think about. It bothered her that Emily hadn't gotten back to her when she said she would. Jeannie sighed and whipped out her phone from her purse. She texted Lily again, asking her if she was okay, and then texted Emily, asking her for an update on the situation. "What's wrong?" Kathy asked. "You look troubled." "Oh, it's Lily," Jeannie answered. "That girl is going to be the death of me, and I am not exaggerating. My heart has lost its rhythm because of her. She has refused to call me or text me. She has completely gone AWOL. I don't understand it. If she's okay, and if she's tweeting and posting like her siblings say she is, then why won't she call me? Why won't she text me?" "Does she do that a lot?" Jeannie shook her head. "No. She's always in touch with me. She always needs money, and she does this thing where she'll call me first, ask me to send her money, then call her siblings and ask them the same thing. That was how she had a lot of money to squander on drinks and clubs. But I asked all her siblings. She hasn't asked them for money in weeks." "Maybe she got a good job? And she didn't call to tell me?" Kathy nodded. "Yeah, I see the problem. You're right to be worried. I'd be worried too if Travis went a week without kicking someone. But if Lily always kept in touch, then there's something wrong somewhere." "Right?" Jeannie said. "It could be nothing, but I'm hoping Emily will get through to her and call me." As if in cue, Jeannie's phone rang. Emily was calling. She rose to her feet and scurried out of the church before accepting the call. "Emily? Hey, any news?" "Mom, I think you're right to be worried. Lily isn't responding to me either. I'm not convinced that something is wrong with her, and I firmly believe she's just ignoring me, but there has to be a reason she's ignoring all of us." Jeannie shut her eyes and exhaled. Her worry was mixed with anger now. Something had to be wrong with Lily. Something life-changing, devastating, or damaging. Because if that wasn't the case, and they were all worried for nothing, Jeannie was going to kill Lily with her own hands. "I'll ask Mason to book me a flight to California as early as possible. I don't have enough money to spare for the flight." "I'll book it and send you some. Don't worry, it's Lily." Chapter 17. "Are you sure you don't want me to come with you? I could book a flight right this instant." Jeannie touched Aaron's hand on his lap and squeezed it. "No, you can't come with me. It's my daughter. I'll handle it." "How about you call the police?" Aaron asked, keeping his eyes on the road. "I have to confirm that she's in trouble first," she answered. "Don't worry, I'll call you as soon as I land in California." She spent all night packing a small bag for her trip. Luckily, Emily had booked one for that afternoon. Jeannie had thanked her, and she had cried a little before she went to bed. "Oh, by the way, I told Pastor Wilson you ran away yesterday," Jeannie said. "Lying is not my forte." Aaron glanced at her. "You traitor." Jeannie giggled. "You promised to go see him, and I told him that, so stick to your word, all right? Go and see him." "I will," Aaron whined. "But you're sure I can't come with you?" "No," Jeannie said sternly. "I'll only be gone a few days." "I'm not only going for you," Aaron said. "Lily is the only one I haven't met yet. Mason and I are friends. Emily told me she likes me, and Sarah likes me more. But Lily, it's like you saved the toughest one for last, given how much I've heard about the little angel." Jeannie snorted. "Little angel?" "Aaron, I get you want to make a good impression, but you don't have to lie. If any of my children is an angel, it would be Sarah. Emily is practically my mother because she nags me, and Mason acts like a father figure all the time. Lily, I don't even know what to call her. She's sweet when she wants to be, but she is also a handful. They all are so different, yet they look so much alike." Aaron smiled. Let me come with you then. Aaron. Fine, I'll stop asking. Can you open the glove compartment and bring out the small bag with a key in it? All right, Jeannie said and obliged. She reached into the glove compartment and retrieved a tiny see-through bag with a house key and a small note. What's this? It's the key to my small apartment in Beverly Hills. The note contains my passcode and the address. Jeannie parted her lips and stared at him. You have an apartment in Beverly Hills? I do, Aaron said. I have houses in various cities that I sometimes lease out to people. Thankfully, this one in Beverly Hills is currently unoccupied. That's great, but I'll just stay with Lily. She has her own space, Jeannie said. I know that. I wanted you to take her to my place. There's a pool and a jacuzzi. I'm trying to make a good impression. Come on, take the key. You are unbelievable, Jeannie said. But if you're looking for a way into Lily's heart, then this will surely rip the doors of her heart off its hinges. Lily likes fancy things, but I have a feeling that if I take her to your house, she'll throw a party. So, let her. You'll be there to supervise. Jeannie put the key in her bag and turned to him. Thank you, Aaron. Hopefully she's all right. I'm sure she'll like you. I hope so, Aaron said with a smile. Oh, I wanted to ask you something, Jeannie said. Yesterday, something bizarre happened to me. A lady called Isabel. I've forgotten her last name. Archer. Oh, you remember her. Splendid. Jeannie bit the inside of her cheek. Anyway, she was handing out cookies in the church yesterday, and for a reason that starts with the letter A and ends with the letter N, she didn't give me any. Aaron glanced at her. You're upset because you didn't get a cookie? No, I'm not upset. Isabel was rude to me, and from what I gathered, it's because of you. She glared at me, grunted at me, gave me dirty looks. I didn't understand it. This woman barely knows me. Then I found out that she is your ex-girlfriend and… Oh, girlfriend is not the term I would call it, Aaron said. Then, what would you call it? Aaron thought. You know this relationship of ours, where I'm ready to go all out with you, and you are not sure you want a relationship, and you want to take it slow? Yeah. Let's just say I was you, and Isabel was me. I liked Isabel, and we had a lot of fun together, but in the end, we wanted different things. Very different things. She loved parties. I've grown to despise them. She was intense and moving too fast. That's why we split. I thought she hated me. She doesn't even speak to me anymore. Oh, so that's the story. Well, you should know that because of you, I didn't get invited to her birthday dinner this evening. Aaron chuckled. Well, if it's any consolation, I didn't get an invite either. They soon arrived at the airport and Aaron hugged her goodbye. He had a meeting to get to, so he drove off after making sure she'd walked into the airport. Jeannie quickly got her bags checked in, and she waited a while for boarding to begin. The flight was several hours, and all Jeannie did within that period of time was worry. She tried to sleep, but she couldn't. She couldn't eat either. The closer they got to California, the more agitated she became. The tension was killing her. When she finally landed, Jeannie placed a quick call to Aaron, telling him she had arrived. It was 4:15 in the evening. She got her bag, hailed a taxi, and made her way to Beverly Hills. Oh my goodness! Her heartbeat was uncontrollable at that point. Why did she have such an awful feeling like Lily was in trouble? Jeannie shut her eyes and listened to herself breathing. There was no way she was going to handle any situation in that state. Perhaps she should have just allowed Aaron to accompany her. We're here, the taxi driver said after about a 40-minute drive. Thank you, Jeannie said and paid the man. He helped her with her bag and she thanked him again before she walked into the apartment complex. The elevator took a while to get to the ground floor, but when it did, She got in and made her way up to the third. Jeannie stood in front of Lily's door, said a short prayer, and knocked. After a few seconds, she heard the door unlock. It opened slightly but was held by a chain lock. From the crack, she could see a pair of big brown eyes staring at her. "Mom?" That was all she heard before the door shut again, and she heard the door lock jiggle. "Mom?" Lily muttered as the door moved. "Mom?" Lily opened the door with shock written all over her face. "What the hell? Mom, am I dreaming? I don't think I'm dreaming. And I'm not drunk either. You're really here. Oh my gosh." Jeannie stared at her frail-looking daughter in disbelief. "Oh, Lily. Are you dead, Lily? Are you dying, Lily? You don't look decapitated to me. You don't look blind to me, either." Lily furrowed her eyebrows in confusion. What do you mean, Mom?" "You don't look half dead to me," Jeannie continued with a slightly elevated voice. "You made me fly almost 6 hours, knowing that I don't really like planes. You made me come all this way, on a 6-hour flight to you, with a bottle of white wine in your hand and a smile on your face." "Oh, did you call?" Lily asked. Jeannie's right eye twitched. Did I call? Did I call? Lily Smith, you are asking me if I called you?" Lily recoiled, obviously scared. "All right, calm down, Mom. I promise there's an explanation for this." "Oh, there is." Jeannie nodded and walked into the apartment. "There has to be. A very brilliant explanation needs to come out of your mouth right this minute, or I'm dragging you by the hair to Chickadee, where you will spend the rest of your life working at the bakery." "Hello, Jenny." Jeannie's skin crawled. There was only one person on earth that she knew owned that icky voice and called her Jenny, because according to him, Jenny sounded better. Jeannie still gasped when she saw him. "Now I understand why I had such an awful feeling." "Let's be civil now, honey." "Don't call me that. It makes my skin crawl." "Why are you here?" "To spend time with my child." Jeannie clenched her jaw and glared at him. It made her furious when he called her children his. Luca still had his smug smile that he was so convinced was charming. He had cut his beard short, but the mixed colors made it look like zebra stripes. He even looked buffer than she remembered. Jeannie asked Lily, feeling betrayed. "Lily, how long has this man been here?" "This man is my dad, Mom." "Now will you both stop fighting?" Jeannie shut her eyes. "How long has this man been here?" she asked, controlling her temper. Lily got the message and swallowed. "About a week." "Ah," Jeannie said. "And you let him into your home? Into your life?" "Mom, it's my dad. What did you expect me to do?" "After all the warnings, Lily?" Jeannie said. "You were 3 the last time you saw him. 3 years old. What do you know? What do you think you know? You did this, and then you kept it a secret from me? You shut me out? Shut your siblings out? Over him?" "Jenny, that's not what happened," Luca chimed in. "I wasn't talking to you, and I am warning you, not asking. Do not call me Jenny. My name is Jeannie Miller. I fought long and hard to get my last name back." "Mom, really, that's not what happened," Lily said. "I was at a party and I lost my phone. I just got a new one this morning. Luca got it for me. It's the latest iPhone." "Oh, really? Your brother saw your tweets and your posts? I'm not even angry that you blocked me on all your social media. I'm more disappointed. I used a friend's phone to update my pictures and Twitter. I have to stay active somehow on social media. That's how casting directors notice you. And you didn't think to reach out to us and tell us you were all right?" "We tried, but Mason, Emily, and Sarah weren't answering Dad's call, and you obviously blocked his number. How was I to reach you?" "I don't know. Maybe a payphone? A friend's phone? What has gotten into you, Lily?" Lily sighed in frustration. "You're overreacting, Mom. It's not a big deal. I just got a phone, and I was about to call you. You know I always call. Jeannie, you're scaring her, Luca said, taking a step forward. How about you? How about you leave? Jeannie lashed at him. Why are you here? Why are you bothering Lily? After what you did to her and her siblings, you don't think you should hide your face around them? Are you that shameless? I will not let you speak to me like that in front of my daughter, Luca said. Stop calling her that, Jeannie said, red with rage. You have no right. Why are you here? You'll leave again and break her heart like you always do. She might not remember it or recall all the things that happened to her because of you, but I do, and I will never forgive you. Can you both stop fighting, please? Lily asked. Mom, you can just sleep with me. Dad sleeps on the couch anyway. No, send him away. He has money of his own. I'm sure he can afford a hotel. Don't be childish. I will be whatever I want, Jeannie rasped. Send him away, Lily. Now. Leave, Luca. I can't do that, Mom. He's my father, Lily said. The words hit Jeannie like a hammer to the chest. She stared at Lily in disbelief. What could Luca have possibly told her to get her to bend to his will? Was it because she was only 3 when he left again? Lily had been too young to understand, and she had soon forgotten. Jeannie felt betrayed, but she wasn't angry at Lily. Just disappointed, she whispered. Mom, you can stay in my room. You won't have to see Dad if you don't want to, Lily tried to convince her. Jeannie picked up her suitcase and stormed out of the door. She ignored Lily and Luca calling after her, and she got into the elevator. Erin had unknowingly helped her save hundreds of dollars in hotel bills. She reached into her handbag, brought out the key to his house, and read the address on the paper. Chapter 18. I don't want to believe it, Mason said. She kicked you out? Emily asked. I am going to kill Lily, Sarah said through the phone. Jeannie sat by the window in a restaurant on a video call with her children. Well, 3 of them. She had barely slept the night before, mainly because she was too angry to close her eyes. The feeling of betrayal still lingered, but Jeannie wanted to be the mature person and act cool. So she had invited Lily to breakfast. She didn't kick me out, Jeannie explained. She just didn't kick Luca out. Can you believe he has been there a week? With her in that house? For a week. Who knows the ideas he has put in her head? No kidding, Mason said. I mean, Lily cannot be that dumb. She barely knows the guy. She probably takes after me, Jeannie said. All those years she had been pretty dumb too to keep allowing Luca back into her life. She still felt bitter thinking about what he did, and the mere thought of him bonding with Lily, the child he almost ruined, didn't sit right with her. He didn't deserve it. Jeannie massaged her forehead. Look, guys, I know he's your father. He should have access to you all. But if I'm being totally honest, I feel furious knowing that he does, knowing he may be a father to you all. It might sound selfish of me to say something like that, but I know what I went through, and he's not getting punished at all for it. It infuriates me so much that I don't want to think about it. We don't want him in our lives, Mom, Mason said. I might not have done much for this family because I'm just starting off, but I know what it was like growing up without a father. And no, my father didn't die. He wasn't sick. He left and came back into our lives like it was no big deal. I missed soccer practice sometimes to attend Lily's volleyball games because she always whined that only her father never came. We all tried so hard to make sure she didn't feel his absence like we did. And what? She refused to kick him out? Mom, I think you should take her back to Chickadee with you, Emily suggested. That's what's best. The freedom is getting to her head. Lily's a grown woman now, Jeannie said. I can't force her to come home with me, but I spent all night trying to understand it, and what I can see, is that Lily doesn't know. It's not that she doesn't care. She was young, and I recall that period when she was born. Luca was around for her. She has no terrible memories of him, and all she must rely on is our verdict. But that doesn't change the fact that she has a mind of her own and a soft spot for the father who gave her everything she asked for. I remember that too, Emily said. Mason, Sarah, and I had watched him disappear and reappear like 4 times. Yeah, Mason chimed in. It was right after Lily was born. I think he left for a couple of months. Then he came back with gifts like he always did. But we were tired of it. He couldn't buy us over, so he focused on Lily, the one who didn't know him at all. I remember kicking him, Emily chipped in. I was mad because he missed my birthday. After Lily was born, Sarah said, I think he left again for about a year. Then he stayed for 2, till Lily was 3. Then he left and she didn't understand where he went. For a while we told her he left on a business trip, that he was going to be back soon because we were so convinced that he would. But he didn't. He left for 15 years, Mason rasped. 15. I thought he died, Emily admitted. I felt so bad. You know, I might have forgiven him if he hadn't walked in with a smile on his face. I would have preferred that he looked roughed up and had an explanation. But he walked in smiling, bringing gifts like he was Santa Claus. Ugh, just thinking about all of this again makes me angry, Sarah said. All the while, Jeannie listened to her children recount their experience with tears in her eyes. It was her fault. It was on her. She couldn't count the number of times she forgave Luca. If only she had stopped letting him in, stopped him from having access to her life, or if she had moved away from that house that they lived in. But instead, she waited. She secretly waited for him to return until she grew angry, vengeful. It's my fault, Jeannie whispered. I'm such an idiot. Mom, you can't blame yourself, Mason said. He played on your feelings for him. He used it to his advantage. That's not on you. It's not, Sarah added. Lily just misses Dad. How about you let her learn her lesson? Let her. She'll figure it out. What if he breaks her? Jeannie asked. What if he leaves her again? I'm trying so hard not to let it get to me, but it's hard to watch her with him. We'll call her, Emily said. We'll call her, don't worry. Everything will be fine, trust us. She's safe. Now how about you go back home? You haven't finished setting up the bakery, you know. If Lily needs you, she'll call. You think it's all right to leave? Jeannie asked. Hell yes, Mason said. There's no reason for you to stay. Plus, seeing Luca isn't good for you. The farther away you are from him, the better. Mom, how about you decide after seeing Lily this morning? Sarah suggested. You'll know if she needs you around or not if you talk to her. Jeannie nodded. That's true. I'll do that. I'll talk to you all later. I'm sure I've taken up a lot of your time. Call me when you're free. All right, Emily said. Love you. Love you, Mason said before hanging up. Love you, Mom, Sarah said, and hung up too. Jeannie wiped the tears from her eyes and sniffed hard. She shook her body and tried to look and sound more alive. She didn't want Lily to see how upset she was. Jeannie had thought of ways during the night that she could approach the situation. If she were to adamantly ask Lily to chase Luca away, Jeannie was afraid she'd chase her daughter into Luca's hands and away from hers forever. She couldn't have that. Over the years, she had told her children that they were free to bond with Luca. She always said he was their father, and he had access to them, even though she hated it. But Jeannie didn't want her children hating her for keeping them away from their father. She had left the choice in their hands, and Lily chose wrongly. Hey, Mom, Lily said, approaching the table. She took her seat and sighed. Look, about last night. Dad and I didn't call you here to talk about your father, Jeannie said. Lily had called him Dad, so it was easy to tell that she had not changed her mind. "Can we talk about this?" Lily said. "You just have to listen to what he has to say." "Lily, I want you to go back to college," Jeannie said, changing the subject. "I don't like how you're living. It's unsettling. I know I supported your dreams of being a model, but this is not it. How about you study something and get a degree first? I guarantee you will make more money in modeling if you get a degree." "Mom, I'm not going back," Lily said. "I dropped out for a reason. I'm on the verge of a breakthrough in my career." Jeannie sighed and dropped her head on her palm. "I don't know where I went wrong with you, Lily, but I'm begging you to listen to me this once. Check out the big names in the modeling industry. I'm betting they all went to school and finished. You can model while you study too. Those two aren't mutually exclusive. What is your backup plan?" "I don't need a backup plan," Lily said. "This is going to work. I'm going to be a model." "You need a backup plan, for heaven's sake, Lily," Jeannie said. "You're too young to be putting all your eggs in one basket and damning all the consequences." Lily clicked her tongue. "Is this the reason you called me here, Mom?" "Yes," Jeannie said sternly. "Yes, this is the reason I called you here. You want to live with your father? Fine. I will not even try to stop you. But just know I warned you. Your siblings and I were the ones old enough to understand." "Well, technically he didn't offend me, so," Lily said, scratching the back of her head. "Why do I need to be mad when he's only trying to do better?" Jeannie scoffed. The only trait Jeannie was sure she didn't give to Lily was stubbornness. The girl never listened. It was like pouring water on a rock. "I know you think you're grown and you can do whatever you want, but—" "Mom," Lily said, "I'm a legal adult." "Yes, but you act like a child," Jeannie rasped. "A child that never listens, and I can't even blame you. You always got your way. That's what got into your head. But right now, I will beg you to listen if I have to. Lily, go back to school. You can do it online, you can do it physically, I do not care. You need to finish." Lily leaned in and interlocked her fingers on the table. "Mom, just listen, okay? I'm about to get my big break as a supporting cast member in a franchise superhero movie. I've been talking to the casting director." "So, it's movies now? You want to be an actor now?" "I can be both," Lily said. "I can sing, I can model, I can act. It's Beverly Hills." "Go to acting school then," Jeannie suggested. "Just go somewhere. There are doors that your GED will not open. You think your sister became a professor with her GED?" "I don't want to become a professor," Lily said. "That's not the point, Lily. Why won't you understand me? You're 18 years old. Enough with the parties. Enough with the drinking, please." "Mom, you're the one not listening." "I have been listening," Jeannie replied. "I have been listening, Lily. I let you move here to pursue this dream of yours, but all I do is worry for you every minute of the day. To make matters worse, you don't call me or text me." "That was just this one time, all right?" Lily said. "I said I'm sorry. It won't happen again. I promise I'll call you once every day to check in. I'll cut down the partying, 'cause honestly, I'm getting pretty tired of it too. Just trust me." Jeannie sighed and massaged her temple. "You've really decided, huh?" "Yup," Lily said, wiggling her feet. "I can do this. I know I can." Jeannie stared at her for a moment. "Promise to call every day?" Lily held up her pinky. "Every single day." "And you'll tell me if something is wrong?" Jeannie asked. "Yes." "All right then," Jeannie said breathlessly. "Just don't get into any trouble, I'm begging. If you do, you won't have a lot of help. Mason is already angry with you for ignoring him." Lily groaned. "I wasn't." "Call and explain that then." "I will," she answered and smiled. "I love you, Mom. You know that, right?" Jeannie smiled faintly. I know. I love you too. Lily lifted her hand and waved at someone through the window. Over here, she mouthed. Thank God we haven't ordered yet, Lily said, picking up the menu. Can we move to a table for 3? Lily, who did you invite? Jeannie asked, secretly aware of the answer to her question. Dad, Lily said. He just wants to have breakfast with us, that's all. Mom, you just need to listen to him for 5 minutes. That's all he asks. Oh my goodness, Jeannie mumbled. She feigned a smile and lifted her head. Lily, you look physically fine, and you seem happy. Especially with Luca here. I take it you're safe. My work here is done. I'll be leaving for Chickadee tonight. I'll call you once I arrive. Be safe. And if you need anything, call. Mom, last night I asked you one simple thing. Tell him to leave because I was uncomfortable, and you said no. Now I pushed that aside, and I asked you to have breakfast with me. What do? You bring my arch nemesis with you. I'm disappointed, Lily. If you want to spend time with your father, you are free to. I never stopped you, and I never will. It's your heart he is toying with. Mom, if you would just... Please, Lily said, rising to her feet. At least tell me where you're staying. Jeannie picked up her bag and stormed toward the door. She could see Luca approaching her, but she looked right past him as she walked. Jeannie, Luca said, blocking her path. I want you to think long and hard on your next move, Luca. My advice? Please don't touch me. With that, Jeannie walked out of the restaurant. She couldn't wait to be back in Chickadee the next day. She had to prepare, but not only the bakery. Jeannie had to prepare for when Lily came crying into her arms. Chapter 19. The flight back seemed shorter than the one she took to California. Kathy had called multiple times asking how Jeannie and Lily were. Jeannie knew Kathy, and she knew her friend was going to have a million questions, so she said she'd tell Kathy everything when she returned. The flight landed in the very early hours of the morning. Jeannie went straight home and crashed. Erin's villa in Beverly Hills was so luxurious, but Jeannie missed the comfort of her own bed. It was confirmed when less than 5 minutes after her body hit the sheets, she was already fast asleep. As usual, she woke up at 7 in the morning but went back to bed to get some more sleep. The sound of her ringtone woke her up in a fright. Jeannie groaned and picked it up. She slapped the phone to her ear and mumbled, "Hello? Did I wake you?" The sound of Erin's husky voice penetrated deeply into her soul. "I'm sorry. I figured you already landed, and you're back home." "Erin," she said lazily. "Yes?" "I'm so tired," she replied. "I am tired and I feel defeated. Like they stole something from me." "I'll come pick you up later in the evening and we'll go wherever you want," Erin offered. "How does that sound? You like the ocean, so do you want to go to the beach? We could have dinner there, or at my place, wherever you want, whatever you want to do." Jeannie rolled onto her back. "That sounds nice." "Great. I'll let you sleep, and we'll sort out the details when you wake up." "No, wait, don't hang up," Jeannie said. "I have a better idea." "Which is?" "Are you free now?" "Yeah, I'm free." Jeannie smiled weakly. "You're not free, are you?" She heard Erin chuckle. "I can be free." "Don't compromise for me," Jeannie asked. "Just this once, tell me. Tell me what works for you." "Well, I have a meeting in an hour. After that, I am all yours." "What's the time?" "It's about 11 o'clock." "Great. Can you meet me at the bakery at 2 p.m.? Let's paint the shop together. I need something to get my mind off things. You volunteered to paint the place, remember?" "I remember. I'll be there by 2. Now, get some more sleep." "Yes, sir." Jeannie dropped the phone on the bed and rolled over to her stomach. She shut her eyes with a smile on her face and fell asleep quickly. The next time she woke up, it was only a few minutes till 2 o'clock. Realizing that she might be late for their paint date, Jeannie scurried out of the bed and changed into jeans and a black long-sleeve tee. On her way to the shop, her phone buzzed in her pocket. Jeannie slid out the phone and accepted the call. She didn't need to check the name on the screen. There was only one person she was desperate to hear from. "Kathy, can I please call you back?" Jeannie asked, strolling through the room. "I'm meeting Aaron at the shop. Let's meet up at your house later." "You're meeting up with Aaron before me? Traitor!" Kathy lashed at her. "All you told me was that Lily was safe. Nothing else. I need to know all that happened. Was she sick? Was she held hostage? Tell me something." Jeannie smirked. What she was about to do was going to torture her best friend for the next couple of hours, but Kathy was being nosy. She deserved it. Luca was living with her, Jeannie revealed. There was a brief pause on Kathy's end. "What?" she shouted. "Aren't you at the office? You shouldn't be yelling that loud. Goodness." "So, she was being held hostage. You were right." "Oh no, I was wrong. I'll be closing at 6 in the evening and I'll be at the bakery then. Don't leave without me. See you later. My boss is coming. Bye." "Kathy." Kathy hung up before Jeannie could get another word in. At that rate, Kathy was on the verge of losing her job. Jeannie drew nearer to the shop, and from the distance she could see Aaron standing there waiting for her. He was busy on his phone with one hand, and he had a bouquet of roses in the other. Jeannie admired the view and slowed down her pace. She found it hard to accept that a man like Aaron was waiting for her. With flowers. "Hey, stranger," she beamed, reaching him. Aaron lifted his head and his eyebrows furrowed instantly. He reached for her chin and tilted it up, studying her face. "Did you sleep at all?" Jeannie pried her head away from his grasp and lowered it to hide her eye bags. "Barely, it wasn't a good sleep," she answered. "What in the world happened then?" Aaron asked. "You said Lily was safe, right?" "Oh, she was. It wasn't Lily," Jeannie said. "I just couldn't fall asleep. By the way, your apartment is beautiful." "Thank you," Aaron said. "Are you sure you don't want to get some more sleep, though? Painting is stressful, and I don't want you to—" "It's all right. I really want to paint. Plus, I may look like this, but trust me, I'm not that tired. In fact, I need to burn some energy." "If you say so," Aaron answered and handed the flowers to her. "Flowers for the prettiest flower." "Thank you, Aaron," Jeannie beamed. "They are gorgeous." "I wasn't sure what to get you, but I'm glad you like them." "Can I get a hug too?" Jeannie asked. "I could really use a hug right about now." "Sure thing." Aaron wrapped his arms around her and gently patted her back. They rocked from side to side and spun around in a circle playfully. Jeannie laughed, comforted and humored by his gesture. Aaron truly was her safe place. Soon after, they walked into the shop and got to work. Jeannie started by putting a tarp over the floor while Aaron stirred the paint. They didn't have to worry about the furniture because the carpenter did a good job covering all the pieces to secure them till the bakery was ready to be unveiled. Jeannie suggested they start in the kitchen and work their way outward. "I have a confession," Jeannie said. "I like the smell of paint. It's weird, but I do. And old books." Aaron's forehead furrowed. "I like the smell of gas and new books. Why would you like the smell of old ones? It'll be all musty." "I don't know," Jeannie giggled. "I've told no one that before. Ever. I know it's weird." "It is," Aaron said. "Well, you're one to judge," she said sassily. "So, tell me, Jeannie, what really happened with Lily? Why wasn't she responding to your calls or messages?" Jeannie sighed. She had hated talking about Luca with Aaron. It was probably because Jeannie liked Aaron, and talking about Luca was like airing out dirty laundry. She said she lost her phone at a party, Jeannie revealed. She just got a new one yesterday. That's no excuse, Aaron said. There are many other means to reach you or her siblings. Did she try sending a crow? Jeannie giggled. Stop it. I found it absurd, too. Payphones still exist, she has friends, and she knows our numbers by heart. She could have reached out if she wanted to, but you know Lily. She didn't think it was a big deal. She thinks because she's an adult now, she should be unsupervised. But Lily… Jeannie shook her head. Lily is a child. Aaron picked up the brush and started painting at the corners. Jeannie, how about you give her a bit of space, huh? She's the youngest, so I get why you still think she's a child. I'm not sure I'm the person to give you any advice, because I don't have children of my own. But when I was 18, I felt like I was 30 because of all the responsibilities. Maybe that's why I think Lily should get some time to explore the world herself, make her mistakes, learn from them, and retrace her steps. She's young. She has time. That's not exactly why I'm worried, Jeannie said. Did I tell you Lily was anorexic? She suffered from depression too. It's a long story, but I am afraid that she will relapse. I'm not there. Her siblings are not there. Why is she so adamant that she can live life on her own? Ah, you worry for her health, Aaron said. I see. I get it now. For now, the best thing you can do is be in touch. It's hard to accept, I know. But if things get difficult for her, she has to be sure that she can come running back to you and that you'll accept her with open arms. I don't think it'll benefit you if you clip her wings. She'll just be resentful toward you. And you don't want that. Nope. Jean exhaled loudly. I do not. They spent the next few hours painting the kitchen and talking about random things. Time had passed by so quickly that when Jeannie heard the front door open, followed by Kathy yelling her name, Jeannie realized it was already 6 in the evening. Oh, hi, Aaron, Kathy said, walking into the kitchen. You both have some skill. The place looks nice, and it now has that new shop smell. Hello, Kathy, Aaron greeted. How's Derek? I haven't heard from him in quite a while. He's out of town on business, but he should be back soon. Aaron set the brush down. Please send my regards to him. I will, Kathy answered. I'll leave you two alone to catch up, Aaron said. I'm sure you've missed Jeannie in the few days that she was away. Jeannie, what are you doing tomorrow? I need to talk to you. Oh, tomorrow? I'm going to get the flyers from the printer and paste the ads for hire. What time? In the afternoon, Jeannie answered. I'll text you. Awesome. See you tomorrow, Jeannie. It was nice to see you again, Kathy. Say hello to the kids. Kathy waved at Aaron and watched him walk out of the shop. When she was sure that he had left, she swiftly turned back to Jeannie with a knowing look. Did you tell him about Luca being in Beverly Hills? Kathy asked. What? No, of course not. Good, so only I know. Kathy dragged a high stool and sat. Details? Everything. I want to know everything. Jeannie shook her head and rolled her eyes before she reluctantly sat down. She narrated the ordeal from the day before and watched Kathy's changes of emotion go off and on like a light switch. When she finished, Kathy was staring blankly with her mouth ajar. I cannot believe Lily, were the first words that came out of Kathy's mouth. Really, if you think about it, she barely knows the man. Like, she was 3. He might as well be a stranger. That's why I think it was easy for Luca to get to her. She has little recollection of him, and I'm sure she only remembers the rosy parts. You can't blame her, Kathy. It's my fault. I should have cut him off sooner. Well, technically, if you had done that, you wouldn't have given birth to Lily, Kathy said, and thought. Wait, that isn't such a bad thing. It's like how I wish I could go back to that rainy night when Derek and I had found out he got a promotion. If I had just slept early, I wouldn't have had Travis. And boy, would my life be much easier. You know he peed in the local swimming pool? Jeannie massaged the side of her head. All kids pee in the swimming pool, Kathy. No, I mean he stood over the pool. He wasn't in the water, and there were tons of kids in the water. So, he stood there and peed on them. And you know what bothers me? He waited until I had to use the restroom before he did it. So I wasn't there to stop him. Long story short, Travis is banned from the pool. But back to you. What did you do to Lily? Jeannie shrugged. What could I have done? She asked. You know how I always tell them they are free to bond with their father if they wanted to? I thought you didn't mean it. I never did, but I said it. I can't stop her, Kathy. As much as it makes me so furious, I can't. She'll hate me. Emily's advice was that I let Lily learn her lesson. I second that, Kathy said. Leave her. Whatever happens, you'll be right here. A home for her to come back to. That's the same thing Erin said, Jeannie mumbled. I just hope she doesn't get hurt. She won't. Kathy leaned in. So, you saw Luca again for the first time in so long. How did that make you feel? Jeannie tilted her head to the side. Annoyed. Angry. It hurt my pride. He called me Jenny, Kathy. When things were good between us, I used to love it when he called me Jenny. It was like music to my ears. Luca knew. But he called me Jenny back at Lily's house, and I wanted to slap him across the face. It felt so irritating. Good, Kathy said, and clapped soundly. I like that. Irritating is the word. But I couldn't look him in the eye. Oh boy. Kathy dropped her shoulders. And why not? I don't know. I didn't try. It used to be a habit. When I didn't want to forgive him easily, I wouldn't look him in the eye because that's how he got to me. Like a demon. When I saw him at Lily's place, I noticed I couldn't do it. It makes me wonder. Jeannie Miller, are you thinking of forgiving him? Kathy lashed at her. Of course not, Jeannie said. What? I divorced him for a reason. Then why didn't you try to stand your ground and look him in the eye and tell him to go to hell? Oh, I told him off. Don't get me wrong. I was saying the things I noticed, that's all. It's all in the past. I don't plan on being in the same room with him ever again. Jeannie fiddled with her fingers and bit her lower lip. Wondering about what Lily was up to with Luca made her think of Luca, and she didn't like it. She needed to distract herself. Fast. Chapter 20. Finally. The rest of the equipment had arrived. Jeannie shrieked, happy that everything was coming together. She had all the equipment she needed to run the bakery. Her furniture was done, the painting was halfway done, the big sign outside the shop that spelled out Jeannie's bakery was done too. They had not unveiled it yet, hence the sign was still wrapped in paper. In fact, a part of Jeannie really wanted to go back to the villa and spend a minimum of a week there. She'd had so much to worry about during that time that she didn't care enough for all the luxury at her disposal. The villa had 5 bedrooms in different corners of the house. The living room downstairs was much bigger than the one upstairs by the balcony. Jeannie had only gotten a glance of it because she only stayed downstairs, but everything was beautiful. Her biggest regret was not using the jacuzzi. Jeannie had never been in a jacuzzi before. In fact, she had never seen one in real life. It only proved to her how boxed in her life had been. All these years, nothing interested her. Nothing except her children. She practically lived for them, and now it was proving to be difficult to live for herself. The delivery man helped Jeannie move the equipment into their rightful places in the kitchen before he left. Jeannie stood there for a while, staring at her working space. The spacious square-shaped room, with newly painted white walls and a large working table in the middle of the room, was all hers. Then there was the large oven that could comfortably fit 6 cake pans, the other 2 ovens that could fit a maximum of 3 pans, and a large deep freezer. It all belonged to her. Jeannie's phone buzzed in her pocket. She pulled it out and was excited to answer Mason's call. Hello, my sugar. You cannot guess why I'm happy today. It must have something to do with your shop, Mason answered. Or you might just be glad that you're talking to me. Jeannie brought her hand to her hip. Mason truly was a wizard. He had a knack for lucky guesses. Anyway, Mom, I called you because I need your help, Mason asked. What's it about? Don't laugh, 'cause I'm embarrassed already having to ask you, but it's urgent. Ask, would you? Mason cleared his throat. So, Paige's birthday is tomorrow, and I have no idea what to get her. You're a woman. What do you like? Jeannie tilted her head sideways. Tomorrow? Why are you asking right now, then? You should have planned sooner. We just started dating, Mom. She didn't even tell me, so I'm really considering pretending like I don't know. I heard her coworker mention it, and then I checked online, and that's how I found out. Jeannie massaged her head. Well, I don't know what to tell you. Paige is a young woman, and I can't tell what she'd like. Well, you were a young woman like her once too, Mason teased. Come on, Mom. Think. Jeannie scoffed. Mason, you're a 25-year-old man asking for lady advice from your mom. Men your age already have things like this in the bag. Plus, you grew up with 3 sisters. How can you not know what girls like? Mason gasped. Why the hell did it skip my mind that I had sisters to ask? Bye, Mom. I'm calling Sarah. Call Emily, Jeannie suggested. Sarah will spend 5 minutes laughing at you. What does Emily know? She's too serious. Sarah is the perfect person to ask. I'll just threaten to hang up and she'll get serious. Bye, Mom. Wait. Wish Paige a Mason disconnected the call. Jeannie stuffed the phone into her pocket. She raised a mama's boy and had no regrets. Mason called her at the slightest inconvenience. He always knew how to complain, and at first, Jeannie disliked the fact that he whined a lot. Over time, she realized that Mason just wanted someone to vent to. She learned to enjoy those moments, because sometimes he was so busy and caught up in his own world that he forgot she existed. What are you thinking about? Aaron asked, standing behind her. She didn't jump this time or get startled by the sound of his voice. Jeannie turned around and greeted Aaron with a smile. I didn't think you'd come. I told you I wanted to talk to you, Aaron said. Oh, should I be concerned? Not at all, Aaron answered. It's a simple question, but I'd rather ask you later. Would you have dinner with me? Jeannie squinted. I would love to, but it'll be at my house, and my treat. You're not to bring anything, especially pizza. Do not bring pizza, Aaron, please. Aaron chuckled. You have something against pizza? You know what surprises me? What? Your favorite food is pizza, right? Yes, ma'am. How do you eat pizza all the time and still maintain your physique? You're so sturdy. I drink water and I am immediately bloated. Tell me the truth. You work out a lot, right? This is years of working under the sun, in the heat of the shop, hammering and sawing wood every single day with only a bagel in my stomach. Aaron took a step forward and leaned in. Jeannie, I am not joking when I say I chopped over 100 logs of wood per day back in Texas. At a point, it became easy to do. I could split a log into 2 with my eyes closed. Jeannie drew in a shuddery breath and stepped back. Plus, I still chop wood and make furniture, Aaron said. That's enough exercise if you ask me. Right, Jeannie said awkwardly. Well, that explains it. I'd like to watch you make furniture, though. I would love to, actually. Aaron glanced at his phone. You'll have plenty of time to do so, he said, distracted. Jeannie, what time should I be at your house? Does 7 sound good? It sounds perfect. I'll bring the wine. Wait, Aaron, I said don't bring anything, Jeannie yelled after him. Don't worry, it'll be sweet this time. Jeannie scoffed and stood with arms akimbo. She watched him get into his matte black Escalade and drive down the street. A smile formed on her lips. She leaned on the glass door and kept staring at the road. It took her phone's buzzing to snap her back to reality. Jeannie groaned and dragged the phone out again. Her gaze softened when she saw it was Lily's phone number. "Wait a minute," Jeannie mumbled. What if it was a trap? What if it was actually Luca calling with Lily's number? Jeannie didn't want to talk to Luca. Hearing his voice was going to put her in a bad mood, and that was the last thing she wanted. But what if it was Lily? Jeannie answered the call and placed the phone to her ear. She stayed silent, waiting for Lily to speak first. "Mom, are you there?" "Oh, Lily. Hi." Jeannie sighed in relief. "How are you, my love?" "Who did you think it was?" Lily asked. "That's unimportant," Jeannie answered. "You thought it was Dad, didn't you?" Lily asked. "Do you really dislike him that much?" "Yes, Lily. We have established that. Now, can we please talk about you? I would appreciate it if we went back to the old times and only talked about you and me. Seriously, I was in such a good mood until you brought up Luca again. Why are you doing this to me?" "All right, sorry. Geez, I won't talk about Dad anymore," Lily said. "I'm calling to tell you I am fine. I've taken my medication for the morning, and I am on my way to a casting call. If I get this role, I'll have 2 roles in 2 different movies. Isn't that exciting?" Jeannie sat on the floor. "What role are you auditioning for?" "It's a role about a teenager who gets addicted to drugs. Her name is Olivia. I'll be auditioning for that role." Jeannie groaned and massaged her head. "Isn't there another role you can audition for, my love?" "Huh, honey? Maybe a sweet girl from the country? What about that?" Lily giggled. "I know what you're thinking. Don't worry, it's a role. Plus, I hate drugs. They ruin lives. I kind of fit the role better because I'm really skinny, and with the right makeup, I'll really fit. I just hope I get it." Jeannie sighed. "Good luck, honey. I'll be cheering for you." "Thanks, Mom. Talk to you later. Bye." "Bye, honey. Love." Jeannie clicked her tongue. These children and their phone manners. It was already past noon, and given the dinner Jeannie had in mind for her date, she had to get going. She quickly finished up with the cleaning and made her way to the local market. It took Jeannie a while to round up all the ingredients she needed before she made her way home. For dinner, she had baked chicken and ratatouille pasta in mind. It was her favorite dish, and she had perfected the recipe. But time wasn't really on her side. She needed to marinate the chicken for at least an hour in the fridge before sticking it into the oven. That's how she always did it, and it always turned out perfectly. Everything had to be perfect. After marinating the chicken and placing it in the fridge, she played with the tomatoes a little before she chopped them. The pasta would not take long, so she figured she'd make it first and keep it warm in the microwave till the chicken was ready. After she was done with the pasta, she whipped the chicken out of the fridge and placed it in the preheated oven. That was going to take about 3 hours for it to cook to her satisfaction, so in the meantime, Jeannie prepared for her date. She hummed her favorite song by Dolly Parton as she hopped into the shower. Aaron was going to arrive in about 2 hours, and she still hadn't gotten the house ready. Picking a dress was easy. Jeannie had a red silk dress that she kept for special occasions. Jeannie loved the dress, and her date with Aaron was a special occasion. "I should lower the lights," she whispered. Jeannie left only the light in the kitchen at the highest, so it looked like a spotlight on the chairs and the petal-covered kitchen top. Everything looked really nice. If only the chicken would finish cooking. The final touch was a peach-scented air freshener. Jeannie sprayed it generously and turned on some pleasant music to set the mood. Aaron had mentioned he was into the classic blues. Jeannie quickly found a suitable track and put it on. She stood in front of the room admiring her work. Then she heard a knock on her door. "Come in," she blurted, panicking. Aaron walked into the room dressed in a black suit with a red shirt and a black tie. He paused at the door with a bottle of white wine in his hand. She could tell he was staring at her. The spotlight was on her, but she could barely see his face. "The chicken isn't ready," she said. "We need to give it an hour. It has to be perfect." "You're perfect," she heard Aaron say as he approached. He walked into the light, assessed her again from head to toe, and smirked. "We really should stop doing this." "What?" Jeannie asked nervously. "Oh, you mean the outfits? We always seem to match. It's weird." Jeannie giggled. "I like it. We're connected." Aaron kept his gaze on her as he bopped his head to the music. "I like this song. I used to listen to it all the time. I can't remember the name, though." "I don't know the name either. I just put it on because I guessed you would like it," Jeannie said. Aaron stretched his hand toward her and smiled. "Shall we dance? We might as well kill time since the chicken isn't ready." Jeannie took his hand without hesitation. She pulled closer into his embrace and laid her head on his chest. They rocked slowly to the sound, twirling in a circle. Jeannie shut her eyes and submerged herself in the sound of the music. She had never danced like that before, and she wanted to remain in Aaron's arms for the rest of the night. Aaron's hold gradually moved into a hug. He wrapped his arms around Jeannie as they slow danced and placed his head on her shoulder. Jeannie stifled a giggle when his beard tickled her. She, in response, wrapped her arms around his waist. His beard was still brushing against her neck, and Jeannie was fighting so hard not to burst out laughing from the tickles. "I love you, Jeannie." Suddenly, nothing was funny anymore. Jeannie gasped and pried away from his arms. She met his gaze and was searching for words to say when Aaron cupped her face with his palms. Jeannie instinctively held her breath and shut her eyes as his lips met hers. He let go of her cheek with one hand and it traveled to her waist. Aaron pulled her closer, and Jeannie grabbed onto his arm and squeezed. The sound of her own palpitating heart was all she could hear. Aaron broke the kiss too soon, and Jeannie fought to gather herself. "Jeannie." "Yes?" she answered instinctively and breathlessly. Aaron got down on one knee and took out a beautiful opal ring. "Would you be my girlfriend, Jeannie Miller? I love you, and I want to put a tag on our relationship." Jeannie stared at him with her mouth slightly ajar. But before she could react, she heard her front door slowly creaking open. "Jeannie?" That voice. Jeannie peered into the dark room, trying to make out the face to be sure. She could hear someone strolling into the room dragging a bag, or a suitcase, with him. Then the face came into the light, and Jeannie audibly gasped. "Luca!" Luca diverted his gaze from Jeannie to Aaron. He dropped his bags on the floor and placed both hands in his pockets. "It'll be a good idea to get away from my wife. Immediately." Ready to see what happens next? Continue with Book 2, Second Chance on the Cove. Thanks for listening to The Bakery on the Cove, Book 1 from the Chickadee Cove trilogy by Wendy Meadows. For more information about her books, visit her website at wendymeadows.com.